very good morning to all of you. My name is David Duchesne. I am a consultant working for Autolit, but I'm also a member of the board of the European Association of People Management. And I'm today in Lisbon for the Delegates Assembly, the General Assembly of that association. It's a pleasure to be here for the second time in this Inspirathon. It's a crazy idea, and Matt has to do it. And I'm going to host a couple of speakers today. We'll start also with my own talk on organizational resilience. Don't forget, this is a live session, but it's also recorded, and so you can always look at all the recordings later. Don't forget to ask your questions or give your comments. We'll try also to give some answers. And so here we go then. I'm going to open my presentation and start with this topic on organizational resilience. Now, it's been a topic that's since COVID, we've been talking about resilience a lot, but of course, it's in itself not new. And I take you back to 2015 when there were in Paris, there were some terrorist attacks, horrible events took place there with many casualties. And then we would have thought, okay, will we ever go back to normal? And so for months, situation was tense. But then again, the city of Paris came back to a certain kind of normality, but it has adapted to that situation, and that's already 8 years ago. But it's today very fresh that we should really think about how can we overcome setbacks, how can we progress when things are difficult. A couple of days ago in Brussels, there was a terrorist attack on two soccer fans from Sweden. So horrible to see that. Well, the city of Brussels will adapt to that. Belgium will adapt to that. The world will adapt to everything that is happening, and that is actually resilience. Organizational resilience is a quality that enables organizations to anticipate, to cope with, to adapt to, and recover from disruptions. So it's not only recovering, it's also anticipating. I think that we should never forget that things will happen, setbacks will come, and so we should be able to anticipate. This is crucial. And there is no verb that says will resiliate. That doesn't exist as a verb. So it's not something that we do. We don't resiliate, but we can be resilient. And resilience is a consequence of other things. And I'm going to talk about that today. Now, if you look at adapting, coping, anticipating, on the left-hand side, you see some long-term trends that influence our organizations, that influence our societies. And if you look at climate change, this year and last year, we had some hurricanes, we have had some fires, we have had floods, and it seems that they are occurring more often and much more vigorously. So, and then we could say, well, we're surprised by that, but we knew since 1972, at latest, that climate change is happening, because there was at that time a report. And so the trends of climate change has been there for more than 50 years. And nevertheless, we seem to be surprised by the current events, by the crisis that is occurring. And you see a lot of things that are long term there, but we don't anticipate, we don't react. With climate change, we can say that we didn't do much, and that we are now in a hurry. And so we'll probably take some hits there. This is the curve of resilience. You see on the left, you see actually a gradually growing organization or growing society, and suddenly something happens and you get a hit. But resilience makes you go back up after a while, sometimes fast, sometimes not fast. This is the curve of resilience. Organizations that are not able to take that second curve up, they are probably not robust, not resilient, but probably they will get back to certain a certain level, but lower than before, or they will perish. And that's what's happened to Kodak. That's what happened to other organizations. Now, some examples of this curve, just to show that it's a real thing and it's not just invented. Percent of evolution of the GDP in Europe, and there you see the crisis in 2008, the financial crisis, and you see COVID, and you see the hit that this growth curve has taken. This is another graph where you see the evolution of temp agency work in Belgium. There you see in 2020 the hit taken by COVID, and then the restoration. But there you see it's not complete, the restoration, because it's going down again. So there is resilience, but not totally. And this is the unemployment in the US, and there you see the rise in unemployment. In 2020 again, it went from 4 or 5% to 15%. Of course, you should reverse it. This is the employment rate. Then you see there the hit taken in 2020. So this curve comes back all the time, and we can have different responses to disruption. And the response can be that you're very robust. This is an organization, Congo Gumi. It's been founded in the 6th century, and it still exists. It's no longer independent because it's been taken over by a construction company. And what does Congo Gumi do? They build temples, they restore temples in Japan. So they are very traditional. And so they've had 1,500 years of history. And the reason why they were taken over is that temples, well, you could say this is not a future-proof undertaking, but temples are increasingly made out of concrete, and concrete is not their thing. And so to adapt to that situation, they had to go along with another organization to bring in that knowledge. But they still exist, they still function after more than 1,500 years. And so as an organization, when something happens, you can be robust. It means you don't feel anything. You can be resilient. That means you will come back to certain adapted functioning, or you can be very fragile, and maybe you will come back to a persistent dysfunctioning, like I said. So these are some examples of organizations. I have Apple as an example, but Apple in the 90s was not resilient. It was always almost bankrupt. It was almost gone. Um, and so it restored itself afterwards, but it was a close call. And in this century, or in this decade, it's been resilient. And if you look at the valuation of that organization, it's tremendous. But we can only judge resilience with hindsight. It means that we can look back and say, well, we've been resilient, and that company has been resilient. And so therefore it's always good to develop capabilities. I call them super apps, to develop the capabilities that you will need to be resilient in the future. If you are waiting until something happens, you might survive, you might get through, but chances are bigger that you will be less resilient. Now, doing nothing is not the right strategy when you're facing turbulence. And doing nothing, an expensive word for that is inertia. Inertia is actually the main reason why an organization is unable to cope with disruptions, with change. Inertia makes us stay at the same level. It's like a kind of sedation that you have as an organization, which makes you slow, which makes you not fast enough. And so if you have inertia, your strategy becomes a tunnel, your processes become bad habits, your relationships become obligations, your values become dogmas, very rigid thinking. And flagship products might become milking cows, but you don't have a succession in terms of products, so you know where this is going to lead. All products will end someday. So adaptability is this first super app, this first capability that makes an organization resilient. And of course, there are three moments to adapt: before, during, and afterwards. So before something happens is the best time to build that adaptability. It's anticipation, it's being prepared. Whilst afterwards, you might be too late. You can only learn, and you can adapt after the facts. And during most of the times, we will cope during a setback, a disruption, and that's a close call. So before is always the best time to do it, and the message is then change as much as possible, as soon as possible, as often as possible. Sometimes we say, well, actually, we should consolidate, and that is true. You don't have to change everything all the time, but you have to change something all the time, to always adapt and anticipate. Now, many organizations are not prepared for this adaptability, and one of the things that is keeping them away from it is the organizational structure, the silos that are created. And so, when you want to change something before it happens, you will always have this battle for resources. It's my budget, it's my target, it's my plan. If you don't have collaboration during a setback, you will have always the lack of coordination. You will waste time with negotiations internally, competition, and so on. And afterwards, of course, you will have different interpretations, different priorities, and some units might say, well, actually, we go back to before, and we don't need to change, whilst maybe they're totally wrong. So collaboration is the second super app that makes organizations resilient. Um, and adaptability without collaboration, that's just chaos because it's not coordinated. Strategies without collaboration are just bound to fail. And so that's why you have to focus on that collaboration, which starts at the top. Many management teams do not work well at all. I'm working with many management teams, in my job, in my profession, and I always start there, because if it's not going well there, then yeah, chances are very high that collaboration in the entire organization is not top. And even if you think management teams work well, they can always do better. So collaboration needs this focus, and we need to invest in it and review it totally, because without that, we'll be lost. Of course, we need a sense of direction. Here you see the painting by Bruegel about it's the Tower of Babel. Why didn't we build it? It's a legend. It comes from the Bible. We didn't build it because God didn't want us to go to the heavens, and He created different languages, so people didn't understand each other. Of course, it's a legend, but we need a sense of direction. We need to have a common sense of direction, and this is an example of a hospital where sometimes factions do not work together, but you need that story, that one story, one purpose, to which you can combine, for instance, your medical story, your nursing story, your facility story, and so on. So you really need this collaboration based on purpose, on a direction, a sense of direction that you need. And so purpose is the third super app. If you can make sense out of it, if there's turbulence and you can make sense out of it, and you can say, well, actually, we know that the sea is rough, but we go in that direction, maybe we'll have to make some detours, but it's still a sense of direction. So purpose is a third super app that makes you resilient over time. And if you don't have it, people will only feel loss. When something happens, they will say, well, actually, we've lost something, and they will not have a sense of meaning, which will make them maybe panicking or despairing, and so on. So we need this sense of direction. It gives meaning, it gives motivation to continue and to change. Change and collaboration without purpose, that's just not sustainable. You cannot change without purpose, and collaboration needs a common goal. So these three super apps together are foundational capabilities that enable organizations to progress. Collaboration, purpose, and adaptability allow you to go further, even though maybe the situation is dire, maybe when the situation is rough. Now, to make this work, we need a fourth one. Uh, trust is making adaptability, collaboration, and purpose much more easy. And so the fourth super app that I would like to introduce is trust. If we have trust within the organization, if people have faith that things will go right, if they have trust in their management, if they have trust in their products, if they trust that they will be able to do it, so they have trust in themselves, then of course everything becomes more easier. And organizations that are lower on trust, they really have a difficult time to go through a disruption. And so what you need is trustworthy leadership, leadership that inspires trust. And you do that by focusing on a couple of things. If you want to be trustworthy as a leader, you will you will have to be competent. That's the first thing. You will not be trustworthy when you're not seen as competent as a leader. You will have to be loyal. That means that you have to show that what you do is in the interest of the organization and of the people. And you have to be integer, honest, ethical. So this is actually important for leadership. That if you don't have these three, you won't be trustworthy. Trustworthy leadership also creates psychological safety. I know we are overusing this term. It's like a recipe for everything, but imagine that people don't feel safe in their organization. What would that be then? They won't adapt so easily because adapting would be a risk. They won't be creative. They won't generate ideas because of the lack of safety. Collaboration is difficult without safety because collaboration is again a risk. If they cannot trust people within their organization to be loyal towards them, so then they won't do that. If they cannot speak up, if they cannot be themselves, people won't engage in those behaviors that are necessary for these foundational capabilities. So psychological safety is actually a hygienic condition for that. And then architecture of choice, what's that? Well, it's about autonomy. If people cannot be trusted, if people are not trusted by their management, and if you don't give people a choice, then you have actually um, an issue. So resilience will never arise when people are afraid, when they have no choices, and when there's no trust in their leadership. If that's the case, then you will have a difficult time in being resilient. And remember, we do not resiliate. It is a consequence of all these behaviors that we have, all these behaviors that constitute then the resilience of an organization. Now, coming back to that leadership, making sure that these capabilities are alive, that they are developed, that is a matter of leadership. But we can be leaders as a role, as a function, but we can also be leaders based on our character. And so when a leader is empathetic, fair, kind, reciprocal, when he's both, or when they're both demanding but also supportive, when they're looking at the future but also at the present, so then you will have sustainable leadership for this. So my message is really to treat trust as the first output of leadership. If it's not there, it is difficult. And you have to build trust in times of prosperity. It is too late to say, please trust me, if in the previous period when everything was bright and sunny, when you haven't invested in trustworthiness. If people don't trust you before, they won't trust you during a disruption. So trust, I cannot stress it enough, is actually the basis of everything. Well, some takeaways that I get, and I see that I'm faster than anticipated, so there will be time for some questions. But resilience is a quality. It's not a capability in itself. You really have to focus on those four foundational capabilities: adaptability, collaboration, purpose, and of course trust, to make sure that your organization will be resilient during a period of turbulence. And we know those periods will be there. We'll only have turbulence. So these four super apps, I call them, foundational capabilities, are crucial. And as a leader, you need to develop them. As an organization, you need to develop them. And the best moment to do that is when all is well. So before something happens. So then you have to prepare for the disruption by building those capabilities. Now, someone might ask me, okay, that's fine, but organizational resilience, this is like on a high level. What about the individual people? Of course, organizations do not behave. They don't behave. It's the people in the organization that behave. And of course, strategies do not fail or do not succeed. It's the people executing them that who will fail or succeed. So individual behavior constitutes, of course, these capabilities, but there's more to that. If you want to have these capabilities develop, you really have to make sure that leadership, but also technology, processes, structure, culture, and individual behavior are coherent. You have to build for consistency. And so all the bad habits that organizations have, you have to get rid of them, because they will inhibit this, they will stop behaviors of occurring. If I want people to collaborate, but I don't give targets to the whole organization, and I just divide targets, they will not collaborate. People will not collaborate if they have only personal targets. If I want people to be adaptable, but I have a very strong, heavy procedure for small stuff, and I don't give them the choice, then they won't adapt, because the context doesn't allow them to adapt. So individual behavior is crucial, but as leaders, it's best to create a context, an environment where those capabilities can occur, where those behaviors can occur. And that's what you have to focus on when you are doing organizational development. You must really focus on not so much on the individual behavior, but on the organizational aspects that enable that behavior. And so that's so important. So the best moment to develop that resilience is before, but it all depends on that human behavior, that individual behavior, that is crucial. So I'm a couple of minutes ahead of time. So if there are any questions, you can shoot them now. If not, I will start introducing the next speaker. Do you have questions? Are there questions? I don't hear them. I see Matt talking, but I'm not hearing you. Yeah, there's some technical issue. Okay. This always happens in live events. Okay, he's left the room. He's going to come back probably when he's when everything is okay. So I would thank you for the attention, and I will give the floor then um, to Irina.
Hi, everyone. Very happy to be with you all here today. A big thank you to Matt and the team. Putting together an event that goes 24/7 is definitely not for lighthearted, but you managed to do this with grace, and I'm very excited to be here. It's incredible how we get to hear today from various presenters with incredible insights and experience as well. What I will try to do today is to provide the insights and experience from a particular business, BAT, the company that represents the multi category global FMCG business, and we operate across multiple geographies as well. My section today is dedicated to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I hope that it will give you some insights not only into how we prioritize D&I specifically for BAT in Middle East, but it will also spark some ideas and thinking, of course, as well. So I represent today a very, very big area. So we are called lovingly APMEA West within our business, and we represent 17 markets, 6 time zones, and of course we have various variations of our business, including the growing of tobacco leaf, but also manufacturing and selling. We speak in 4 key languages, including English, Arabic, Russian, and Urdu as well, and we represent 55 nationalities across multiple locations, as you can see on the screen. Today, I will be concentrating specifically on the things that we are doing for BAT Middle East in the space of diversity, equity, and inclusion. But of course, I'm very happy to chat about the rest of the locations as well, of course, at your convenience. Now, we have a very bold ambition for 2025 globally as a company, fostering diverse leadership, inclusive culture, and of course, driving high performance because we are a very high performance based company. What we are looking into is various elements of diversity, equity, and inclusion. One of the most important ones for us is the diversity of experience. We are a well established industry with more than 100 years under the belt. And of course, making sure that we have various experiences when we are driving the multi category business is extremely important for us. In 2022-23, particularly in Middle East, we brought 16% of all of our new hires with new capabilities, which is something that we foster quite significantly and making sure that they blend well with the organization and bring the change that is required. Of course, like many organizations in this part of the world, we are focusing on the female representation, particularly in our management roles and our senior management roles as well. It's not an easy task, particularly when you're operating within the Middle East cluster, because traditionally that's not necessarily the geography that boasts a lot of females in the workplace to start with. And of course, we are looking to increase the representation, particularly in the senior teams. We are currently sitting at 29%, and of course, it's growing. And this is something that we're very passionate about. And the spread of nationalities. This is again something that we are tracking vigorously and putting in place. For us, it's incredibly important to have different mix of ethnicities and nationalities within the BT organization because it truly does reflect our customer base as well. And it helps us to get all these ideas and juices flowing that we're not necessarily having from a very homogenous workplace if we have one. Now, the workplace today has changed, and we spoke about it today at length in various sessions across Australasia and here within Middle East and Africa as well. We are dealing with employees who value very different things to what they used to value even 3, 5, 10 years ago. Of course, it's around flexibility, it's across making sure that we all have purpose and meaning and how we translate this purpose and meaning into our workplace. We are passionate about diversity, equity, inclusion. We started talking about things like psychological safety, and we're also looking at the reduced loyalty that individuals and employees have towards the business because we are in the era of the great flirtation and making sure that we have all these opportunities, not necessarily with one employer. So, where does it leave us all? It also leaves us all with a very diverse workforce if we are looking at our age groups. So, it's the first time, I think, in the history of the humankind that we're having all 4 generations of our workforce present. Of course, percentage varies depending on what we are talking about, which company we are taking into consideration, but it's very clear that we are mostly represented by Gen Ys or millennials, and the population of our Gen Zs are growing. The representation is growing. For us specifically, it stems from our increase intake in the global graduate programs and the internships. And we can see that this is a very different mindset that we are facing with Gen Zs. So for us, it means that we need to reassess and adapt how we are actually fostering ourselves for the generational needs. How do we attend to each generation specifically according to what they require? And how do we make the most out of them in the workplace as well? And making sure that the workplace is truly inclusive and truly interesting to be in. Now, we are focusing on three big things, specifically with the 2022-2023 lens: representation, inclusive culture, and of course, tailored careers. When I talk about representation, it's everything starting from gender, of course, nationalities, age groups, way of thinking, everything that each and every individual brings into the workplace when they are hired within our organization. Inclusive culture is something that is now increasingly important to us in the sense of inclusivity and also fulfillment that people are experiencing with the organization. Of course, it stemmed from the top. This is something that we need to continue working on, but it's also supported by the employee culture drive, and I'll speak about it a little bit more today as well. And tailored careers is also something that is relatively new to us, but is built on a very solid foundation. BAT has always been the organization where we foster careers from day one when you join BAT, and you can obviously grow from a representative in the trade environment up to the general manager. However, what we are seeing today is that career pathways, they are not necessarily careers for 10 years, 5 years, or for life. We need to link them to different employee life stages, and most importantly, their personas. What is it that they are coming for when they join the organization? What is it that they would like to do personally? What happens in their families? And how does it actually impact what they would like to achieve from their career in a multinational, large organization like we are? I'll unpack each one of them a little bit and give you a couple of examples. Of course, we're very pressed for time, but at the same time, if you would like to talk about any of these things a little bit more, you know where to find me. I'm on LinkedIn, I'm pretty much everywhere. So, when we translate our ambition into the employee experience, and let's say we talk about the representation, for us, what's important is that we put together appropriate frameworks and policies in place that can actually foster that representation and make our employees very comfortable to be in the workplace. Flexibility is something that's been top of mind across everywhere across the corporate world. In our sort of Middle East part of the world here for BET, we do have the so-called flex work, flex time framework in place. Not only it works and speaks to people who prefer to work potentially from home and also working from the office environment, but we're also making sure that within particularly this part of the world, which is very rich with expats and everybody's coming from actually somewhere, not necessarily from the geography that they're currently working within, they have this opportunity to combine work and play or work and family. They can work from anywhere. We do have dedicated leave bridging systems so they can combine it with their school holidays and work from different parts of the world when they're visiting the family. We also make sure that our employees can have dedicated focus time and learning hours, because this is something that becomes increasingly important for their personal development and also their values. So that's why it's put in place. Employee resource groups are very big these days across many global corporates. For us, it's fostering the community and fostering the inclusion specifically for our females. So again, we are operating within the Middle East cluster, where, for example, when you are a female in the workplace, you do not necessarily see enough role models, particularly in the senior management, that represent your gender. So that's why Women Inclusion Network is something that we foster and we're passionate about, and we're making sure that it has the mutual support and it helps our females to share the experience and make the workplace what they want this to be. And of course, the inclusive framework of policies for parents and carers. This is again something that we've been working very hard over the past 18 months. Very specific policies that we do have for our parents as well. One of the best in class, specifically for Middle East, where we provide the 12-month full paid parental leave for both genders. We're focusing on our dads as well and trying to make sure that they do have enough provisions and they sort of foster the parenting from the dad's perspective. Our bereavement and miscarriage leave, and all of these opportunities are available to our employees from day one. So there's no such thing as tenure anymore that comes into play. From the inclusivity and fulfillment perspective, the cultural piece is being driven within BAT from top down and also from bottom up as well. We very quickly realized that for us to create a very inclusive environment within the organization, we need to start with our senior leaders. And we also do appreciate that taking them through, long trainings, many days, it's not something that they can actually do. A very busy, incredibly busy group of people. So for us, it was identifying what exactly our employees are saying that we need to get better at and create this very bite-sized immersion program for senior leaders, focusing specifically on generational leadership and psychological safety, and deliver it throughout the year in bite size with our BAT subject matter experts as well as external experts as well. So it's sort of building this senior leadership community which focuses on these specific topics and educates themselves. In terms of the bottom up, we do have a program which is called Ethos Champions, which is very much linked to the ethos of the organization of BAT globally. And it's employee drive interventions to improve the culture bottom up through micro actions, behavioral changes that they are seeing within their particular market or within their particular department. Of course, this program does need to exist with a very strong support and leadership from the senior team as well, but they do have everything in place for them to strive as junior employees as well and to make this change so they are equipped properly. And of course, the tailored careers that I spoke about. What we're trying to do right now within the organization is to understand much better what our employees are trying to achieve within a particular stage of their life and their career. As a result of that, we are working towards banking them into three big territories, whether it's the career drive or balancing your career or stabilizing your career. I'll give you an example. If you're, for example, in your drive phase as an individual, you are specifically focused on your accelerated career growth, you're putting your hand up for very challenging assignments, and potentially there might be globally across BAT organization across the world. You might be having low level of personal or family responsibility, so you're actually prepared to probably put a little bit more of discretionary effort and work a little bit harder on very challenging cross-region projects. So you are in the drive phase. So what does that mean for us as an organization? If we know that, if we have these appropriate conversations with you, we know how to cater to your needs as well, right? For example, on the contrary, if you are in the stability phase, when you are, for example, not mobile, you prefer to stay in the same geography and you have a very high or medium level of responsibility as well, that means that you probably would like to be stretched in this particular location through lateral moves for project work, through something that still makes you sort of stretched, but you don't need necessarily to go above and beyond in terms of your locations and in terms of your personal time and dedication of your personal time to that. That, of course, only works when it's led from the top. And one of the examples that I wanted to show you is how we demonstrated from our senior leaders as well. Instead of having conversations and demonstrating how they build their career from early days towards a general manager, we try to make sure that these conversations are happening through their life stages as well. When they share their personal input, when they share their family situation, what happens with them as personalities, where were they on their career pathway before they got to where they're at, and what sort of sacrifices they potentially had to make, what life stages did they have to go through, and how does it all come together with their personal life as well. That makes them obviously look more personable, and it also helps our employees to sort of ease the load and ease that conversation that they need to have about their career pathway within the BAT group. Now, how do we know that all of these things are working? It's a very good question, and I think every organization is looking at how they can measure things. So, for us, we look at three buckets in terms of measuring our DNI efforts. First of all, as you can see, we benchmark ourselves quite significantly with the external organizations. There are many ways you can do this. You can obviously be part of the industry groups and sort of participate in various researches as well. We also try to make sure that we apply for certain certifications that do have a look at what we are doing and comparing us with others. It gives us two things. Firstly, we can compare ourselves to the best practices and see where exactly we are lacking and what do we need to do better. And it also helps us to foster this conversation with our employees as well, where they can also see how we stack up externally and give us feedback as well. We can also see the results through the numbers. We're big believers that what gets measured gets done within the organization, and DNI being part of our strategy is not exclusive to that as well. So we are tracking quite vigorously and putting plans in place. What has happened with our, for example, female representation or cross-industry hires representation? Do we have enough nationalities represented? Do we making the right choices where we need to when we are developing our people? Do we put the diversity and inclusion lens through everything that we do, be it learning and development or hiring? But these are all great things, but unless we actually see what our employees are saying to us, unless we can feel that, it's very hard for us to understand if things are working. So fresh of hot off the press, literally a couple of weeks ago, we received the results of our biennial Your Voice survey, which is our employee survey that happens globally. And here I'm representing to you the numbers based on 451 responses that we particularly had in the Middle East for BAT. And you can see that there are certain questions that are directly linked to inclusion and inclusivity. And it's important to us that they are all above 85, 80 percentage mark. It's obviously, it speaks something to the sense of accomplishment and fulfillment and belonging. It's the piece on where 86% of our people do feel that they can put different views on the table, and we value different perspectives when we are working together. The score, which is the 85%, is a very important one because it speaks to our line managers. And of course, like in the ideal world, you always want to have the score at 100%, but no one is perfect, and there's something that we need to work towards as well. But 82 is very high. This is when we see that the line managers and the immediate supervisors, they do care about an employee as a whole, as a human being, in the essence of their well-being. And the most important one, specifically very close to my heart as well, is the whole index that measures the sense of belonging that we see. It's the ability to feel that you are part of the team, that you actually belong, and you feel very comfortable being yourself within the organization. So 92% of our Middle Eastern employees stated that they do, in fact, feel as part of the team, which is incredibly important to us as well. So we do measure this on a regular basis through the cross checks as well. And there is sort of the deep understanding of these indices via the comments and the focus groups that we are running as well. Now, no one is perfect. And I know that many of us, particularly in the corporate world, we have been struggling with the diversity, equity, and inclusion equation for quite some time now. Many different things come into play pretty much every year. We are operating in a very accelerated pace in the post COVID environment. And some of the things that we deemed very, very important, they obviously now on the back burner, and we see a very different journey for our employees. There is absolutely no end destination. And fortunately for our employees and for the experience, the bar is being raised pretty much every day externally. So we always need to be mindful of that and be kept on our toes. Of course, we all make mistakes. We absolutely do. And the key here for us is to learn very, very quickly, and for all of our initiatives to be able to iterate and to make sure that we put in place something that is truly effective. And if we put something in place that did not resonate with our people, then obviously we learn from the mistakes, and we go back onto the drawing board as well. And of course, having the right intentions is incredibly important. If we are working towards the DNI strength with the right intention, and most importantly with the full leadership support, most likely we're going to get where we need to be, and hopefully in the time that we are raising for ourselves as well. Right. With this in mind, obviously we don't have too much time to talk about all these topics, but I would like to thank you all for having us during the Inspirathon. I learned a new word for myself as well, Inspirathon, and a big thank you to Matt and the team for having us participating here. Happy to take any questions, and happy to speak to all of you offline as well. And I'm here with Matt and David as well, so if any questions, happy to take them. Hi, David.
Hi, Irina. Thank you very much for this testimonial. I guess that the DUI is also about trust, creating trust within the workplace, and showing loyalty towards your people. I do have one question, if I
Mm,
may. You were talking about an organization where there's many expats coming from
mm,
everywhere, but
mm.
of course you also have your local cultures, your local people.
Yeah.
And if we look at the definition of sustainability or the definitions of DUI, sometimes there might be a friction between what a
Mm,
corporate defines as being inclusive and being right, and what is living in the local cultures. How do you cope with that friction, that
mm,
not
mm.
everybody adheres to our definitions of DEI, and does not see the importance always of DEI as we do? How do you deal with that?
It's a great question, and I think it's a very multifaceted question as well. So we are truly global. I'm actually coming to you from Dubai today, working for BAT in Middle East, but I'm originally from the Australian business of the company. So I've experienced this myself when a couple of years ago I moved to the Middle Eastern part of the world, and I had a lot to learn about the culture and appreciate the culture, how things are done, how things are perceived, and how necessarily you need to communicate because things can be misconstrued. So for us, what's important is for everybody who's joining, be it in another part of the world, we do have the cultural appreciation and orientation even before they land in this geography. This is just for them to know the basics. And then obviously, when they join the organization, we need to make sure that they have not only a coach, a mentor, line manager, but also a buddy, somebody who introduces them into the sort of the cultural patchwork of the organization, how things are done, what people are necessarily can be sensitive about, etc. So this is something that it works as a well-oiled machine for us as well. And to the second part of your question, yes, of course, we do see very different perceptions and definitions of how people understand inclusivity, and what's inclusive for you is not necessarily inclusive for me. For us, it's also very important to set the standards that we do have as an organization, and what are the things that we will stand for, and what are the things that are not tolerated. So we operate on a very sort of mutually agreed ethos definitions, which is around respect, which is around trust, and which is obviously around the sort of the basic appreciation of each and every individual, their religion, where they're coming from, their gender, etc. So a very mixed company. And of course, in some locations it can be a little bit challenging than the others, but mercifully, with the experience that we've got and with the right people in the right roles, we are able to make this sort of work for us.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your contribution. And I'm going to pass the word to Matt. I'm going to disappear as well because I have to go to the General Assembly of the EAPM in Lisbon. And it was a pleasure being here. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Irina. And thank you to the team. So see you in a later moment.
Hi, I'm Barry Foster, and I'm very happy to be with all of you today. Hopefully, we can talk a little bit about an intersection in and amongst several aspects that truly influence the way we work and will work into the future. It really is about an intersection between the overwhelming amount of digital adoption we are doing, to think through which aspects of culture and authenticity can we lift out, but also ultimately thinking about how that influences our experience of ourselves and our organizations, and how we bring ourselves to work, and ultimately how we help organizations to be productive. In an era where things are changing this fast, and we've seen that with the likes of ChatGPT and the amazing exponential growth in usage faster than anything else in history, it really is about a world in which post-COVID, we're not only talking about HR technology, but technologies that are intertwined and interwoven within and the work we do. And ultimately, looking at a way in which organizations might even organize themselves differently, algocratically, with algorithms who help us best decide which people in which groupings could best accomplish which tasks and which objectives. In an age when more of what we do will definitely be automated, so taken away from us, or more importantly, augmented with technology, whether that's AI, whether that's portions of machine learning, or even forms of robotics. And this all happening in a future of work and a future of jobs in this era where we have an exponential change in the way we think of ourselves and the technologies that augment us. But it's also in a time when our traditional thinking of how organizations are structured is changing. And whereas previously we really thought about the core of the organization being the employees, we're moving to an era where there is a core, and the core might actually be the people in your call center, or some of the core people servicing your clients, and then supported by people who provide additive services. Could be your legal department, could be marketing, and those could be services that you're contracting in as and when you require them. Ultimately, those services and other services to augment what you do down to contracting. But not thinking of these various groups as being separate from your organization, all of them being part of your thinking in terms of skills, in terms of health and safety, in terms of motivating a workforce to help you achieve your goals. And in all of those cases, it's important to think of this continuum of people being part and parcel of your organization. But it has real implications in how we think about the people, and not thinking about people being conscripted to your organization, but being there as volunteers. So in this era of change, I think there are a few themes and forces really changing the way we work, and the way we interact with one another in the workplace. One key one, and I've been watching the Rugby World Cup, is just to look at the number of people from various countries now playing for other countries and other teams. And I think that's indicative of a world in which we are not only bound by the country or by an organization, and we should see higher levels of mobility. A real movement away from thinking about people in terms of a job and a title, to thinking about skills as being the key currency of people and organizations. Higher levels of digital adoption, which we'll talk about a little bit later. An increase in the need for people who show up authentically as leaders. Deeper thought, less superficial about what well-being is really like, and ultimately rethinking what the workplace is and means for all of us. Let's start a little bit with well-being. In in this world that we are living in, well-being isn't a perhaps and sometimes choice. It is something which is key to the way we think about all of our employees. And if you look at the statistics or just the picture on your screen, 75 out of 100, so 75% of employees require some kind of support to just foster a mental wellness, whereas 24 require real and deeper support, and have needs from counseling to psychotherapy, with at least one in the 100 requiring real mental wellness support for their own acute needs. And this just brings us to the fact that it's not a choice, but it is now embedded, because we know if we are able to support people from a well-being perspective, we can have a more productive, hopefully happier, and sound workforce that experiences themselves and the workplace very differently. But that brings me to the next point. I think post-COVID, we're still really struggling with whether we should be going back to work or not, and what that means, and what do we do when we are in a physical space with one another. And I thought, just facetiously to a point, just look at some of the McKinsey research around what management would want and what employees want. And if we look pre-pandemic, management wanted and believed that the primary place of work should be, 92% of them indicated that they probably think 4 days plus would be a reasonable amount of time that people would spend at work. If you look at it still, the indication is that at least 2 to 4 days is in excess of 80%. But if you look at what employees would want and their preferences, they probably want a flexible work model in which in excess of 50% of their time is split in some kind of hybrid fashion, with a little bit on fully remote, and a little bit at the office, but probably more related to being able to make a choice dependent on their life requirements. And so if we think about the first piece on wellness, allowing people the freedom to make those choices, but also supporting them therein. The question then is if people do want a hybrid workplace, what do they want in addition? And it's really interesting. People not only want to be able to make those choices, but on the other hand, and perhaps a little bit counterintuitively, also want to be within organizations that are driven by a purpose to which they can attach themselves. Not only that, they want to be able to attach themselves to a purpose, but also work with fellow co-workers who are people they'd like to surround themselves with. And ultimately, and most importantly, also be in an organization where they will be rewarded and respected for the work they do. Not only remunerated, but I think most importantly, recognized and respected. And this is in a work where people will not only be known for their titles or their occupations, but really we're moving into a stage where jobs will change, and where we'll probably have, as John Boudreau indicates in his book, work without jobs, really thinking about a new operating system in which we elevate skill and capability above the title and the occupation as such. As Alan Jope indicates, jobs should be made redundant, but not people. But that also requires an intense focus on reskilling and upskilling our workforces. In that world, and as we start accelerating the adoption of more digital technologies, I think it's always a good thing to also think about the amount of money that we spend, the investments we are making, and how successful we are in doing so, and what the efficacy thereof is. So if you think about it, we've just said we have this new world where skills are important, but where do we need to build the skills? If you look at what we're spending on digital adoption, estimations by the likes of Udacity is that it's in the region of $6.8 trillion by 2024. But much of that will be wasted, and it will be wasted because people do not have the skills to fully utilize the technology that they have at hand. And I think therein lies some of what we need to give attention to. So we know that 40% of workers will require reskilling in the next 6 months or less. And we know that management and the leaders in our organizations expect people to pick up some of those skills and do so quickly. And some of those skills could be not only technical skills, but critical thinking, problem solving, the ability to learn, the ability to show grit in the face of adversity, the ability to be flexible. And in building that, I think we need to start thinking about what and where all of that fits in terms of the various digital disruptions and changes we've seen. I think originally, when we were in the early 2000s, it was really about an adaptation and an adoption of small tools, so digital tools that we used for websites or apps and communication and CRM. And you saw that especially in commerce and in some areas, so the likes of Walmart or Amazon.com, and in retail. And really, we've seen a piece around transformation, which is about the consumption of many more things, whether that's Uber or Netflix or Spotify, and then a disruption in the way that we've perceived things to work. So telemedicine or Disney Plus. But really, we're going into a new phase into which there could be complete disruption in the way we think about a value chain. So in terms of online pharmacies, or using the use of Bitcoin, but not only using blockchain for Bitcoin, but also using it for blockchaining credentials and medical records, and making sure that people have ownership of those. And in these, trying to think through which skills people need to have to be able not only work within these environments, but to be very productive and being able to truly add value. That also says something about what HR needs to do. And HR often thinks about the processes and the things they need to do, and the peoples and the systems. And I would broadly refer to that as the HR strategy and drives. But not only do they need to do that, but they also need to make sure that they bring together both the workforce and the workplace into an overarching people strategy. And what does that mean? I would want to put at the center of that strategy a focus on and a renewed thinking of what it is to create an experience. And we've spoken about this. We've spoken about the factors like culture. We've spoken about the importance of learning in the fast-changing world. We've quickly looked at well-being. But thinking of experience not as superficial, but truly bringing together all of those aspects. And a colleague of mine and I worked on a formula around this, and saying that employee experience is a combination, a multiplication of organizations that have a positive culture, that is attentive to people well-being, multiplied by organizations where learning and learning agility is at the forefront of what the organization is about. And let's think a little bit about this. On the one hand, we know that experience is important, but probably we've underestimated the full importance. And if we think about what the goal is of experience, it is not superficial, but it is helping people to do their best and be their best. And in doing so, the outflow is a 5 times increase in people's sense of belonging, their ability to engage with the organization, and the organization being able to retain them, an ability to adapt, but ultimately an ability to innovate effectively, and therefore enabling us to be part and parcel of the organization in a deeper fashion than we could before. And as we talk about the positive culture as being part and parcel of the experience, it's not a simple matter. It's not a question of just making superficial changes. It is truly tapping into the culture of an organization, doing that in a fashion to be able to support, but also accelerate transformation. And I think most importantly, trying to understand that it is not only trying to think in new ways, but it is doing it in a way where we start changing behavior, in the way where it's easier to act your way into a new way of thinking than thinking your way into a new way of acting. Let me say that again. It's easier to act your way into a new way of thinking than thinking your way into a new way of acting. Meaning that it is important for organizations to start embedding those new habits and actions as an accelerator for more new habits and actions. When we think about this and we think about how we need to think about experience, and we've spoken about it in terms of culture, in terms of learning, and in terms of well-being, it's also important to think of the metrics that we'll start using to measure this, and do this not only at a superficial level, but at a deeper level. And one sees some of that happening within some of the measurements, the World Economic Forum, and some of the measuring stakeholder capitalism and finding common metrics. But I think what we're trying to do is to understand which of those metrics are truly contributing to fairer and more authentic workplaces in which people can thrive. Thrive in such a way that we also understand what the future could look like, being able to plan for that from an overall skills point of view, and helping our employees build those skills from an overall learning agility point of view. To the point that we're not only able to talk about this, but on the flip side, also being able to produce deeper information for our organizations to understand the investment in people in a way similar to financial statements, having a total workforce statement that tells us what the value of our people are, that tells us how much we've contributed, that tells us how people are experiencing our organizations, to the point that that is as important as the financial statements looked at by stakeholders, by shareholders, and overseen by the board. Ultimately, and I'd like to quote Brené Brown on this, we really have this movement from muscles. So the 1800s and the 1900s, the industrial age, which was an era of muscle, where it was about strength and physical stamina, moving into the era of brains, which is about analytics and raw intelligence, but really moving to an era of heart. An era which is about our experience and our ability to focus on and work with people, and understanding the wisdom, the empathy, and the heart that underlies what we do with and for each other. Thank you very much for myself. Hope you have a lovely day, and hope we connect soon.
Hello, and thank you, David, and welcome everyone to London as part of the Inspiring Workplaces Inspirathon. I'm Natasha Asher-Relf and your host for the next hour and a half. I'm so excited to be here with you today to deliver local knowledge and help to give the Inspiring Workplaces global community the much needed inspiration, knowledge and connections to change your world through the world of work and create your own inspiring workplaces in 2024 and beyond. This 24-hour global workplace Inspirathon is being hosted live, but it's also being recorded and will be made available on demand. So don't forget to ask questions and share your thoughts in the comments section throughout the talks. So back to where we are now, here in the UK. We've got a fantastic lineup of speakers, which we're really excited to bring to you. Our first speakers are Hannah Thoresby, Creative Director, and Kathy Phillips, Head of Consultancy at H&H, which is an internal communications and employee experience agency. I'm also part of the team at H&H, so just wanted to take a moment to give a shout out to our creative team for the videos that are playing in between the talks. They're awesome. So on to Hannah and Kathy. They're going to be talking about all things flexible working. It's a hot topic and it often ranks highly, if not top, in employee surveys about desired work perks. And the science and stats back up the argument for employees to have more choice, flexibility and time away from the work environment. And at H&H, we're big fans of behavioural science. However, we do understand it's not an option that will work in every organisation. And for us, as a client servicing organisation, the balance has to be bang on. During the session, Hannah and Kathy will share insights about how we've embraced a range of flexible working patterns and the key learnings from our ongoing 9-day fortnight trial, including how we decided what was the right fit for us, what we've learned so far, as well as a few pointers for those of you considering your own flexible working journey. So let's get into this. Over to Hannah.
Thank you, Tash. Very kind. So let's dive right in. Let's talk flexible working. Well, flexible working has been proven. Let me show you some of the stats here. It's been proven to increase innovation by a huge 14%. It ramps up positive perceptions of culture by 36% and reduces burnout by 22%. Stanford found that people felt they were 7% more productive working at home than in the office. And a recent study, thank you Gallup, revealed that more than 9 in 10 employees prefer the option to work from home either exclusively or as a hybrid arrangement. So it's great for business. It's valued by employees. Clearly then, this is not something we can or should ignore. Which is why I was so surprised when Elon Musk at X and leaders at Zoom, whose own video conferencing platform actually benefits from a remote working situation, insisted that their people hot-foot it back to the office for at least a few days a week. But here at H&H, we've continued to embrace remote working. Every H&Her is welcome to work from home up to 100% of the time if they want to. And it's proven hugely popular, and we've managed to make it a success, enabling us to build a team of 45 talented creatives located across the UK, across Scotland, and even Budapest. Working collaboratively, producing work at pace to an incredibly high standard every day, whilst enjoying flexi time in a 9-day fortnight. We're going to share with you today the secrets that we believe has made that possible and the lessons, very, very valuable lessons that we've learned along the way. So here are 2 scenarios. I'd love you to listen out carefully and see if there are aspects to this that you can relate to from your working day. Your alarm goes off at 7 a.m. You have to leave the house at 8 a.m. to battle the traffic to arrive at your desk for 9. Any later, and there will be questions from your manager, who's keeping an eye on what time everyone walks through the door. Later for lunch, your only option is the local sandwich shop because you only get 30 minutes and anything else takes too long. Back at your desk, the long afternoon starts and your post-lunch slump kicks in around 3 o'clock. You know this is your least productive time, but at last it's 5 o'clock, your energy's back just in time to take on the rush hour commute to get back home. Any of that sound familiar? Well, how about this one? Your alarm goes off at 7 a.m. You throw your gym gear on and head out for a crisp early morning run. The fresh air helps you work through your priorities for the day ahead, and the endorphins spark ideas for projects that you're working on. Back home, you prepare breakfast, catch up with the news, and then you get showered and changed. You log on to work from your home office about 9:30 a.m. With quality time to focus, you get pressing deadline over the line in style before joining a couple of virtual meetings. You grab lunch at your desk, and in the afternoon you go watch your son run the egg and spoon race at his school sports day. After which you decide, I'll swing by the office, I'll catch up with a couple of colleagues in person. And the return home at 6:30 p.m. is quick and easy as it's relatively quiet on the roads. So I'm sure you'll relate to some aspects of either both or one of those more than others. You're possibly somewhere in the middle. That's because they represent the two styles of working. One's very rigid and the other's more flexible. What flexibility does, of course, is it puts more control in the hands of the employee to manage their time, the structure of the day, the priorities they work on, and where they work, which we believe is incredibly important. Baked into the culture at H&H, and always has been, is the fact that we enjoy autonomy and we enjoy ownership. We choose to avoid pages and pages of policies and procedures, and we don't do micromanaging. Instead, we trust everyone to make the decisions that benefit our clients and benefit the agency, not just individuals. And that includes where and when they work. There's no one size fits all, of course. What brings out the best in one may not work for another. We all know that some people are night owls, other people are early morning birds. And that's why we've embraced flexible working. We want everyone to be able to bring their best self to work in whatever way makes that happen. So giving the people the freedom to work when they're feeling that they're most productive results in better quality of output in less time. And when you're doing your best work, we all know we can feel happy, we feel fulfilled. As I said, we're big advocates of flexible working, and in fact, we've embraced a range of the benefits over the years. They include flexi time, as I've just said, letting people choose when their working day starts and ends. Compressed hours, reallocating those contract hours into fewer and longer blocks. Kathy's going to touch upon this with a 9-day fortnight shortly. We offer part-time working for some of our team. And we also offer fully remote or hybrid working from home all of the time, or a mix of office and home, but no rules as to when or how often. You know, looking back, it's funny. We were reflecting on this. It's funny because we actually offered flexi time before the pandemic. We were all able to take advantage of that. But most of the team stuck with a traditional 9-to-5 routine in the office, myself included. But when COVID hit, of course, the rapid switch to remote working, the switch to remote working for us went fairly smoothly, which I attribute to the fact that we were already using video conferencing tools. So that was surprisingly quick. But then home working in lockdown meant juggling childcare, homeschooling, shopping for elderly relatives and fighting over loo rolls in the supermarket aisles, along with the occasional bouts of COVID, of course. And suddenly flexi-time working really did come into its own. For many, it was a lifesaver, and for the agency, it was an eye-opener. Because we were used to jostling around a flip chart, clutching Sharpies, covering everything with post-it notes, and mostly between the hours of 9 and 5. But suddenly, there was no flip chart. At least not one with scores of people around it anymore in the same place. So the likes of Mural quickly became our online equivalent. And then there was the plethora of different people's working hours to get used to. And this was the true test of flexible working. How could we continue producing awesome stuff efficiently whilst allowing people to work as and when they could? It very quickly became apparent to us that it wasn't just about the tools. It wasn't about the platforms or the technology, although of course they're very important. What stood out as being critically more important was the evolution of our mindset and culture. Our core values remained as relevant as ever, but there were other behaviours becoming just as critical. First up of those was trust. Now, I've heard business owners openly admit that they wouldn't offer or don't offer home working because they believe people get very little done. They claim that they would spend their time doing the vacuuming, shopping online for new threads, or checking out their Insta instead. But we truly believe that results matter more than where or when we work, and that everyone needs to take ownership of their contribution. So at H&H, we trust our people. We treat them as adults, as reliable professionals who take pride in their work. And they, in turn, they act with integrity, they deliver, they act responsibly. And there has been a couple of occasions or times where this trust hasn't quite worked two ways, but we haven't let those rare occasions spoil it for the rest of the team. Because autonomy on this level comes with greater responsibility. With remote working, people need to apply discipline, self-control, and we know that not everybody thrives in this situation, but that's why we recruit the people that we do. Ultimately, we're a team of creatives who collaborate. We can't just come and go as we please. We need to work together. So being thoughtful, considerate, and mindful of how our chosen working patterns can impact on others also started to become behaviours we really valued. Small decisions every day started having a big knock-on effect for other members of the team. For example, some find that working in an evening is the best time to get the peace and quiet they need to concentrate. But when they share their work, post questions, comments, or feedback, their teammates have often, by then, done a full day's work and are trying to relax and unwind. So how do we protect precious downtime? For those preferring to start at 7 a.m., say, and finish at 3 p.m., who deals with client requests or deadlines that land after they've gone? When people head off for 2 hours to enjoy the school play or endure, depends on your perspective, and there's a deadline looming, who makes sure it's honoured? All interesting conundrums, and we worked as a team to unpick them. In response, we all agreed to be virtually present between the hours of 10 a.m. and 3 p.m, which made life much easier when planning team and client meetings. We streamlined our comms channels to minimise the deluge of information coming our way as we logged on and off. We cleared more clutter by stripping back our teams groups to the bare minimum. Because like us, you've no doubt lost a document and your mind in the ether that is the team's chats and channels. And we started using notifications and tagging to flag urgent messages so that people were alerted, even if they weren't at the desks. This leads me on to the third and final behaviour that we all started to appreciate. And that's being diligent and transparent about your working hours in any one day. Using diaries, status updates, calendar entries to let people know exactly when you're going to be around. Such clarity makes a massive difference when you work as a team and you rely on each other. It means you're not left hanging by someone who may or may not turn up, and you can plan around it. And we all agreed, and I'm sure you will too, that status messages like "gone to lunch" back in 30 minutes were utterly confusing, as no one knew exactly when that had even started. And as I share these, it strikes me how common sense they may sound, but these small things made a huge difference to flexible working, our flexible working experience. It now means we have H&Hs who hop on their bike at 3 p.m. to clear their head, visit the gym after the morning school run, or pop out for lunch to check in on Auntie Ethel because she's normally asleep by 5 o'clock. Or they can walk their dog before the sun disappears in winter. They may even be heading off to a reunion at a water park. I mean, who cares? Good on them. The key point here is that as long as our people are nailing their commitments at H&H, excuse me, what they do in their spare time is entirely up to them. Because what's more important is that happier, healthier people tend to produce better ideas more often, deliver better quality work, and have a much more positive outlook. So feeling chuffed that we'd successfully integrated true flexibility and managed to make it work, we then turned our attention to the 4-day week trial that was doing the rounds in the UK at that time. And I'm going to hand over to Kathy to hear more about how that went for us.
Thanks, Han. Morning, everybody. As Hannah said, we absolutely watched with interest as the trial for the 4-day working week rolled out across the UK. And I would say it's certainly something we continue to aspire to. But the reality is, as an agency, it's only really going to become an option for us when those working patterns are mirrored by our clients' working patterns. So we wanted to not just wait for that to happen, but to look for alternatives. Other ways we could offer people a meaningful period of time away from the office while still balancing that productivity and client experience. So we felt that the 9-day fortnight was actually the best fit for us, and we decided to give it a go. So the 9-day fortnight isn't new, but it is gaining traction rapidly. Hayes, the UK recruitment firm, did a survey between April and May this year of almost 3,500 employees. And 68% of UK professionals would be keen to work for firms offering this policy. And that increases to 72% when you look at younger professionals between the ages of around 20 and 39. So with that in mind, we began a 6-month trial in June this year. So during this session, I just want to share some of our experiences from shaping and testing that new way of working, what we've learned along the way, and some of the headlines and feedback from our recent agency-wide survey, which looked at the outcomes and impacts so far, both for participants, but also, importantly, non-participants. It's only really giving us early indications of its impact, so we'll be running it again before the end of the trial, just to see how things have changed over time. But firstly, what is a 9-day fortnight? There's a range of approaches out there. Some organisations take a blanket approach with everybody taking part. Others include reducing working hours, and some provide set non-working days, quite often a Friday. But let me tell you about the approach we've adopted. So for our trial, participants are working the equivalent hours of a full-time employee over 2 weeks, Monday to Friday. The difference is that for someone working the 9-day fortnight, they work those hours over 9 longer working days rather than 10, which enables them to have 1 non-working day in the second week. And to make sure the trial was equitable for everyone, we also had to recalculate annual leave based on those longer days. Otherwise, trial participants would end up with a higher holiday allowance. So much the same as part-time working, we had to prorata people's leave. When we opened up the trial, around 50% of the agency signed up for the new working pattern. So we feel like we're getting some pretty robust feedback on how this could work in practice. We've used 4 buckets of measures to design and track the success of the trial. Clearly, we want to know what's the impact on our ability to look after our clients. How do we manage operationally to make sure the agency continues to run effectively? What's been the impact on productivity? And most importantly, what's it doing for people's well-being? Again, both for participants and non-participants. So having set the working pattern, the first thing that we learned was that although in principle it's quite a simple concept, implementation isn't that straightforward, particularly not in the agency environment. We had to consider that many of our colleagues are client-facing. They work in dedicated teams based around our clients and also support their colleagues in the same specialism as them, for example, creative, copy or consultancy. So we needed to make sure we could accommodate everyone's non-working day while still having enough resource to look after our clients and have adequate cover across our skill sets. And I can tell you that is not an easy task. But we managed to find a solution. Our trialists have a non-working day on either a Tuesday, Wednesday or Thursday. And we've split the non-working days over the fortnight, which means half our trialists are working their week 1 pattern of 5 days, while the other half are working their week 2 pattern of 4 days and vice versa. We also mapped participants across the client and operational teams across the 2 weeks to make sure both were covered. And what we found is that gives us plenty of scope to manage the resource from both sides. Now, you might be wondering why we didn't include Mondays and Fridays in the mix. That was a really conscious and deliberate decision for us. Firstly, we wanted to ring fence 2 days where there was time for meetings where everybody is available. Then Monday is our huddle day. And as Hannah said, our culture is really important to us and our ways of working. On a Monday, everyone joins a 60-minute all-hands call. We take it in turns to own that session and act as host, and we learn and talk together, and we absolutely wanted to protect that time. And Friday, a number of factors come into play. One, it's often deadline day for our client work. It's that natural end to the week where things need to be completed. So it kind of makes sense that we've got everybody available to work on that. It's also, as you would expect, a really popular day for annual leave. And so it's important that those who are working a 5-day week have as much opportunity to take time away to rest and recharge. So we needed to make sure we had adequate resourcing for everybody to be able to benefit from that. And finally, it's back to our principle of equality. We absolutely knew that Friday would be a popular choice for trialists, the day everybody would want as their non-working day. And that would mean some people being disappointed as they couldn't all be off on the same day. So now to the important part. One of the principles of the trial was around having a robust set of metrics so we could properly evaluate its success. So we were looking to explore that impact on our clients and operational management. Could we continue to look after both? Would it have an impact on our ability to work collaboratively? Can't get my teeth in. Collaboratively, because as Han says, that's a key part of our agency life. The impact on productivity. Would it take time for people to get back up to speed after a non-working day? And would colleagues be supportive of other colleagues working in this way? So what have we found? Well, those taking part in the trial are generally very happy with their experience. As you would expect, those not taking part were more neutral, but for the most part didn't feel they were impacted by the new working pattern. But how colleagues were relating to each other through this trial was really interesting. There is no sign of resentment. Rather, some colleagues seem more worried about those in the opposite camp than they do about themselves. Those taking part in the trial feel some guilt about being out of the office when others are working, even though they are working the same number of hours. And those who aren't part of the trial worry that the compressed hours working days are too long and pressurised for trialists, or that they might end up working on their non-working day. I like to think that's a kind of symptom of our culture and the way we all look out for each other. Then we looked at impact on people's well-being. Do people like this working pattern? Are they feeling more productive and more rested? In terms of overall satisfaction for trialists, it certainly seems convenient on a personal level. But the most surprising outcome from the research so far is that they don't notice any real impact on well-being or productivity, either positively or negatively. Now, it might be that this first piece of research is just too early for people to properly evaluate this, but it's absolutely something we're going to watch with interest. We're midway through the trial now, so we'll wait and see if that dial begins to shift as it progresses. But alongside the key metrics, we also gathered additional feedback around the structure. And the challenges people expressed were probably quite predictable. Compressed hours don't suit everyone. Some aren't able to do them either physically or due to other commitments. Others could, but really don't like the idea. Some taking part in the trial find the longer days hard going. And we've seen that play out. The 9-day model does not work for everyone. Some prefer a different kind of flexibility, and 2 of our trialists, myself included, have actually decided to revert back to the 5-day working week. We had some early teething problems as people got to grips with who was in and who was out. And as Han said, that crystal clear transparency using things like status messages has really helped with that. For some trialists, the feedback is the midweek non-working day can make the week feel too stop-start. And as we expected, there is that common desire for Fridays to be included. Overall, most are happy with their decision. 90% would want to continue after the trial, and 20% of non-participants would also consider it in future. So all things considered, there seems to be considerable support for continuing this once the trial comes to an end. So what are our learnings that we can share? If you're thinking about implementing something similar, these would be our key takeaways. The secret to a successful 9-day fortnight or any other pattern of flexi work is customization. No one working pattern will prove effective for every organisation. So take the principles of things like the 9-day fortnight and align it with your company's requirements. Test and learn. Understanding the potential effects of the 9-day fortnight on your company is really critical. We're a relatively small agency and we wanted to test our version at scale. But for larger organisations, you might want to consider a smaller group of volunteers so you can gather that employee feedback and track productivity without experiencing too much disruption on a larger scale. Be really clear on what you want to achieve, measure that impact, and be ready to tweak your approach based on the results. And finally, never underestimate the influence of culture on the success of any flexible working. Your organisational culture and processes have to support this shift to allow people to fully benefit from flexible working. Our experience has shown that if you have a culture of trust, responsibility, and transparency, you'll absolutely be able to embrace flexible working patterns that will work for everyone. Thank you.
Oh, that was great. Thank you both. I'm a trialist and loving it. But I don't think we have any questions or comments at the moment. But I do think anyone listening will have found that super interesting, especially if they're curious about doing something similar. So yeah, thank you both. And then we'll be starting again at 9:30 with Martina Quinn. Hello. Our next speaker is Martina Quinn, founder and managing director at Alice Public Relations, an award-winning public relations agency headquartered in Dublin, Ireland. Alice's purpose is to create change that makes Ireland and the world a better place. Since the company was established in 2015, it has devised and managed successful campaigns on gender equality, LGBTQ+ rights, integration and anti-racism initiatives, reproductive rights, access to education and employment, climate action, and much more. While Alice's external purpose is focused on improving the world, the company has a complementary internal purpose, which is to provide Alice employees with secure, sustainable career paths, whilst ensuring they can lead happy, fulfilling lives. Alice was recognised in the top 25 workplaces in the EMEA region in the 2023 Inspiring Workplaces Awards, as well as in the global top 100. Martina's talk, Building and Promoting Your Employer Brand, will share her insights on employer branding, including how to build an authentic and impactful brand and how to promote your brand to attract talent and grow your business. So, welcome, Martina.
Thank you very much. And as was just said, I am going to start today by talking to you about building and promoting your employer brand. And I'm going to use the story of Alice and my own personal experiences to do that. So let's start at the very beginning. Here I am back in April 2015. I'm conscious that I'm speaking to a very global audience today, so I thought I'd choose a photograph with a very typical Irish backdrop to mark the occasion. You can almost see the 40 shades of green here that we're famous for. This photo was taken on a hike near where I grew up in County Tipperary. I didn't realise it at the time, but I was about to make one of the bravest decisions of my life, to leave the PR agency where I'd worked for almost a decade and strike out on my own. When I did that a few months later, I had no business plan. I had only my final month's salary to live on. And in the first few weeks of working for myself, I managed to both smash my brand new laptop and lose all of the contacts from my mobile phone, business and media and political contacts that I'd built up over many years. So for about 6 months after those first two fiascos, I worked mostly from my kitchen table. And this was long before COVID, before working from home became somewhat fashionable. Luckily, I became busy quite quickly. And within a few months, I hired people as part-time contractors. I needed to bring in others to work with me to meet demand. And then in early 2016, I hired my first full-time employee. Throughout this period, I had very little time for branding. After a few months, I did invest in getting a logo designed, and I set up some social media channels to promote Alice. But we were operating for well over a year before we had the time to build a proper website for the company, and I certainly wasn't thinking about building our brand as an employer at that time. Now, fast forward to 2023, and here I am just last month with most of my Alice colleagues. We've grown to over 20 team members over the past 8 years. We've opened an office in Belfast as well as in Dublin. And we've worked with really interesting clients on some really important campaigns and won quite a few awards along the way, including, as mentioned, the Inspiring Workplaces accolade earlier this year. One of the things that I'm most proud of amongst all our achievements, however, is the way that our employees feel about Alice. That first full-time team member who I mentioned, who joined me back in early 2016, she's still with us. That's her at the back of this photograph, dressed all in black in the middle. In fact, we're very lucky in relation to retention levels in general. A quarter of all of our employees have been with us since our first year in business, and 2/3 have been with the company for 4 years or more. In our most recent survey of employees, which was conducted independently and anonymously, of course, 100% of the team said they were satisfied with Alice compared to other places that they've worked. 91% said they feel valued at work, and the same proportion said they would reapply for their job if given the chance. When people join Alice, they tend to talk about our culture and values as a huge draw. When we recruit, we get significantly higher numbers of quality applicants than others in our sector. And even when people leave us in their exit interviews and feedback, they typically talk about how much they enjoyed their time with us and valued the workplace culture we've created. One of our long-serving team members, Emily Brennan, very sadly finished up with us just in recent weeks. And this is a post that she shared on LinkedIn summarising her experience of working with Alice for 7 years. So I feel very lucky to say we have built a strong employer brand. But why am I here this morning? What advice can I offer companies that want to do the same thing? Well, my number one piece of advice is to be authentic. Your workplace culture will not be attractive. It will not feel real. It will not have longevity unless it is grounded in authenticity. So as leaders in your workplace, think about what matters to you and what matters to your stakeholders, and then convey that in a credible and authentic way. At Alice, in the early days, because we were a startup company, our company culture evolved in a very organic way. I'm not a formal person. I like to have fun at work. I use bad language more than I should. I socialize with my work colleagues and clients, and some of my best friends are people who I've met through work over the years. But I also have a very serious side. I'm a stickler for standards. I like people to always do the best work they can and to take huge pride in their work, no matter how trivial the task. I want to work with people who will help each other out during the most busy and stressful times, who care about their teammates and aren't just out for themselves. And I want to do work that matters, that makes a positive change in the world. So all of those influences gradually seeped into the company culture at Alice. In the early days, I was the person literally writing all the social media content and responding to all recruitment and new business queries. So of course, the tone of voice and working style and culture we developed was very heavily influenced by me as the company founder. Over time then, as we moved out of our startup phase, I was able to think not just about the sort of workplace that I wanted to create, but also the sort of workplace that my growing team deserved. My point here is that to be authentic, you need to consider not only what matters to the company's owners or leadership team, but also what matters to your employees. What are their interests and likes and dislikes, and how can you accommodate those in a reasonable way at work? In our case, we have a young and very politically minded workforce. We work on progressive communications campaigns, so we tend to attract employees with quite liberal views. They are supportive of LGBTQ+ rights, for example. They do not tolerate sexism or racism or ableism or classism, and it's important to them that their workplace reflects their progressive views. So we are outspoken about our support for causes such as LGBTQ+ rights, gender equality, and anti-racism initiatives. We hold team events to mark International Women's Day, Pride, and so on. But we also make sure that we support those causes year-round. So to take LGBTQ+ rights, for example, here we are marking Pride in different years. But then here we are also, long after the Pride season has passed, sponsoring the galas and award ceremony for the LGBTQ+ community and taking a table at the Rainbow Ball, a fundraiser in support of young queer people. We also provide pro bono PR support to a trans rights group, and we work with other LGBTQ+ groups, offering them discounted rates. One of our clients, LGBT Ireland, recently ran an Empowering Anthems campaign as part of National Coming Out Day, where they invited people to share songs and music that makes them feel empowered, and then to make a donation to support their work. And as a team, we had great fun creating an Alice playlist to support that campaign, backed up, of course, by a financial donation. So we are demonstrating our authenticity to our team members. We don't just say we support liberal causes, we go out there and actively support them in very real, tangible, and visible ways. Not all companies, of course, will be comfortable supporting progressive causes so publicly, or they might not have the freedom to do so. Indeed, it might not even be authentic for you to do so. But your employee engagement can most certainly be authentic without having to be political. My next piece of advice in relation to your employer brand is to make sure it is truly aligned with your purpose and values. What I'm talking about here is avoiding greenwashing or rainbow washing or paying lip service to causes or values that really do not reflect the true position of your company. Employees are way too savvy and way too cynical nowadays to fall for that. And indeed, so are consumers. We can all now see very quickly through shallow value propositions. Employer branding cannot happen in a silo. It needs to be fully integrated with your business strategy and the actions you are taking to achieve that strategy. And your employer brand should mirror and complement your consumer brand and vice versa, because they should both be firmly underpinned by your purpose and values. So, for example, you can't expect to attract and retain talent by talking about your green credentials if in reality you're involved in activities that are contributing to the climate emergency. Or you can't expect your employees to enthusiastically join you in marking International Women's Day if you have a long-standing gender pay gap. There have been some well-documented examples of companies who have gotten this wrong. I don't know if any of you listening have come across an Instagram influencer called Venetia Lamana. She campaigns against fast fashion and has over 220,000 followers. She constantly calls out fashion brands for their hypocrisy. Here you can see images from her Instagram feed from the 9th of March, the day after International Women's Day, when she called out the fashion brands Pretty Little Things and Boohoo for marking International Women's Day, despite the fact that they don't pay their female garment workers a fair wage. Another example of a brand whose public proclamations contradicted their actions is Innocent Drinks. They were accused of greenwashing after running an ad that linked buying their smoothies to helping to save the environment. An advocacy group called Plastics Rebellion led a campaign against their ad, and it was eventually banned by the UK's Advertising Standards Authority as it was deemed to be misleading. How do you think that made employees of Innocent Drinks feel? And imagine the consequences for recruitment as well as employee retention. If you're thinking of applying for a job now with Innocent Drinks and you Google the company, these are the sorts of articles that you'll see. In an era where we're hearing more and more about how Gen Z want jobs with purpose, it's not going to leave a good impression on potential new hires if your company has been publicly called out for this type of hypocritical behaviour. These are very large-scale examples of corporate hypocrisy, but this can also happen at a much smaller scale too. So imagine if your employer brand emphasises how welcoming a workplace you are and how fairly you treat all employees. But then someone new joins and they experience bullying and harassment. And when they go and report that, their claim is dismissed as frivolous. That's a massive disconnect between what you're saying publicly and how you're behaving behind closed doors. So above all else, be honest and ensure everything you're saying, both in relation to employer branding and consumer PR, is backed up by what you're doing as a company. I'm conscious I'm focusing quite a lot on progressive causes here, and they might not necessarily apply to all workplaces. Your company might not be trying to change the world or to combat sexism or to halt the climate crisis. And that's okay. If your end goal is really just about expansion into new markets or generating more profit or any other commercial concerns, that's understandable. Just be upfront about that and find a way to communicate your employer brand that stays true to your core business strategy. As part of this, take some time to develop and refine your purpose and values. And once you've done that, revisit them every few years to make sure they still fit where you are as a company. We did a really interesting exercise at Alice last year where we reviewed our value proposition and redefined it. And as part of that, we updated our values and how we articulate them. As was mentioned in the introduction, our purpose as a company is to create change that makes Ireland and the world a better place. We do that by delivering ambitious communications campaigns for our clients, and we only work with clients that match our purpose and our values, that are committed to doing good in the world. So we tend to work with organisations that are tackling homelessness, for example, or addressing the climate emergency, supporting migrants and promoting integration, or offering training and education opportunities for all. While our external purpose is focused on improving the world, we do have that complementary internal purpose, which is to provide our employees with secure, sustainable career paths while ensuring they can lead happy and fulfilling lives. Because of the type of work we do and the type of clients we work with, we have to be really, really conscious of living our values. We can't go out there and proclaim to all and sundry that we are a values-driven company with honesty at our core, and then be shown to have acted unethically in any way. Or we can't say that we're happy to partner with trade unions and human rights organisations, and then be shown to pay our employees below the going rates. So we do lots of things to ensure our values are meaningful and our employees really buy into them in tangible ways. We have worked them into our performance review process, for example. We have visible representations of our values in our physical office spaces, and we use them to guide key business decisions, like whether we'll take on a new client or whether a potential new recruit is the right fit for the business. The next point that I want to touch on in relation to building a strong employer brand is the need to be flexible. Since our establishment, so again, well before COVID-19, we have offered flexible hours and remote working. In the early days of Alice, this allowed me to work with people I wanted to work with in ways that, as a startup, I could afford. So remember I spoke about working from my kitchen table and getting busy very quickly. Well, at that time, there were a few people on my radar who were available for part-time work. They had family commitments that meant they didn't want to work full-time hours, and they didn't necessarily want to work in a city centre office. So I started offering them contract work. And over the years, some of those people joined the team on a permanent basis. And they're now really key senior members of Team Alice, but they would never, ever have worked for us in the first place if we hadn't been able to provide flexibility. The COVID-19 pandemic obviously unleashed a whole new world of flexibility for employees. But there is talk in many quarters now of employers wanting their teams back in the office more and more. And I think that's something we should be very careful about. You can't grant people new perks and embed them over a period of 2 years as a normal part of working life and then roll back on them. Employers who come down really heavy on this will, I think, find it increasingly difficult to recruit and retain staff, and their employer brands will suffer as a result. Flexibility, of course, isn't just about remote working. It's really about respecting the fact that your team members have lives outside of work. So don't be rigid about time off to attend family events or to go to medical appointments or to look after personal business. And don't be rigid about start and end times for the working day. At Alice, we have flexible start and end times, and we encourage employees to finish by lunchtime every Friday, provided they've gotten through their week's work. Some of our employees, myself included, have very young children. So it maybe suits us best to do some work in the early mornings, and then after the kids have gone to bed, we might log on again later in the evenings to get things finished up. It suits others to start later in the day and to work right through. And that's fine, so long as everyone is getting their work done and showing up for the events and meetings that they need to be at. That brings me on nicely to my next point, which is to trust your employees. Over the course of my lifetime, technology has completely transformed how we all do our jobs. As I've just been saying, it has lessened the need for people to commute every day to a physical office. It has made it possible to join a meeting in London when you're on a beach in Spain, or for me to speak to you today from my house in Dublin, and for you to be wherever you are in the world. It has given us access to vast reserves of information and knowledge at the click of a mouse. And now, with the advent of AI, we are about to live through lots more change. Technology has given employees the means to work more autonomously and more flexibly than ever before. But it has also given employers ways to monitor everybody's work and track productivity and make sure all team members are accountable for every second of every day. If we want to have a positive employer brand, however, we need to resist our big brother urges. Nobody wants to work in a company where they feel they are being spied on or constantly monitored or not trusted to just do their job. In my own experience, you get infinitely better rewards from staff who feel respected and trusted to do their work without constant supervision. In addition to leaving staff alone to get on with their work, it's also important to involve them in bigger picture discussions about the company. I used to work in a place where the owner was compulsively secretive. I was her second in command, but I never knew how profitable the company was, how much she was paying people, and how much our clients were paying us. And that's why I left. I didn't want to work with someone who didn't trust me with that type of information. So at Alice, we are completely transparent with our team about the company financials. Staff members at all levels know what rates we charge and how we calculate those rates. And they are given regular updates on profitability and financial targets and any cost increases impacting on our work. We also give team members lots of leeway to come up with new ideas for Alice, whether that's content for our social channels or bigger business development ideas. We encourage people in all roles within the company to develop and drive new initiatives. And the result is that our team feels very bought in, not only to our current work, but also to our future growth, which is great. To go back to our employee survey from last December, 91% of our team said they feel kept informed of what's going on in the company, and the same proportion said they are proud to tell people that they work at Alice. Another thing that I found that has really helped our employer brand is to allow space for people's passion projects. We encourage our team members to join voluntary boards and to lend their skills to charitable causes that they're interested in. And we give them time to do this during their working day. I myself am currently the chair of the board of the Public Relations Consultants Association of Ireland, and I also sit on the boards of the International Communications Consultancy Organisation and Women's Aid. Other members of our team sit on the boards of Rosie's Trust, an animal welfare charity, Love Ballyhome, a local community group, Irish Families Through Surrogacy, and Belong To, an LGBTQ+ youth organisation. Now, it's not all about sitting on boards, of course. One member of our team is a major bookworm, and she asked recently if we could give some pro bono support to a campaign to promote Irish children's books and their authors, and we very happily did so. So she delivered all the work required, but we facilitated her to do that during her standard working hours. We've done similar in the past for other colleagues who wanted to help fundraisers in their local area, for example, or to contribute to projects that had personal resonance for them. Obviously, this is all much easier for me running an independent company with a team of 20 than it might be if you're working for a global corporation. I absolutely appreciate that as the company founder and owner, I've had the freedom to shape Alice's workplace culture in a way that really suited and appealed to me and to my colleagues. However, even if you are working in an organisation where decision-making processes are more cumbersome, or you're at a level where you feel you don't have the power to really influence the employer brand, please rest assured the same principles of good employer branding apply, whether you're managing 20 people or 20,000. And to just recap on what those principles are, you need to be authentic, align your employer brand with your purpose and values, be honest about your business strategy, be flexible, trust your employees, and allow space for passion projects. If you do all of those things, you will reach the holy grail of employer branding. And that's for your employees to become your most effective and vocal brand ambassadors. If your employees truly love where they work, if they feel respected and valued and bought into the future of the company, they will, because this is 2023 that we're living in, share their views on social media and with the wider world. And that type of organic endorsement is the most valuable asset you can have in promoting your employer brand. So that's it from me for today. I hope that you found that useful. Thank you to Inspirathon and all of the team there for giving me the opportunity to speak today. And if anyone would like to find out more about Alice and the work we do, you can check out our website, alicepr.com, or please feel free to connect with me directly. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thanks, Martina. Alice sounds like a great place to work. So at 10 o'clock, we'll be back with Rachel Pippin. So our next speaker is Rachel Pippin, founder and managing director at Maneuver, an Amsterdam-based strategy firm that advises visionary companies and founders on growth and communications. She's an emerging tech and PR expert who has spent the last 7 years helping brands make crypto, blockchain, AI, and other inventions more accessible to their customers. Alongside her role leading Maneuver, she also serves as a Netherlands ambassador for the Global Blockchain Business Council, and she was recently elected to join Money 2020's Rise Up Europe cohort. Rachel's talk, Why I Banned My Team from Responding When Offline and Why You Should Too, will shed light on the significance of healthy detachment from work, offering strategies to plan guilt-free, time off, and ensure consistent quality in work delivery. Rachel will delve into the challenges of building authentic relationships in virtual work environments, highlighting the power of proactive support and mutual understanding. She'll share insights on effectively balancing work demands with personal needs and establishing meaningful professional bonds despite the virtual divide. So, welcome, Rachel.
Thank you so much. Glad to be here. Let's get started. Exactly why I banned my team from responding when offline and why you should too. We just heard from the founder of Alice Public Relations, which is a similar company to mine, about how to build and maintain an employer brand, right? This is a key part of our employer brand, which is how do we not be indeed so reactive, even when you work in a rather reactive, sometimes full of emergencies field. That's Maneuver. And then as part of our work at Maneuver, we actually also started a newsletter and movement for just nicer, more balanced human workplaces, which is Nice Work. And a lot of what we do at Nice Work, we actually use at Maneuver every day. So to get started, we know this, right? The workplace is just pings constantly. And we saw this even when we started our small company. We had Slacks, we had emails, we had WhatsApps, we had Telegrams, we had huddles, we had clients popping in all the time. And this was great, as in we've never been able to be more connected to our clients and to our fellow coworkers, but it's also super distracting. For those of us who've started the company from being a consultant or a freelancer, you go from not speaking that much to speaking all of the time. Even in a larger organization, you may think, oh yeah, I am messaged all the time and I do feel like I'm communicating constantly. It can be very helpful, but it can also be very distracting. And what we realized in founding Maneuver, and one of the reasons we founded Nice Work was to discover how can we have work-life balance without having to be constantly communicative. Because we realized that work-life balance cannot really be synonymous with being always available, because this ping fest really never turns off. Even if you're working with people in the same time zone, Martina also mentioned, oh, you might have young kids or you might have other responsibilities or volunteering. People come on and offline at different times, and it's hard to know that. So it can feel like you're just being communicated to constantly. So we, at the very beginning of founding Maneuver, were like, this is easy. We're just going to ban it. If you are offline, you are not meant to be responding to work messages. If it's a Slack, if it's an email, if it's a notification on Notion, it's someone popping into Google Drive to leave comments on a document for the first time, even though you've been asking them to do it for a week, any of it, right? If it is not in your working hours, you should not be responding. And we went through with our team to say, well, what is an emergency? What is definitely not an emergency? How do you communicate to your clients how they can get a hold of you if they need to? But at the end of the day, we told everyone that started at our company, if it is after our operational hours, if you are on holiday, if you are sleeping, if you're off sick, you're off the clock in any way, you should not be communicating. No exceptions. And I was excited about this because having worked at other companies and startups and PR agencies, it did sort of feel like if something comes up, you need to answer. So we didn't want to do that. And that's not the kind of company we wanted to run. And we thought that that would be it. Pretty easy, right? How to stop your team from responding offline? Give them permission not to do so. Wasn't quite that easy. We noticed that despite having this policy in place, creativity, especially as you get towards the middle and end of the week, was waning. Focus wasn't great. We weren't hitting all of our deadlines. And holidays, which should be the time when you are very offline, weren't having a recharging effect. We kind of dug in and said, okay, well, why is this? Is our clients not respecting this? Have we done something wrong? Is our process not working? Because we really did think, given permission, there's no reason that anyone should feel pressure to respond when they are not at work. So when we dug in, we realized that there were far more pings and communications and emails and messages during offline times than we could have ever imagined, both at work and not at work. So this policy that we created that we thought was brilliant and wonderful purely wasn't working. So if you saw this talk and you thought, yes, I also want to ban my team from responding offline, I want them to recharge, the first thing you need to know is creating the policy is not enough. And so when we dug in, we realized like there were three big misunderstandings. The first was our team and we had not communicated what offline means, what effective communication is and isn't, and also why going offline is essential not just for you, the employee, the team member, but also for the business itself. These three misunderstandings, each person understood, one a little bit more than the other, but together it led to this feeling of ambiguity, of not knowing what is offline, when is online. If I'm online, should I be responding to this at this time? Why not? Is it effective? Yes or no? And then even knowing that you're allowed to be offline and allowed to not communicate, you still wasn't sure that if it's just good for me, but is it good for my job? Is it good for the business? Maybe I should do it anyway. It took us some time to figure out all of this, but once we did, we were able to kind of pull it all into a chart. And this is the why chart, right? The misunderstanding. The first one we talked about, which is like, what does offline mean? And for our employees and team members, both pulled from within our organization, but also in a lot of the feedback we've gotten through our newsletter, Nice Work. When we think about being offline, the response was, well, it's easy to respond, even if I've just left the office, or I'm cooking dinner, or I'm sitting on the couch, I don't have anything else to do. And yes, I am offline, but it's my job to respond if they need me, even if I'm away. And then for our managers, but also this applies to founders and entrepreneurs, what we call humans in charge, they also thought, well, I know that what offline means technically, but it's my responsibility to respond as quickly as possible. So like an elevated feeling of responsibility to maybe what an employee or team member would feel. On top of that, when we think about then what effective communication is and isn't, employees and team members, people who are not yet managing others, were thinking, well, it's easier just to respond, or I'm the only one who will know this, so I should just respond because it's just going to cause more problems if I don't. And then for our humans in charge, they have, again, that responsibility of managing people and the organization, thinking, well, we need to respond to each other so we can get our work done effectively. So in fact, effective communications is constant, open communications. And then the third one, which is, why going offline is not essential, not just for you, me, us, the people, the humans behind this job, but the business itself. Our younger employees were worried about getting in trouble and saying like, well, it's not that much to do. And the client and customer partner will be happy, right? And that's actually good for the business. So that's why I should do it. And then our humans in charge are thinking, well, I'm worried about what will happen to this business if we don't respond. So sort of this, I will kind of sacrifice my time offline or at the beach or with my family or sleeping or cooking to make sure that the business stays stable. All really good reasons, right? But even with the best reasons in the world, we know this 24/7 communication is still really draining. So even if given permission to not be responding, to be offline, to be a human with a life, not just a human with a job, the question is why do we do it? Why is having a policy not enough? And what's continuing to pull us towards these reasons for wanting to respond, even though we know it's not good for our creativity, it's not good for our focus, and it's not good for our happy feelings at work. Again, from talking to people that we've interviewed for the newsletter, as well as at Maneuver, realize that it's just really hard to fight this reward system wiring, especially in a business where you work with customers or clients. I think sales will understand this, business development will understand this, but so will jobs like engineers, accountancy, and finance. It feels good to check things off a list, even if it's just responding to messages. It is also easier to ping in an answer than it is to work on a bigger project. If you know that you need to write a 20-page report, but people are popping in to ask you, oh, do you know where this file is? Or do you know this thing? Or hey, can we huddle quickly? That is easier. It's something you can accomplish immediately versus having to slowly chip away at a larger project. And the last one, which I think is the most pernicious one, and one of the biggest and most important things to tackle if you want your team to be able to go offline, is it's faster in the moment to just respond than it is to create, much less maintain, a system where this responsiveness isn't required or rewarded. So the rewarded piece of this is, have we built a culture where the people who respond the fastest are promoted, are praised, get opportunities that others don't? Or on the flip side, are the people who don't respond as quickly penalized in any way? So that's the rewarding side, but then isn't required. Where is this information? Have we created a culture where it indeed the fastest, but also maybe one of the only avenues to getting an answer is to message someone, because there isn't a central repository, there isn't a hub, there isn't other policies and processes by which they can find out this information. All of these things together mean, if the choice is, should I respond or not, instead of working on my larger project, well, it's going to feel good to respond because I've accomplished something. I get to accomplish something instead of slowly working away at a project that I haven't, finished accomplishing. And then on top of that, if I maybe don't respond quickly, I'm either worried I'm going to be penalized for it, or I know I'm going to be rewarded for it, or either simply not a system by which I can not respond. So all of these things together make for a very hairy problem. And thinking through it, we realized that the policy that we'd created, airtight. There was no room for ambiguity. We gave examples. We said, turn on focus mode, turn off notifications, put your phone number in your signature for an emergency. It'll be fine. But even though the policy was strong, we had not created a system where people could be offline and trust that the information was there, or trust that their colleagues had shared the information. And if you're thinking about this for your organization, the red flag that we noticed, that I imagine you might as well, and is really important to handle if you want to make this policy workable, is how much communication is happening. And we realized that the number of communications in general was out of control, not just offline. And by offline, our definition of offline was after 6 p.m. Central European time, communications at 8, 9, 10, 11 p.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., people feeling like they had to respond outside of a working period. But even then inside the working period, there were often times where if a client would send in an email or send in a Slack, they were responded to within 5 minutes, sometimes less than 5 minutes, much less, always within the day, if not within the hour. And that also meant then a lot of back and forth messaging, because we were responding immediately. So then they respond immediately and then we respond back. And so then it turns into a longer conversation, which means just a lot of communication. And that's time, it's 15 minutes, it's a half an hour when you're not working on another project. But we were also doing it internally. We had also realized that it's easier to ping, my co-founder, say, oh, hey, where is this file, or where do we save this, than it is to then go look for it. So just looking at the sheer number of messages and how they changed on days, for example, we had a lot of client calls. So we were on calls and we couldn't be messaging. The difference was astounding. So we knew communication is good, but there's still a lot of it happening. And that probably means we are not enforcing boundaries about when we should and shouldn't be communicating immediately. You think, well, maybe you could have noticed that. And I would say to all of you, again, if you want to have a culture where people aren't having to respond when they're offline, didn't you see that? If you're our company is 7 people, we're a boutique agency in Amsterdam, we have great clients, but everything's in channels. Did you notice that this much communication was happening? And the answer was no. And this is the second thing to look for. You're trying to help your team realize that they don't have to respond offline are these communications happening in silos? And by a silo, I mean, is it easy for someone else to bear witness to the communication that's happening? A client emails and they only put me in the email chain, not my manager or not somebody else working on the account. And then I respond without putting anyone else in. So this is now a communication with the client that no one else can see. My manager can't see to say, hey, why did you respond to them at 9 p.m. yesterday? If it's in a silo, it's very hard to train people out of it. And it's also hard to flag. And when you do that, that's the same thing that happens with Slack. It happens with WhatsApp. It happens with any communications tool. If it's not visible to other people, it's then much harder to then make it visible. So we started a policy let's take screenshots of when someone DMs us or sends us an email, just so we know what's happening. So because this communication was happening, not, I would say, in our public square, it was hard to see that it was happening. And then on top of that, it meant that the information wasn't accessible. So if someone were to go on holiday and the client emails and they get their out of office saying, oh, hey, I had sent Rachel this thing and, you know, where is it? Maybe my team doesn't know because they haven't been on the email chain and they haven't been in the Slack DM, which was then adding to the pressure for our team to think, I need to respond when I'm away because no one else will know. And on top of that, it trains clients, especially in a client or customer facing business, that we are ultra responsive. So if you are quite often responding very fast, and then you try to make a policy or culture shift, and you stop responding as fast, that doesn't make anybody feel good. But it also means that we had to train them on a process or system on how to find the information without us. And it's because we weren't offering it. There's a big difference between saying, hi, I know we're heading into the weekend. Here is everything that we were working on or asked for. You can look at it and we can touch base on Monday, versus not communicating and not giving any of those next steps. So if that person who has been on holiday checks back into their email on Saturday and comes in with a bunch of questions, they don't have any next steps. So that was another system we know that we needed to build, is how do we proactively provide information? And then the last thing was our team really truly believed that by responding offline, they were protecting the business. And so when we came to this realization and realized the systems we needed to build, we said, great, how can we rework that chart that I showed you to show that our policy is true and real? And how can we convince our team, help build our team and train our team to realize like they don't indeed have to communicate that often? So familiar, right? Big misunderstanding, number one, like what offline means. We went to them and said, offline is, of course, when you are not at work for whatever reason that is, but it should also mean a time when you're not doing communications. That means if you are working on that 20-page report and it needs to get finished, you are working on it. We are not expecting, if a client sends in a Slack message or an email, for you to drop everything and respond to it. We're also not expecting that if your colleague pings you or messages you. Again, if it's an emergency, they will message you again, or they will find a way to get the information. But it is both no one is anyone's kind of PA or secretary type culture, but also means like you need to be very focused on the creative and deep work that you're doing. So we said, start batching your communications, figure out when your focus work is, when that period of time is, and then come back to your emails. There's a joke, like from when the book, The 4-Hour Work Week, came out, to say, answer your emails at certain periods of time. It was like, whoa, that is a really good idea, especially now that it's not just email. It's your email, and like I said, WhatsApp and Slack and Notion notifications and Trello board pings. It's all of it. So do it all at one time. And then, of course, offline is offline. And that kind of leads us into what effective communication is, right? So we said effective communication means when you are communicating, when you're responding, you're making information available to everyone. So it's done in a productive way. So you should never be the only person with an answer. If you are, it's not invaluable. You're gatekeeping. That's harming your ability to relax, but it's also harming the business. So effective communication is respond to all of that client's questions at once. Put someone else in CC so that way someone else has the information as well as you. And effective communication is also communicating and asking for things if you really can't find it. Being organized, sharing files, not keeping things on a personal drive or just on your laptop for yourself means that your team members can find it. And then the last one is, why going offline is essential, not just for you, but for the business itself. This was a hard one, but we had to come with some tough love to say, if you're overtired, if I'm overtired, I've gone on holiday and I've come back, I will not be very good at work. If I know that I've been responding through my dinner time, through my time with my family, in the morning when I'm normally having my coffee and meditating, I'm going to be a bit upset, even if it's subconscious and even if it's not that big of a deal. You are feeling like work is interrupting in the parts of your life that are equally important and human. And when that happens, So when we are overtired or when we haven't recharged, we feel like we've taken a holiday that we haven't been able to properly enjoy, or we haven't finished the deep work we need to do because our manager keeps pinging us, be like, can you send this? Can you send this? Where is this? Can you help me? We will not perform well. And it sets a bad expectation with clients as well on responsiveness. And that ultimately will lose us business because we're not performing to the way that we want to be and that we indeed could be. And that especially applies to communicating with clients. Because even though they want a lot of that communication, they're initiating it, it will indeed actually lose us their trust. Because we've seen this, if we go and send a report to say we've done all of these calls or done all of these messages with you, that isn't what they've hired us for. They've hired us for PR, they've hired us for writing, they've hired us to get them press and to get them on podcasts and to get them speaking at major events. It is also our responsibility, if we've used their time, to respond to them, to share files again and again, because we haven't made a process to make it clear. And we also haven't said, we need to spend our time on getting you the wins that you want. It took some time. And of course, there are still bugs. We're still talking through, and scenarios come up every day to say, is this offline? Should I respond to this immediately? Yes or no? But our offline ban now works because we've helped our team understand what is effective communications, like effective communication style and timing. We have built a better system to where we are sharing information across the business. So that way, when someone is absent or away or on holiday, there are more than one person on an email. There's more than one person that knows what's going on. In doing that, we've helped them be more protective of their focus time and communication time. So focus, again, this creative work, this deep work, this flow state, don't interrupt it with Slack messages, but come back to it in the communications time. And some of that communications time, that admin time, is also when you can share emails, share screenshots, be like, I just want to make sure that you see this. Because while we can always control ourselves and what we do, we can't always control what everyone else does. We all have and know someone that always forgets to reply all. That's okay. And they're not doing it maliciously. At least that's what we want to hope. We just need to share that information ourselves. And I think now we're also much more informed about how this offline and pinging harms their balance and also harms the bottom line. Then one of the things that we do, which is part of a way that we more effectively communicate, is we always use TLDR. Too long, don't read. You just came into this talk and you're like, I missed it. How do I keep my team from responding offline, or why should I keep them from responding offline? This is about creating a nicer workplace. And it's to remind all the humans that you work with, that there are a lot of really good reasons to be on. But even with all those good reasons, it is exhausting. And when we're exhausted, we just don't do great work. We don't do great work, and we're not as patient with other people. We don't see the forest for the trees. You lose a lot of perspective. And that's when you're very responsive, you actually become very reactive. So I always say, we're a responsive agency, but we're not a reactive agency. Because if you can be responsive, you can see the whole picture and respond with all of the information and next steps that they need, instead of a kind of reactive response, which comes out of, frankly, being tired and a bit stressed. So it's how we redid our strategy. And we said, stop the constant pinging, ping at certain times. And the result is we do have a more balanced and a more creative and a more productive workplace. So to summarize, if you want a team that is doing more creative work, where they're more passionate, when they have time to come up with special projects, like Martina was saying in the talk before, you need to help them unlock their true potential and create a workplace where they can thrive. And one of the things that you can do to help them thrive, that would help most humans thrive, is to free them from the responsibility of needing to be constantly communicating. Offline is important, but so is online. Just batch it. And so that's what we've started to do at Maneuver. And I think it's working well. And as I mentioned before, that's what I've talked about a lot here, is if you are a human in charge, if you're a founder or if you're a manager, managing of people. But the other side of this, of course, is when you are an employee or you are a team member and you don't have the power to change that culture for yourself. So you might be watching this thinking, I'd love to work somewhere like that. But my organization isn't like that. And I have a manager who pings me a lot, or I am expected to respond to clients even when I am on holiday. And to that I say, there's only so much that you can do for yourself. But that's why we founded Nice Work, which you can read at nicework.email. It's a newsletter. And that's to give everyone, regardless of how much power you have in that organization, a way to find and create a better and nicer workplace, even for yourself. And a lot of the tips that I've shared in this talk can also apply to you. It can be well, I am being asked to communicate constantly. How can I proactively share information so that way my clients or the people that I work with better know how to find things? How can I start directing them to shared folders and shared plans instead of just sharing information? Who else can I bring into CC so we know that I am not the only person that has all of the information, so I'm not even accidentally being a gatekeeper. And that's that. So again, if you'd like to learn more about what we do at Maneuver, you can always reach out to us. Our website there is maneuver.co. And again, if you are passionate about creating nicer workplaces, doing nicer work, setting good boundaries with work that include not answering Slack messages when you're on holiday, I think the Nice Work newsletter might be a great place for you to start. Thank you so much as well to the Inspiring Workplaces team, Amy, Marta, Matt. I think the reason we're able to have this kind of talk and share all of these tips, and I know we're going to have so many much more today, is because now it's rewarded and indeed certified and celebrated to be in Inspiring Workplaces. And we know that it's possible and it's doable, and that you're not alone if this is something that you want to do. So again, thank you so much, and I'll hand it back, I think, to Marta from Inspiring Workplaces.
Hey, so you've got me. Just to say thank you, Rachel. That was great to hear how you persevered in reworking the system to make the policy work. Sounds like it took quite a bit of effort to get there, but I'm sure it's really worth it. So I'm sure that talk resonates with a lot of people. So I just want to say thank you so much, everyone, for joining me here in London. That's it from me today. I'm going to pass you through to Marta from Inspiring Workplaces for your next speaker at 10:30. All right, bye from me.
Hello everyone, thanks so much for joining me today. I'm Jess, I'm Director of People and Resources at the British Society for Rheumatology, and for anyone joining us who's visually impaired, I'm female, white, I've got browny reddish hair, I'm wearing a red dress, and in my background there's a green fern plant on a bookcase. Today, I'm going to be sharing my thoughts on the topic of wellbeing and productivity. Is it a great match, or is it a bit of a balancing act? So what I thought I would want to talk to you about today is, first of all, what we're trying to do at the British Society for Rheumatology, talk about the challenges we faced and what we did, but also, really importantly, what we learned along the way. And you can see on this slide here what we're trying to do. It looks quite easy in 3 bullet points like this, but there's actually quite a lot in here that we're really aiming to do. So the first one is that as an organisation, we're really passionate that our people's wellbeing remains a top priority for the organisation. And at the same time, we need that team to be high performing. To support that, we decided we wanted to introduce a 4.5-day working week, which means if you work at BSR, a full-time work week is 31.5 hours. We also decided that in terms of hybrid working, which we offer, we didn't want to set a company-wide kind of target. We didn't want to set a mandatory rule. We wanted teams to be able to decide that for themselves, give them the autonomy to do that. And then behind all of that, there are lots of organisational development and culture projects around productivity and wellbeing. And specifically, we wanted to break down some silos across the organisation and really create that one team feel. And we wanted our organisational values to become our decision-making framework. So like I said, 3 bullet points like that. How hard can it be, right? But we all know that there's a lot to all of these sorts of projects. So our challenge then. The first one, probably lots of you face this as well, is our people are really passionate about what they do. We're a membership organisation. Most of our members work in the NHS, and our team are really, really passionate about supporting those members. And that means that if we're not careful, the team starts to approach burnout because there's always more that they want to do. They have so many great ideas about what we could do as an organisation to support these professionals working in the field of rheumatology. But there's only 41 of us in the organisation. We punch well above our weight in terms of impact, but we have to make sure that our team don't approach burnout. That's the last thing we want for them. We don't want them to be working lots of additional hours. We all know that actually that is not productive, but we also all know it's so easy to fall into that habit of thinking, I'll just do a little bit more, I'll just answer these emails, I'll just check my emails on a Sunday, and we do not want that. We also know that the team feel really guilty if they have to say no to something because they are at capacity. And also, there is that emotional impact of coming up with this amazing project that would make a difference to your members, but having to say, actually, I don't think we can do it this year. That's really, really hard for people because you could have too many good ideas based on the team size that you have. And of course, everybody finds that difficult. Now, when I started at this organisation back in June 2022, there'd just been a staff survey, and there was 2 results in here that I was going to share with you today. So the first one was that 32% of staff at that time felt that their workload was unmanageable, and only 41% felt that BSR had that one team approach that I was saying we really wanted to create. So there was huge room for improvement. And then the other challenge we had is that we were saying to the team, well, high performing, if you want to get there and you want to stay there, then of course you have to spend time on your own development. And we knew that the team wanted to do that. They're really keen on continuing professional development, learning new things and sharing that. But if you already have too much to do, how on earth do you fit that in? And this quote in my first week, this is what somebody said to me, is just there just doesn't seem to be enough time in the week to fit this all in. How on earth can I do it? How can I be productive and look after my well-being at the same time? So what we did, first of all, we just asked our managers what wasn't working, what were their barriers, what were their challenges? And then we worked out how we could address them. And the first one was that actually they weren't totally clear on what we expected of them. So our director level is our senior management team. And we realised that actually the people that we were asking to do this, to plan their team's work for the following year, weren't really sure about where that level of autonomy lay. Could they bring us projects to sign off, or actually were we expecting them to check in with us first? They just weren't sure. So we set those really clear expectations. But even more importantly, we were saying to them, you know, you're planning over capacity, you're giving yourselves too much to do. And what they said was, we don't know how to capacity plan. We've no idea how to do that. We're sort of guessing how long things take, which is, when you think about it, a really reasonable thing to say, because I certainly have not been in many organisations where anybody's given me a structure or a methodology to do that. So that's what we did. We gave them a way to measure their team's capacity and therefore work out what they could fit in and what they couldn't. And then following that, because we know the nature of our work is that we plan really well for the next year. And then, of course, someone has a really good idea or things change externally. And what was happening is the teams might start off quite well, but then more and more things came at them during the year. And what wasn't happening was anybody saying, well, hang on, that's now too much. So what we now have is every quarter we do a capacity check-in with the whole of that management layer. And we say, OK, if something else has come in, what do you need to pause or stop? And that just sets a really, really clear message that we do not expect them just to keep going, just to keep adding on more hours. We also, as a senior team, set an 80% planning limit, because what we realised was that actually the team, once they knew how to capacity plan, planned for 100%. So they planned to be working 100% all year for everyone in the team. So that meant there was no, if you followed that, nobody can go on holiday, no one can be ill, no one can leave, and a new starter would have to be working at 100% from day one. And clearly, none of those things are possible. And the other thing we said to them is, well, if you plan at 80%, that also gives you the opportunity, as if you have a brilliant idea next year, you've still got some capacity to do it. Yes, you might still move things around, but if you don't give yourself any capacity, you might miss a better opportunity. We also talked a lot with them about impact rather than activity. And that was to really try and address that emotional impact I was talking about before, in terms of, well, what does happen if there's a project someone loves and you say, I'm sorry, you can't do it this year? Because it does impact on motivation. So once we started talking about, well, what has the most impact for our members? What has the most impact on the rheumatology community? All of a sudden, that changes people's mindset. So it's not personal, it's about the impact of the organisation and our mission. And the last thing we did, which was really well received, is we got an external facilitator come in and help us move to that 4.5-day week. And essentially, those sessions were set up so that once you left the 2 sets of sessions, you would know how you were going to essentially lose half a day a week. And essentially, that was on things like wasted tasks, really easy like productivity hacks, and that was really successful. So what we learned then, because hopefully I'm making this sound really easy. Some of it is easy, some of it's really hard. I think trusting teams and giving them autonomy over more of the procedure is absolutely one of the best decisions that we made. So rather than, as a senior team, trying to do all of it, it worked so much better when we said to the teams, right, productivity is really important to us, but so is your well-being. And like I said, we wanted teams to have autonomy on how hybrid works for them. So that's what we've done. We said, we trust you to make decisions that mean you meet your objectives and that we meet our mission as an organisation. And your decision-making framework around that is our values. We co-created that framework together. And then we said to the teams, OK, go off and try it. We'll mess some things up along the way, and that's fine. We'll deal with it. None of it is going to be catastrophic. And we absolutely, there's mistakes all over the place. Of course there is. Every organisation has them. But none of them are catastrophic. The team are getting much more confident about sharing those mistakes with each other so other people don't do it. And that, of course, really builds that level of psychological safety that we talk about a lot in the profession at the moment. So I would say, yes, it's taken a lot of time and it's not been easy, but it's 100% worthwhile. And that psychological safety has been really important to us as an organisation. We're always trying to build it and assess it. And one thing we learned actually was that what we as a senior team might think is really obvious. So, for example, I would say on Teams, there's that icon at the top. goes different colours depending on what you're doing. I would never look at that for my team and say, oh, that person's gone orange. They must be off watching Netflix. No, I don't have time for that. And why would I do that? But what we learned, actually, we did an all staff away day and we said to the teams, like, you know, in terms of ways of working, what isn't clear? And one person said to me, well, I know that you don't do that, but in my previous organisation, that was standard practice. And here, I know that you've said you don't do that, but it's not written down anywhere. So actually what we did was, when we made our ways of working, we've put really explicit expectations about what we do and don't do at BSR, because everybody comes in with really different experiences. And we also learned we had to be really, really explicit on the messaging that working longer hours does not equal greater productivity. Because we all know that, but at the same time, you're back to that motivation and how passionate about people are about the cause, about the charity, about our members. And so having to really keep going with that message. Still doing it now. Started, like I said, June 2022. We still talk about this a lot with the whole team. And like I said, 100% worthwhile. And there was just a couple of results, bit of data I wanted to share with you to show that it is worth it. I said at the start that June 2022, only 41% of the team felt that the organisation had this one team attitude and culture. We did a pulse survey last month, so September 2023, and it's up to 97% now feel that we do have that one team, which is amazing. Also, the other two measures that I really love is that 100% of the team say they're proud to work here, and 100% of the team feel like BSR is a good place to work. And that's not just me saying, look, this is all amazing. Look what the HR team done. Look what the SMT has done. This is everyone in the organisation. This is why it took so long, because we co-created all the frameworks we needed, but absolutely worth it. So if you are anywhere along this journey, I would just really encourage you to try it and see. Trialing things for us works really well as an organisation. We try it, get feedback, adapt if we need to, stop if we need to, or if it works, we carry on. So if potentially you might have some stakeholders who aren't sure about a change you want to make, maybe a trial might help them feel a bit more reassured. But I would definitely say try it and see. I hope that's been an interesting session. I would love to hear from you if that sparked any ideas, or actually if you have some things you would like to share with us. I love hearing about what other organisations are doing, so please do feel free to get in touch. You can find me on LinkedIn, Jessica Badley, and the link is here as well. And again, thanks so much for joining.
Hello and welcome to the next part of the Inspiring Workplaces Inspirathon. I'm Marta from Inspiring Workplaces and your host for the next hour. I am very excited to be here with you today. If you've just joined us, you'll be pleased to hear we have been now live for almost 12 hours, however, not me personally. This 24-hour Global Workplace Inspirathon is being hosted live, but it is also recorded and will be made available on demand. Don't forget to ask questions and share your thoughts in the comment sections throughout the talks. You can also head to our Inspire Hub forum, our community page, where you can network and chat with each other. So, during the past almost 12 hours, we've been bringing you local knowledge from our amazing speakers in Australia, Asia, Middle East, Africa, and now Europe. So far, we've discussed AI, workplace culture and values, organizational resilience, DEI, flexible working, communication policies, and much, much more. And there is still more to come. So, back where we are now, here in Europe, we've got a fantastic lineup of speakers for you. The next speaker is Kirsten Meyer, an Executive Vice President of People and Culture at Cielo, one of our top 100 global inspiring workplaces this year. Cielo is the world's leading strategic provider of technology-enabled recruitment process outsourcing solutions, where she has held multiple leadership roles in client services and most recently global talent development. Kirsten has extensive experience in the HR sector and has worked with multinational and global clients in the EMEA region on forward-thinking strategies in workplace planning, DEI, solution design, operational excellence, and overall program performance. In Kirsten's newest role at Cielo, she brings her wealth of HR experience, knowledge of the business, and her exceptional relationship-building skills to develop an internal talent growth engine that will propel Cielo into the future. Working across multiple countries over the past few years and managing Cielo's global talent function from Europe, Kirsten brings a multicultural aptitude to her role and holds a certification in diversity management and strategic workforce planning. She also has substantial in-house leadership and management experience to big staff groups in service industries such as tourism and financial services. In Kirsten's talk, Helping Talent Shine Through Employee Development Initiatives, she will explore the key development opportunities Cielo has to offer and why you should be investing in excellence for all your employees, including support for external talent as they begin their learning journeys. Welcome, Kirsten.
Oh, thank you, Marta, for the great introduction. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm really excited to be here today and taking a deeper dive into the employee development initiatives we offer as an organization and why it's really crucial to focusing on the development of your teams and supporting new talent for the success of your business. Before we are getting into the topic, I would like to explain who Cielo actually is and helping you understand what we are actually doing. So who is Cielo? To give you some context of the focus behind our development programs, let me briefly share who we are. So Cielo is a global talent acquisition partner, and we are operating across 113 countries in 39 languages with about 3,000 employees serving our 255 clients. We work with our clients, often embedding ourselves in their organization as an extension of their internal teams, ultimately helping our partners attract and retain the best people. So we are proud to have been recognized in the industry for the work we've done for our clients and our people, including being part of the first ever global top 100 inspiring workplaces. Really proud. So employee development, the significance of employee development is probably out of doubt. So at Cielo, we recognize, as you certainly do, that people are our most important assets. And by developing their skills, there are only positives to the business. And for example, as we are a pure people business, it's even more important to us. I think we're actually all aware of the advantage of employee development, right? So competitive advantage, because there will always be new technologies, and this area will always be growing. It's important to innovate and for clients and keep ahead of the curve. So improved performance is one of the other things that talent development should help with. Enhancing knowledge leads to better job performance and productivity. And no doubt it supports retention and engagement, because employees keep engaged and their morale is really boosted and turnover is reduced if they feel that they can stay with the company and develop within the company. As much as it is important to look at succession planning and upskilling existing talent, it is important for talent attraction if people understand outside of your company that you are developing people, that you are providing a great career. Of course, they're attracted more and more likely to join your company if you've got an open role. And last not least, leadership development. This is extremely important for us because we are a service provider. We are working with teams and delivery leads and client services managers, for example. And we are very much focusing on nurturing our future leaders to really ensure a strong talent pipeline and the skills and knowledge that will be passed on to our teams that they are actually leading. Well, however, talent development, one thing is really key, because otherwise you can't customize your talent development, and this is listening, listening, listening. So pretty much all companies are putting a focus on talent development, even more than they did in the past for various reasons. So COVID and the move to more flexible work requirements is one of them, but also generational changes, commercial considerations, and new technology. But one thing never changed. We need to ask and listen to the ones we want to develop so that we are customizing our programs. So how do we listen at Cielo? 3 times a year, we are surveying our employees with 2 pulse surveys and 1 full engagement survey. That informs us on what's going on well, and to be honest, what's not going so well, and really helps decide where time and energy is best spent. These surveys are a key part of our overall development strategy to help us assess people satisfaction, also enhancing employee engagement, and of course, improving our communications across the business, and allows for continuous improvement over time. We are assessing the effectiveness of any changes that, for example, we've just recently done within our companies. So these surveys are a really valuable tool and are the minimum initiative organizations should be executing to understand, assess, and improve the employee experience. To be honest, not always the responses is what you would like to see, maybe from a HR leadership perspective or from a business perspective. However, it is the truth if your employees are playing that back, and even if it's only their perception and you think reality looks differently, that doesn't change anything in people's eyes, right? So the surveys are providing data-driven insights that can lead to an even more engaged and committed workforce, ultimately contributing to the organization's success and sustainability. And I think it also reflects that a company is really interested in their employees. And this is something that our employees were playing back, and you can, for example, see on the right-hand side what our employees have said. It's important for them to be asked, to be engaged with us, and they see that we are really focusing on understanding what they truly, really want. The other one that informs us on where we are at and is part of our listening strategy is the online reputation. Online is strong. It's really a strong measure in the market, how your reputation also in terms of development looks outside of the company. So from the reviews we receive online, we notice some comments that pick up on areas of development and often see a confusion between promotions and development. I don't know if you would agree, but sometimes you might have experienced that as well. If I'm not promoted, that means there was no development. This seems to be sometimes common sense, and learning on the job is not always recognized as development. The more important it is that we are talking about and that we are communicating about the resources that we are offering as a company for people to understand how we define development and what's out there for their development. Talent development is an investment for the future. It costs money, but also energy and innovation spirit. So, and if we are doing it right, it definitely provides a huge return of investment. So let's have a look on how this can look like, how you could invest in your talent development. So based on the feedback we got, we've built our excellence model, and our approach is balancing the use of our internal subject matter expertise and external market leaders to support our pursuit of excellence. So this is really geared to accessible programs and customized to what we need. Let me quickly talk about the slide that you can see in front of us. So there is one thing that is key to us, and this is that our employees are understanding our strategy and the vision for the future. Why are we doing what we are doing as a company? So there needs to be transparency of what we want to achieve as a company, so that we can ensure that everyone can really navigate our changes, and what we are doing, and why we're implementing new technology, why we are changing ways of working, and again, why we are doing the things we are doing. We are providing learning resources and programs to ensure that every leader and employees know how to drive their development and performance through goals and development plans. So we have goal setting that is aligned to our company goals. It is very transparent to employees how they can contribute to us achieving our business goals and them achieving their development goals, for example, by setting up a development plan, an individual development plan for them. Of course, we've got also talent development live classes. Those are really 100% customized courses for us, built out by our instructional designer team that is sitting in-house and is fully customized to the job that we want people to do and how we can support them. And as we are working with clients in the services industry, there's a lot about stakeholder management, emotional intelligence, intercultural communication, because we are working on a global scale, and being consultative with our clients. The external partners, for example, which is key to us in our industry, is sourcing. So finding the right candidates, sourcing for candidates. And we are working with a very well-known person in that market, basically the leader in the industry in terms of sourcing. And he has created together with us learning programs and providing learning programs fully customized to our needs. As we are a global company, as I just said, we are using a tool called Country Navigator. And this is the market leading platform that is providing personalized learning to leaders to ensure global cultural competence and inclusive leadership. It's a huge database in terms of how to operate in Asia, how to operate in Europe, what the cultural differences look like, to create your own cultural profile, to see how you're aligning or maybe not aligning, or where the difference sits in working with another market. Very specific to our industry, we are using a provider called Social Talent, and this is a market-leading platform for recruiters and self-guided learning for the variety of skills that our recruiters and talent acquisition coordinators, for example, need to evolve in their roles. What else? So we recognized that there was a shortage in the labor market for what we need talent acquisition specialists in our specific area. And this has led us to filling the gap internally by developing our own program. And we've launched last year the Cielo University. This is our internal education platform, ensuring our recruiters and leaders can deliver on our promise. And we've launched several programs that are up and running now, and where we already got some good feedback. So as an example, we have a 6-week program which focuses on those new to the role of a recruiter and includes the full recruitment lifecycle, relevant soft skills, and Cielo system training. For existing recruitment experience, we have self-paced curriculum based on our core productivity. We've got some programs that are developing our senior recruiters to become an industry expert. For example, we've got large clients in the healthcare sector, and we are supporting people to really expand their presence and their knowledge in the healthcare recruitment sector. Leadership programs are available on different levels, depending on the seniority, if it's a starter or if it's someone who on a manager level, and also for senior directors and VPs, we've got some programs in place. This was a huge commitment from our side to invest in that Cielo University, because we are building all of our curriculums ourselves, but we can already see that there is a huge return of investment in terms of engagement and the feedback we see from those who are participating in the program. And I'm not reading this because you can see it in front of you of the screen, but these are some of the success stories who have been already shared with us. It's great for us to see that our people like what we are doing and that this responds to what they've actually requested in terms of their development within Cielo. Although talent development is classically driven by HR, it's always defined as an HR topic. For me, it's pretty clear talent development cannot do this alone. It's not working if just HR is delivering kind of talent development. It's a responsibility that is really shared, and it is shared with the business. So leaders and employees are both playing a key role in driving their development. From an HR perspective or a company perspective, you can build the platform, but people need to take it up and also driving it themselves from a leadership company perspective, as well as employees. So it is important that leaders, for example, know about talent development tools and programs that are provided, to have a meaningful conversation with the employee, to look and managing and setting up their individual development plan objectives, that they support them in learning, that they're giving them constant feedback on the BAU, so business as usual learning, so that they can understand where they are in their development. But also, on the other hand, employees need to drive and need to take ownership of their own career. So they should also be interested in setting their development goals, looking into it, creating kind of self-awareness where they might need to support, addressing support needs very openly with their leaders. So this is very much all about communication between the leaders, between peers, between HR, but also the leaders and the employees. So again, it's a shared responsibility, and talent development or HR can't do this alone. So for those who are leading and looking at and watching the session today, it's really about all of our engagement, and leaders are really key and playing a key role in this. As I just said, communication is key. So there is no use of offering a wealth of training resources if you do not clearly communicate this to the wider business. If no one knows what you're offering, people will always reflect, there is no development, there is nothing for me. So we have looked at different ways on how we can communicate. There is no way, never only one way how you can do it. I think it's also the breadth of information and communication platforms that you are providing, because we all know we've got different preferences on how we would like to receive information and how we want to digest information. So just some of the ways we've shared our updates are including, for example, posts on a Viva Engage community specific for learning and development opportunities. Of course, we are leveraging our company intranet homepage and new segments there. We've created global monthly newsletters. Talent development is always a topic in our all hands calls delivered globally. We've got internal mobility open house sessions so that our internal mobility team is working through our employees on how and what's on offer in terms of internal mobility, to also help them understand what kind of open roles we have, where they might need to develop into if they would like to have one of these roles. So we are offering also talent development roadshows, so that people can understand what's out there, what might be the best fit for me and my development plan. So a lot of these things, these are the highlights, but we are really trying to talk about talent development everywhere in the company. So if we look at all the initiatives that I've just talked you through, at the end of the day, for a company, it's important to understand if all of these actions have been impacting and successful. So we need to measure talent development as well. And we think it is important to do it both internally and externally, as we want to know if we are making a difference or not. So there is a focus on goal setting each year with specifically crafted individual development plans, as I mentioned before, to really help our people identify career aspirations, goals, strength and development needs. All of these circle back to our own organizational goals and helping understand where they fit into our success. So a measurement, for example, is to see how many people have their goals set properly and an individual development plan in place. Externally, for example, we benchmark ourselves against similar businesses when reviewing feedback we receive from surveys in online reviews. We are really proud that since last year, we are also offering an alumni community for past employees of Cielo, who can access a variety of industry insights, knowledge, news, and content. And their engagement is a great measure too. So although they might have left the company for whatever kind of reason, they would like to stay in touch with us. And that's great for us to see that although people might work for another company now, they are still somehow connected to us and they are still having a kind of bond built with Cielo, which might give us the opportunity to rehire them at some point in time. So what's next? What are we doing? Talent development is a journey, and we acknowledge we're only at the start of ours. There's so much more that we can do in terms of talent development. I think we got a good start so far, and we've built a solid foundation. But yeah, many people are working from home now, and there is a shifting in work-life balance. And we must make sure that we are striking the balance between flexibility and fairness, of course. So we need to be more flexible with learning and accommodate our people with trainings and resources at a time that suits them. It's not easy on a global scale to provide all of that, but we have reshaped our talent development team, for example, to have people in regions so that we can really cover 24 hours learning opportunities for our people wherever they might sit and wherever they might work. It's also, I think, it was already on the agenda, I think, today is the ED&I initiatives with more cultural alignment, being mindful of how different we are and that we all want to bring ourselves to work, which is one of the headlines that we are supporting at Cielo. So we will definitely focus on evolving, developing, stay close to the market, stay close to our employees, listening to them. And as you can see here, I mean, illuminate talent wherever it's found. This is our passion, and we really enjoy the journey all along the way. Thank you for your attention. If any questions, please put them into the chat, but you can also reach out to me directly at any time. Thank you very much.
Kirsten, thank you. We actually do have a question from Nana Bellamy, and I'm going to bring it onto screen, but I'm going to read it out for you as well. What are some common mistakes or pitfalls that organizations should avoid when designing and implementing employee development programs?
Oh, this is a dangerous question. So it's not listening. And I think it's leadership assuming that they know what people want. I think a talent development program needs to fit the employee, and you need to understand what the employee wants rather than assuming that you know what they want. That's why I think, again, I've spoken a little bit about how we are surveying people, that we are reaching out, we are communicating through our platforms. And this is definitely what companies should avoid, assuming that they know what people want.
Amazing. Thank you. I can only second that. So Kirsten, thank you so much for your insightful presentations. I think the statement like investing in excellence for all your employees is a non-brainer, as you have just explained so well, how it really benefits people first organizations like yours at Cielo. And most importantly, employees. And we are at Inspire Workplaces are so excited to see what's next for you and Cielo on this journey. So thank you very much, Kirsten, again.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Bye now. So our next speaker will be David Bellamy, the founder and CEO of Harken, and he will be with you in a couple of minutes, probably about a short break of 5 minutes. Thank you for now. Hello again. If you've just joined us, I'm Marta from the Inspire Workplaces and your host in the last hour. We've just had an amazing presentation from Kirsten from Cielo, one of our top 100 global inspired workplaces this year. Up next is David Bellamy, the founder and CEO of Harken, a revolutionary platform transforming how companies listen to and engage with their employees. With over 25 years in management consulting and leadership strategy, David champions the untapped potential of employee voice as a catalyst for organizational culture and performance. Beyond the corporate world, David serves as a director and trustee for the Churn Project, a community-based charity focused on improving the well-being of vulnerable individuals. In his talk, Decoding Culture and Wellbeing, Lessons from Nearly a Decade of Listening, David will uncover invaluable lessons from years spent empowering employee voices to drive meaningful change. Explore the vital roles of psychological safety, a culture of care, and equal voice in charting the course to organizational success. Thank you so much for joining me here in the UK. It's been a pleasure to host in the last hour. That's it from me today. Bye from me and hello, David.
Hi, my name is David Bellamy. I'm the founder and CEO of Harken. We're a UK-based real-time employee voice technology company, and we help organizations to transform the way that they understand and engage with their workforce. So over the next 25 minutes or so, I'm going to tell you why that's important. I'm going to tell you a little bit about our journey, the challenges we've had to overcome, and the lessons that we've learned in doing so. Some of which are pretty big, actually, and they're sort of well worth learning for lots of organizations. But before we do that, let's start with some contextual stuff. Why should we even be listening at all? And that might seem like a very basic question, but let me just share some thoughts on this. The first thing is, of course, that our employees know the biggest issues facing our company today because they face them every day, right? The things that are getting in the way of them working well, the issues with their technology, the processes, the things that irritate customers, the things that suppliers find frustrating. There's a whole host of things that employees can tell us if we only listen to them. Employee sentiment, whether you call that engagement, well-being, happiness, whatever, they all sort of broadly correlate with, I said broadly, they will directly correlate, they will directly correlate with business outcomes, right? So the research is pretty clear, isn't it? That sales, customer service, loyalty, retention, productivity, innovation, all linked to how employees feel, and that makes it a pretty good indicator of organizational health. And so if you ask them how they're feeling, they'll probably tell you. The quality of our decision making, this is quite important, relies heavily on our ability to make sense of our context. So anybody who's ever had to make big, complex decisions, and if you lead a large number of people, you're faced with these all of the time. It's based upon our ability to make sense of our environment, right? And therefore, establishing meaningful feedback loops directly from the front line to the boardroom or to the top of the organization with minimal interference in terms of filtering. I think we all know what I mean there. It's likely to lead to better quality decisions, to better sense making, better decisions. And we could come up a level, if you like, and start thinking a little bit about, so strategically, why is this stuff important? Well, look, any organization's ability to execute its strategy, deliver on its complex goals is intrinsically linked to its people. So nothing good happens without the right people in the right environment doing their best. Right. In some ways, that's sort of largely a talent management question, isn't it? How do we attract, nurture, retain the right people to make our organisation successful? But I think it goes a bit further than that. It feels more like it speaks to culture and leadership too. And we have to be clear, aside from perhaps being good at attracting talent and describing things in the right way for people, so we're caring about the right sorts of issues, the reality inside our firms suggests that we might be falling short, to say the very least. Right, it's not working terribly well. Far too many people at work are disengaged, feel undervalued, not listened to, insignificant, all sorts of things like that, and it manifests in a whole host of different ways, and that hurts the individuals and the companies that they work for. Now, let's talk about some stats. And look, this is my story. I've cherry picked some numbers, but the story I think still stands up. We know engagement is a problem, right? According to Gallup, celebrating this year, 23%, a record, 23% of people engaged at work globally. I think that's desperately, it's dismal. And we can celebrate 23% of people being engaged at work as some kind of achievement. And I know that's not about Gallup. It's about, the language needs to change. We can do better than this. 84% of millennials have experienced burnout in their current role. That's not in their working life. That's in their current role. That's a significant number. Thinking back to our 23% of engaged people, well, 1 in 5 of those is still at risk of burnout. We probably know why that is as well, right? Because they're the people who put their hands up for everything. They're the ones who are doing as much as they can to help the organisation, but overload, too much work, burns out. And there's nothing you can do by way of breathing, resilience training, those sorts of things that are going to solve that, right? We have too much work to do and too few people, we're going to burn out. 48% of remote employees lack emotional support. I think that's really interesting, right? So lots of good stuff comes from the flexibility that we've been afforded in the way that work has changed, but 48% of people working at home lack emotional support. The bar here, I think, is pretty low and we can do better. But it goes further, right? So according to a Gartner survey, in 2022, the average employee experienced 10 planned enterprise changes. So we're talking about restructuring, cultural transformation, new ways of working, replacement of major tech systems, and that's up from 2 transformations of similar nature in 2016. Right. So that same survey pointed out that employees' willingness to support the said changes had fallen from 74% in 2016 to 43% in 2022. And I think that last point speaks directly to the heart of what's wrong with the way employee engagement is approached right now. And the way it's been approached for many years. Too often engagement is treated as though it's a transactional process. In fact, a series of transactions. We pick it up and we put it down when it suits us, when we want something, right? We're interested in engagement when we want to ask you about it. We're interested in engagement when we need something. But I think we need to start thinking about it as a relationship building process, particularly if we're going to make lots of big asks from people. Now, Wendy Furlot, our head of engagement here at Harken, uses this terrific analogy of moving house. Right. So if you can imagine asking one of your team to help you move, right, you're going to pick somebody with whom you've got a pretty tight relationship. Now, if you needed 10 people to help you, 20 people, 50 people, 100 people, 1,000 people to help you move, it starts to get trickier, doesn't it? What sort of relationships do you need to have with those people to get them to help you move, right? And yet, as I mentioned just a moment ago, we're making big asks like this far more frequently at work. And when we don't have a relationship in place, when there is nothing that ties us, when I don't feel valued, cared for, meaningful, listened to, all those sorts of things, when I don't feel like we have a meaningful relationship, then I'm going to be reluctant, if not outright resistant to that change. And that slows our organizations down and it makes things more complex for everybody. So if we want to change the way that our organizations function, to make them agile, change ready, resilient places, then we need to invest in relationships, and that's where listening becomes critical. Now, our idea, let me take you back on the take now time, I guess, to take you on the journey. Our idea, the big idea back in 2016 was to change the way that organizations tuned in to information, right? And so for context, back then we were a management consulting firm. My organization, this firm was a management consulting firm, and I've been a consultant for 17, 18 years. The work we were doing at this time was a bit like the Jim Collins Good to Great. How can we help an organization go from where it is to the best possible version of itself? And part of that work relied on us doing sort of retreats with leadership. And we've all seen sort of mission, vision, value type activity. Now, one of the exercises that we would run was around culture. So we would ask leadership teams to, in pictures and words, describe their organization if it could be everything you could imagine. Now, let me tell you that every organisation, when they do that piece of work, would automatically become one of the inspiring workplaces that we hear Matt and his team talk about. But after they've done that, we'd say, okay, what's it like today? And we then get a much, much less shiny picture. Still pretty chirpy. I suspect they've been in the running for inspiring workplaces, but much less positive. And then our big reveal was to say, look, by the way, we've done this with your people already, and here's what they say it's like to work here. Here's what they say it's like to work here. And the, sorry, that little thumb popped up on my screen and put me off. I think it was me waving my hand around. So we'd say, we've done this with your people, and here's what they say it's like to work here. And that was where the fireworks would kick off, right? Because that was the point at which everybody would realise that, hey, how could we be so wrong? How could we have such a different view? And why don't we know about this? And of course, that would be a typical CEO's reaction, which is, why don't I know that this is how people are feeling, or this is what people experience? Now, a big chunk of that, as we concluded, was actually we're just relying on information too periodically, right? So surveys is the sort of go-to model. Certainly back in 2016, it was annual surveys. It just leaves gaps, right? So it gives us a lot of good things, tells us a lot about certain aspects of work, but it's controlled. It's the company's deciding what it wants to ask, and it's done periodically. And so we're missing out on a lot of richness of day-to-day life. And that was where we set out, right? With could we change the way that organizations listened through changing the way we asked? So we set off with a beta product in 2017 that would collect 2 bits of information, right? How do you feel right now? And that was a numerical data point. And why do you feel that way? Freeform narrative. By the end of 2017, I was going to be a billionaire. What did I know, right? That was where we started. I think the first thing, when I look back on the journey from where we are today, the first thing we realized that we needed to address was activating voices. It's not enough just to ask. I think we learned that actually people don't expect their organization to listen to them. I think that's a really sad indictment. So the sense of what's the point was something we had to overcome. People didn't feel, in many organizations still don't feel, as though they can trust their organization if they express dissenting views. So we hear lots about psychological safety. People, certainly back when we started, found that it was very difficult for them to say anything for fear of being discovered. Found out what would happen if. And the other thing we learned quite early on was that for lots of people, they don't feel like they have a voice, and that was a real chink of opportunity. So these are the things we had to solve. If we wanted to make work better for everybody, if we wanted to get better insights out, then we needed to really unlock this question: how do we get people to speak up? And I think the first 2 things that I would say to anybody watching this or listening to this talk is anonymity is absolutely crucial. And I'm not partial on anonymity, not, here's 45 questions about what team you're in and your demographic. I think that the more we can do to protect somebody's identity, and there's much more I could share about this, but that's probably for another day. The more we can do to protect people's identity, the more we're going to do to help them to speak more freely. And it's not speaking with impunity. These are professional tools, but when you're at work, the idea of getting more truth out of people, getting more honesty, getting at it quicker, that really comes down to people feeling safe enough to share. And I'll say this to anybody. I've done it on podcasts, and they're like, I don't care how good, caring, kind a leader you are. Power distance stops people from speaking truth to you, right? So the anonymity piece is really important to activating voices. The other thing that we learned, and it comes back to something I've said already about surveys in particular, about the way that we tend to solicit information from employees, which is tell us about this. The freedom to express yourself in your own words. Now, that took a bit of time actually to get used to for employees and for us to sort of work out what that means. But actually getting to express my day in my words, in my way, is really powerful, because suddenly you see people, we're asking this two-step question: how do you feel? Why do you feel that way? And why do I feel that way starts to become some detailed feedback about particular processes, or about some stuff I was doing, looking at the way that we represent our brand online, and suddenly you're getting some richness that just doesn't come out of other things. And I'm going to talk about some of the other things that come out. So actually sort of well-being checks and stuff, as in the words that people use when they're expressing how they're feeling, brings other stuff. But that's only really enabled by allowing the employee, the user, the human at the other end of this process to choose what they want to share. So those two things, right? So anonymity and giving freedom of expression, if you like, safely. The next big thing we learned, so I come back to the sort of the way our process works. So data point, so a rating scale. Now we happen to use a 0 to 100, and we think that's nuanced. It gives us lots of, it gives people lots of room to express themselves in different ways. 0 to 10 tended to get us lots of one number, and a 0 to 100 doesn't, if people tune into that differently. Anyway, so that's, but we realized we could see some unexpected stuff in our data. This is going back a few years. And that took us on a different path. So there's a story that I've told many times. I won't tell it again today, but basically we realized in a particular instance with a person in the US that we could see personal struggle and sort of signs of burnout in our data. Now, the first time we saw it, and similarly later, that we were looking backwards at patterns of data. But it took us down a road where we sort of realized, if it was in our data, could we do something to help prevent it? Right? So could we use that data to get ahead of it? And today that enables us to pick out the voice or the person in the crowd that's showing signs of needing some help. Really quite early, and it goes further than that, because we then sort of use our anonymous conversation tools or links to enable our clients to connect HR or well-being professionals to that employee without ever revealing that employee's identity. So you have a sort of one-to-one secure link. Now, the reason for telling you that bit is that when we first did that, so you sort of work out, okay, so we build some algorithms that are going to help us to pick out people who look in data terms, in patterns of data, like they might be struggling. So what happens if we send them a message? So inside the platform, so it's not an email, but what if we send them a message? Is it going to feel like sort of Big Brother, somebody's watching you? And that was the big fear, and to our relief, surprise, and sort of, I guess, that fueled much of what followed. People didn't feel threatened. They didn't feel like somebody was watching them, Big Brother. Even if there was a Big Brother feeling, it was the positive connotations of the expression. Somebody actually cares. And so what would happen is somebody from HR would reach out and say, look, I don't know who you are. I won't know who you are when you reply, but listen, Harkin has put up a flag suggesting you might be struggling, or you might need some help, or whatever the right words would be. Do you need to talk? Can I help you? Do you know about the resources that we have available to us? And what happens is people reply saying, I didn't know the system could do that. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful that you care. And it makes a difference. And I think that goes a long way, doesn't it? To helping people feeling anonymous and safe to share what they're sharing, and to engage with a tool like this, and then to get support, kindness, validation, meaning back from people is really, really important. And then as the anonymized conversation part, so that free-form narrative sort of went on a journey as well, right? So, and this becomes really important for the way that we think about employee voice as well. So one of the things that we saw relatively early as well, so once people got comfortable with the way that this system works, was you would see, we like to imagine that people are going to share deeply insightful observations about work and things that may need to be fixed. And of course, I've alluded to some of those things already. Sometimes they share other things, right? And so sharing struggles and challenges. And so as sort of the levels of interactiveness, if you like. The levels of interaction available within our platform evolved. You see the impact of some of these things. And so somebody shares a challenging story, and so emoji reactions, right? So they've sort of evolved with our platform, increased in number. I'll just pick one, for example, the hug emoji, right? So, or hug reaction, which I resisted for a long time. And do you know what? Somebody shares a difficult story and one of your colleagues replies to the hug. How do you think you feel about that? Do I feel trivialized? No, I don't. I feel like somebody heard me and somebody cares about me. And I think that was, again, things like that, this sense of care, the meaning that we derive from colleagues feeling like I matter at work is immense, right? And there's a story, that's a peer-to-peer stuff. I think has become a really big feature of the way we see organizations listening, because it's not about the boardroom listening to the shop floor. It's a peer-to-peer thing, right? So conversations doing this, right? Anonymized, equalized voice, all that sort of stuff, really important. But there's a great story that we tell. There's an animation version of this, which really doesn't do it quite justice on our website, if you're ever inclined to go and look. But you go back, I think probably it would have been last year, so 2022. And somebody goes on to Harken in their organization and they rate 0, right? So I mentioned before, 0 to 100. So a 0 rating is quite a significant thing for us. And writes a comment about a personal struggle, right? So declares themselves as a man. We, sort of often struggle with my mental health. Something happened yesterday and it's tipped me into a downward spiral. And I know that, I know when these things happen, I find them difficult to get out. And it's very interesting to read, touching, and what happened over the next 24, 48 hours was loads of colleagues replied. So all of whom, so it's completely anonymous. There's no way of knowing who sent. There's no avatars, no profiles, just dialogue. And people were coming back and saying, look, so courageous for sharing. Have you looked at the EAP support? Have you looked at the resources we've got available? I'm also a man that struggles with mental health. What I'd suggest is do this. It's a struggle, but you'll get through it. And so you watch this sort of outpouring of support, love, kindness, compassion. And then right at the end of this thread, the original poster come back and just said, look, can I just thank you all? This platform made it possible for me to speak up, and you guys have given me the nudge I needed to get some help. I booked a session with counselling. And that story ends, it doesn't end on our video this way, but the story ends with that same individual approaching their CEO at an internal conference, and the CEO told me this later, and just said, you changed my life. I went into a spiral. The fact that we have a culture like this that supports and cares for us in this way, and Harken plays a part in that, of course. That the changes everything, right? So that individuals thriving, and I think that for me, so the point of this story is that care thing, that becomes such a significant driver of belonging and lots of other things, right? So we want all the discretionary effort, etc. comes from feeling like we're part of something. I touched on this a little bit already, but equal voice. So for reasons I've explained already, right? So no avatars, no profiles, completely anonymous, protecting individuals, those sorts of things. But the number of people that have spoken to us over the years talking about having a voice at last. I talk about this often in terms of my own background, where as a white now middle-aged man, I know it's surprising, but as a white middle-aged man, that in my early part of my career, I didn't have a problem speaking up, and I wasn't challenged for it, and nobody dismissed my views because of who said it. I think I'm learning a bit more about that today, right? So this idea of making it safe for people, so taking out layers of hierarchy, taking out anything that identifies us, suddenly starts to mean that our voices equalize. That's what we're thinking about with equal voice, right? So, and one of our clients put this to us. So we're working with an Indian organization, and if you know anything about Indian culture, in organizations they have a big problem with dissent, and as in people not expressing it, not expressing opinions, not giving feedback, just head down doing their work. And in this organization, one of the female employees dropped us a note just to say, what I love about Harkin is the fact that it's all about what's being said, not who's saying it. And so the lesson in here, of course, is making sure that we're thinking about these things when we're building voice mechanisms and feedback tools, that we're starting to think about, look, if we're only going to rely on feedback in the room from people, then we're going to take out all of the people who don't process information in the same way, right? So sort of neuroatypical or neurodivergent people, we have to think about that. So asynchronous and anonymous communication tools open up stuff to lots of people. It makes them more inclusive for sure. It makes them more accessible. But starting to think about that really has made a difference to the way we approach our work. And that, of course, why do we do that? Because you're going to get much more insightful stuff from people that you're not currently hearing from. Right? If you're constantly hearing from me in the room because I'm, got a big mouth, then you're going to get the same insights all the time. But broadening that and reaching the parts of your organisation that find it hard to speak up, that's where there's going to be a whole new load of insight and richness. So that becomes, again, another psychological safety thing. The next thing I want to talk about quickly is again, this unique and individualized sense of experience, right? So culture is largely experienced by the individual. And so, so when we think about definitions, best definitions, there is no single agreed definition of culture for sure, but the best one is probably the way we do things around here. And somebody on our podcast recently, Jeff Marlowe, gave me a bit of a lesson here, which I've not forgotten. The we and the around here in that sentence change a lot. And it explains a few things to me that I've not really been able to get my head around previously. So, of course, we're in a group of people. This is where all the things that we think about, psychological safety and trust, all those sorts of things, keep changing in work. We're in a group of people, that's the we. If I change to a different group, that's a different we. And that around here has changed too. So when I think back to the story I was telling you about our origins and how leadership found it very difficult to recognize the culture that people were describing to them, why don't I see this? Why don't I feel the culture this way? It was because the we and the around here has changed when you're in the room. So when leadership walks around, things happen a bit quicker. People tend to be a bit different, let's put it that way, right? For whatever reasons, and you could joke about this. I often say that, so I don't know if you noticed this, but people don't throw petals in front of, regular folk in the office and all that sort of stuff. But I think there's that's obviously tongue in cheek, but the point of that is, our perspectives are constantly changing. So we have to find ways of generating a richer sense of individualized experience. And there's another part to this, right, which is then back to that sense-making point I made at the beginning as well. Because, making that information transparent, what we see is rather than, one of the questions we're often raised or often challenged with is, misery loves company. What do people say? Bad stuff, aren't we all going to, isn't it all just going to snowball? And that's just a bad indictment of how organizations feel their employees are feeling. But in reality, what happens is I share an experience and my colleagues will help me understand whether my experience is a shared one. They'll talk to me about what's going on for them and their interpretations. And so you'll see cultural alignment happening. It helps me to process what I've just experienced. Was that good, bad, indifferent? Or maybe did I just misread it? Everybody else heard something different than I do. And having an environment where we're actively listening, making transparent that insight, then suddenly we get to a greater opportunity to do things that matter, like aligned action. So we all now understand our context better because we're able to share our own experiences and sense check with our colleagues in a safe and non-judgmental way starts to make a big difference. So in summary, I think what we're really talking about here, the sort of lessons that we've learned, the way organizations listen and treat engagement is largely transactional. Moment in time, we change a few things, but in reality, organizations are dynamic and complex. The more we can do to create a richer, more realistic picture of where we are right now, the better decision-making we're going to have, the more likely we're going to be able to make effective adjustments to our direction. The more we can share what it's like for different people in our organization and how they experience work, the greater our collective ability to make sense of our context and take aligned action, as I've said. The more we can do to learn, to lean into people's experiences and use dialogue to positively influence the culture, then the better our relationships will be. And organizations rely on relationships, as I've said. Relationships need dialogue and they need mutual care, and that's where we get to trust. And once we're there, we're going to find ourselves in that organizational state I described right at the beginning, agile, resilient, and change ready. And that's the stuff we're going to need if we want to thrive moving forward. Today's talk, or my talk, has been part of this series of talks for inspiring workplaces under a banner of the Inspirathon. If this conversation or talk has inspired you in any way to want to learn more about the different ways you can listen, or ways that, or other aspects of our journey, if you want to probe into any of the things I've talked about, there's much more we could share. Then feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn, David Bellamy. Follow Harken's company page on LinkedIn too. You can visit harken.com, or indeed just drop me an email at david@harken.com. And thank you for listening.
Hello and welcome, everybody. My name is Karen. I'm coming into you here live from Stockholm in Sweden, and this is part of the Inspiring Workplaces Inspirathon. And I'm going to be your host for the next hour and a half, and we've got some great speakers coming up. I'm really excited to be with you here today because this whole event is just about sharing as much knowledge and really to give Inspiring Workplaces, the global community here, as much needed inspiration. We definitely need that these days, knowledge and basically connections throughout the world that basically can help in supporting you in creating an inspiring workplace from 2024 and beyond. So this is a 24-hour global workplace Inspirathon, and it's being hosted live, but it's also being recorded. So those will be made available on demand. And don't forget, if you're here live, ask your questions and share your thoughts in the comments throughout the talk, because we definitely want to have this interactive and to be able to, share if any questions come up and be able to have a good interaction and engagement here, right? So back to where we are here in Europe. We've got, like I said, a fantastic lineup of speakers coming for you. And I am actually going to be kicking this off with the first talk. And my talk is going to be about well-being and thriving in a crazy world. And we are in a bit of a crazy world these days, aren't we? I mean, seriously. I found this and I had to share this here because I thought it's so appropriate for all of us. In 100 years from now, people are going to be looking back and going, what the heck did those people do? And what were they going through, the last 5 years? And I would actually even predict, or whatever you want to call it, that it will be included in the next coming 5 years, that we're still going to have a lot of turbulence and a lot of different things going on in the world. So if you don't know who I am, my name is Karen Volo, and I'm the director of Evolution Academy. And Evolution Academy is a company where our purpose is bringing joy to the workplace. And we've been recognized in a number of places as one of the top 10 organizational development companies. And just this year, we have been recognized as the best employee engagement training provider in Europe in 2023. So I'm really proud of that with myself and the team that we're working with and really helping to transform cultures. I'm going to share as much as I can here today with you. And basically what we're going to be covering is a lot of information in a short amount of time. But on a personal level, I just want to share with you that sometimes when life changes to become harder, you have to change yourself to become stronger. And if you saw my picture on the advertisements for this, I have long hair and now I don't. And so just on a personal level, this year has been pretty crazy for me because I've gone through stage 4 cancer and I'm now recovering and fully cancer free, but it's been a heck of a journey. And when those tough things happen in our life, we can use them as catalysts. I've gone through some other challenging things in my life and it's always been really difficult during that time, but then afterwards it becomes a catalyst to help us grow and to develop and to kind of put us on our purpose and why we're here and what we're meant to be doing. And I do believe that we can change that. And it's all through the growth and how we develop ourselves. So what I'm going to be talking about today is covering a lot of information. I'll talk briefly about some global trends that I see, the impact that it's having, come up with some ideas and solutions. And definitely, I always love to give tools and resources and also promise how you can take it further if that might be something of interest for you as well. So we're living in this time, and I call it crazy world and crazy times because there are so many things that are happening out there. But the bottom line is that we're dealing with a lot of uncertainty. Things are happening on a global basis. There's wars, there's pandemics, there's all sorts of things that are actually making our personal lives somewhat unstable and, having to deal with a lot of uncertainty. We are dealing with a lot of change, and we'll get into specifically like how much change is coming. And then we're also dealing with a lot of stress. And these are all kind of interrelated, interwoven, but they're all also standalone on their own. And how we manage to get through these times is really, if we have tools that we can make it through a lot easier. And if we don't, it becomes rather challenging, right? So let's talk about some of these trends and go a little bit deeper into this. When you think about uncertainty, what emotions do you experience when you are feeling uncertain? And if you're available and can make some comments, that would be great. If not, that's fine. Basically, when I've had this type of a conversation, the emotions that come up, 95 to 98% tend to be kind of negative emotions. You can have a lot of anxiety, you can be very nervous, there's stress, you feel helpless, a lot of frustration, anger, oftentimes sadness, and it all kind of relates to having this lack of control of what's going on in your life, right? What do all of those emotions have in common? They are actually all based in, went too far there. They're all based in fear, right? And if we can acknowledge that and understand that and learn to manage our own emotional state, it makes it easier to handle all the things that are happening in the world outside of us because we have a lot of chaos around us. Part of this chaos is because there's so much change coming, and change can be often frightening for some people. Other people, they embrace change and it looks, like an opportunity, right? The one thing I can definitely say is that change is constant. We are in a point now, though, that we are going to and are in the middle of experiencing more change than we've ever experienced in our lives before. This is a graph that came from Peter Diamandis, and he, talks about this accelerated growth or exponential change. And a lot of it is due because of AI, robotics, 3D printing, all these new technologies that are coming. And, in the next we're in the middle of it now from, 4 years from 2022 to 2026, we're going to be experiencing the equivalent of the last 100 years of change. So that's a lot of change in a short amount of time. If you think about someone starting university in 2022, chances are whatever they're studying might even be obsolete by the time they finish their 4-year degree. So a lot of change is happening for everyone, including, it doesn't matter which generation you are. The good news about this, and I always love to share good news whenever I can because we get bombarded by so much bad news, is that we are adaptable. Humans are adaptable, and we're going to make it through this. We can, manage to learn all these new different things. And if you think about how our behaviors have changed just through technology, there's a saying that I came across in 2000, and I've lived by that ever since. It's life is change, change is constant, and growth is optional. So we have a choice on how we can manage this change, right? And how do we get through this? If we talk about stress, that's one of the things that's kind of everyone is experiencing all over the world. And why are we so stressed? We all have 24 hours in a day. What is it that we're doing that is making things go so that we do feel so stressed? It's kind of interesting. I don't know if you agree, but I definitely feel like time has sped up. Things are going much, much faster. And what I find fascinating is that Gallup is doing a lot of research now and asking a lot of questions around stress. So what they found in their latest State of the Global Workplace report that came out earlier this year is that 44% of people are experiencing a lot of stress daily at work, which is, if you look at it, the root cause of a lot of diseases out there. Up to 80% of diseases that we experience is related to stress in some way. So, it's kind of interesting, especially if we think about how we're talking about mental health and well-being right now. Again, I see it as an exciting trend or shift that we're actually able to have these conversations, because it's addressing kind of the elephant that's been in the room for a really long time in terms of dealing with stress and at work and how that is related to. I've heard a figure that, on Monday mornings, like that's the most common occurrence for heart attacks. And it's because people don't want to go to work, So it's kind of a sad thing, and it's a sad state of the workplace when you can come up with these kind of figures. And this is why it's so important to work with culture, to create an environment where people can thrive, because if that's stable for people at work, it helps to make everything else much easier for their lives as well. When I said we're talking about well-being, again, Gallup is starting to do a lot of research around this, and I think it's pretty interesting. And the impact of well-being goes far beyond kind of how people feel at work. It's affecting the number of sick days that people are taking. It's also looking about their job performance and how, are they able to do their job? There's a lot of burnout. We'll get into figures here in just a second, but if people are not dealing with their well-being and mental health and well-being, it leads to burnout, which is like the end of the rope for people, and you shouldn't let people get that far. And then, of course, it's always related to employee turnover and how people are feeling at work, and if they need to leave and if they're choosing to leave. What I love about Gallup's work is that they're able to kind of put it into concrete numbers so people can really understand this. So some of the more recent figures coming out about well-being at work was basically 75% of medical costs are due mostly for preventable conditions, which is pretty sad if you think about it. I mean, if we can prevent these things, why aren't we doing more around this to basically be able to handle taking care of people and showing people how they can thrive at work? They've also calculated this 322 billion of turnover and lost productivity cost is globally because of employee burnout. And I was always very curious, how do they come up with those numbers? And it's a combination of productivity, it's a combination of employee turnover, and then the health costs that people are experiencing at work, when they are getting sick because of burnout and things like that. They've also found that 20 million of additional lost opportunity for every 10,000 workers basically due because they're struggling and they're suffering. And so again, if the employer or the company can create a culture and an environment where people can do well and thrive, they're going to cut out so many costs and save themselves a lot of money. So it's definitely worthwhile to be proactive on this rather than reactive and trying to, scramble to take care of people who, could have avoided burnout and being too stressed. And then it's also, 15 to 20% of the total payroll in voluntary turnover is also due to burnout. So there's a definite correlation. We're not at the point yet where like the healthcare system is holding the employers liable for health costs in most countries, but we might get to that point, because I think employers really need to understand how to not have their employees too stressed so that they are having these health crises in their life. I think it's quite important. So I often hear with working with companies out there that they want this high performance culture. Everybody wants to have that. And what we do at Evolution is kind of drill down to how does that look? How do we actually get to that? And if you look at the bottom of this, you have your thoughts and then you have your emotions, and the two arrows that are kind of pointing, and it goes around in a circle, because sometimes our thoughts will trigger our emotions and vice versa. Sometimes emotions will trigger thoughts, but both of those will lead to our behaviors. which leads to our actions, and that leads to our results. So when you want a high performance culture, people are often looking at just the actions, or might be looking at the behaviors, but they're not going underneath. Like, how do you have joy at work? How do you experience excitement? How do you get people engaged and happy to go to work on Monday morning? One of my favorite CEOs out there, Gary Ridge, used to be the CEO of WD-40. He says, send people home happy, not crappy. And I love that, because it's, it does make such a difference, because we do spend the majority of our time at the workplace and basically having to deal with, most of our time there. And if it's not a happy environment, or not a place where people are feeling really good, then it has an impact on not just at the workplace, but also how they go home and how they are parents and spouses, and then it ripples into our society. So it's a big thing to look at, but if we can get to the root cause, then we can start to really shift things and make things much better there as well. So like I said, at Evolution, we talk a lot about emotions and to really kind of identify them. And this is a tool I developed many years ago. And I call it the joyometer, because I figure, we can measure our joy and see where we are. And I love sharing this because it just makes people realize like what their emotional state is. And here's the thing. We often say, I am angry, I am upset, I'm stressed, I'm bored, I'm happy, I'm, all these different things. And the words that come after I am are really powerful, because that's really what kind of creates our world. And what we need to understand is that we're not actually those emotions. We're just human beings having those emotions. And the beautiful thing is, as human beings, we have this huge range of emotions that we can go through, right? And the thing is, when you can put a name on an emotion you're experiencing, then all of a sudden you put a little bit of a distance. So if, let's say you're angry about something, you say, I'm really mad, right? But if you can just say, okay, I'm feeling mad. What am I mad about? You can just really start to back up and start to process that emotion in a way that is healthy for you. So it doesn't build up and cause stress and cause all these other things that start to end up happening there. So I use this joyometer in a way of making the invisible visible, and really kind of to increase your self-awareness, to grow and develop yourself, to be able to, identify this. And it's kind of funny because I was at one of the events that the Inspiring Workplaces has several years ago, and I had an HR director come up. She was judging as well, because I've been judging with them for many years. And she came up to me and she's like, oh, you're Karen Voillo. I have your joyometer on my phone. I was like, wow, okay. And she checks in on a regular basis just to kind of see, how am I feeling right now? And it's a good way to really, test yourself and see where you are. And I do believe that a lot of people have an emotional set point, a place where you often come back to. So just have this as an awareness. You can go and get it for free on our website there. I'll give you a place where you can get some other gifts at the end of this presentation as well. I used to talk about the 3 pillars of culture, and I've just this year added a 4th pillar, and I want to kind of take you through this, because I've been doing this work for over a decade, and I wrote a book called Engage, and that kind of was the catalyst for me to start doing the work that I've been doing nowadays for so many years. And it was all about engagement, and you want to create an engaged environment where people can really thrive, and you want people who are aligned with the values, the vision, the mission, the purpose of the company, and that they want to make a difference, because if they have that kind of instilled in them, then they're going to be pretty engaged. What I also found in working with companies over so many years is that they have to have this bigger purpose and these living, breathing values, because when you have that, it's kind of the company as an organization, but that's the anchor that will kind of guide people, the compass that takes people forward together. Then what I found, and especially over the last 5 years, I've been pulled into working with trust so much, because there's like this underlying level. If there's high levels of trust inside of an organization, it's so much easier to do the culture work, because people are willing to take action and move things forward. So building, a foundation inside of the organization and building that culture around trust makes a huge difference. If it's a high trust organization, it is 300% more, they perform 300% better than low trust organizations. And the last pillar that I just added this year is basically leaders who care. And I've come to the realization in interviewing so many CEOs out there on my podcast, which is called the Amazing Leader Series, is that if the leaders truly care about the people and they're authentic with who they are, and they can build a strong connection and show that they really do care, it's so much easier to do everything else. So it's like, now I have these 4 pillars of culture that I think are really vital. So basically, what do we need to do to create a thriving culture? And I think these are kind of the key things where I'm seeing at this point where we really need to focus in on. And the first is really having leaders that care. And it's really interesting because I've had so many people, and prior to the work I do now with cultures and helping companies keep their best people, I used to work in executive search and headhunting, and I used to take the best people out. And I've been told over my career of over 25 years now, something like that, that there were so many people who took their MBAs who felt like they had to unlearn what they learned in their MBAs. And I actually was having dinner recently with a Harvard professor from the MBA program, and we had a conversation about caring and how so many people feel like that's kind of educated out of them. And I asked her, I said, when is that going to change? Can you do something about this? And she was fully agreeing with me. And she said, oh, it's going to take some time. So I think we need to really focus in on developing leaders and helping them to understand, and especially with the COVID period that we had, that really shifted the world a lot because it came back to our empathy and our compassion for each other. And it was the first time we've ever experienced anything on a global basis where we all went through kind of a global trauma together. And so caring about people really became a high leadership quality that people wanted to see. And we've had, I sometimes call it the seismic shift in leadership. And I was talking to a CEO of a large international manufacturing company not so long ago, and we were talking about this, and he said, we're never going back to the way it was before. We're only going to be moving forward, and it's probably going to be even more of this. So not to kind of, focus so much on basically having leaders that care, but I think that really, it makes it so much easier. It's kind of like this domino effect that makes things so much better. Second point here is being purpose-driven. And I think on an individual basis, we need to be purpose-driven, and then also on a, obviously organizational level. And when you can have both of those aligning where an individual has a higher purpose and also aligning it with a bigger purpose of the company, that's when you really get people like super excited about work. Building that high trust organization or that high trust culture, I've already talked about basically, and then developing your people. Where we are right now, in 2025, 75% of the workforce is going to be the millennials and the Gen Zs. They are the most educated, but the least experienced workforce we've ever experienced or had. So they need this development. And so it's really important to look at individuals as a whole and to inspire them and to, develop them as a professional, but also on a personal level. Because if you do that, it makes them feel connected to the company. It makes them loyal to the organization if you're investing in their development, and they're basically going to be able to thrive from there as well. So those are some key things that I'm finding right now. Things may change in the future. We never know, because remember, change is constant. So to kind of start to wrap this up a little bit, as I mentioned, our purpose is bringing joy to the workplace. And I love to give gifts. If you're watching this live or if you're watching this from, the recording, you can go to evolution.com/gifts. You'll get access to the Joyometer, which I talked about a little bit earlier, is a tool that I love to give out, and access to reports. And I think there's a couple of masterclasses that are there as well. And, it's really about what we do, and the work that we do where we support leaders is about doing trainings where we are actually working with leaders, but also the whole organization, helping with strategies in terms of how do you do a cultural transformation. Because a lot of times I find leaders right now, they're struggling. They don't know how to, they want to do it, but they don't know how. And then also working, especially when you're merging and growing, especially in that rapid growth, there's so much happens when you're bringing multiple cultures in together. And if you've got this great culture and you're bringing in a lot of other companies, what happens is that the culture needs to shift, and it does shift, but it's hard to manage that because there's just a mix of so many different cultures. And then the last area that we work in is also with coaching, both executive and leadership coaching. So, basically what I want to just share here, and if I can get rid of the slides, I don't know how to do that. Maybe the tech people can do that. Yeah, thank you. So I can just wrap this up here. As an individual, we have the ability to make a difference in the workplace. And I really want you to feel inspired and know that you as an individual really can make a difference. And it's just about being proactive and choosing, number one, to develop yourself, focus on the things that you can manage so that you don't feel too overwhelmed or stressed or uncertain about things. And then connecting with people on a heart-to-heart basis. If you have a great team and you really care about each other, that takes care of so many of the problems. And I come back so often that, all of these problems that we're facing in the world, so much of it would be solved by just being kind, be nice to each other, have respect for each other, listen to each other, have good conversations. You know, it's okay to not agree on everything. Don't have to go attacking other people because of that. So that's kind of my main message. I hope you got some inspiration from this, and we'll be continuing on with some great speakers here, and just, you know, tuning in when you can, and getting as much as you can out of this, because there's a lot of value that's being offered here for free for everybody. So I hope you enjoyed my talk, and yeah, we're going to come back in a couple of minutes, and then I will introduce the next speaker. And I appreciate you listening in on this, and I hope you have a fabulous day. Hello and welcome back to the Inspirathon 2023. So excited that you're here with us. We have a wonderful next speaker coming up. Her name is Helene Williamson, and she is the Global People and Culture Director at All Saints. And All Saints is a global fashion retailer, and basically talent retention and a young workforce has been part of their biggest challenge with that entire workplace. And Helene's talk is retaining our Gen Z workforce, from Sherpas to the Spice Girls. And she's going to share some of All Saints' learnings. It's from the key KPIs for success to what the Spice Girls can teach us about recruitment and diversity, and how All Saints amplified the CEO's value-based approach to build an inspiring culture. So I want to welcome Helene and let her take over, and we'll have a great talk from her.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much, Karen. Lovely introduction. So I'm Helen. I'm the Global People and Culture Director at All Saints. And as Karen said, you may or may not be kind of familiar with All Saints. So a bit about us. So we're a global fashion brand founded in Shoreditch in East London in 1994, so not yet 30. And we employ about 2,200 people in 13 countries, so very global. Our three biggest markets are the UK, where we started, and then followed by North America and Taiwan. So about 70% of our workforce works in a store, and our average age is even younger than All Saints itself. So our average age is 26. So it really is that that Gen Z workforce that that dominates. And we're an incredibly diverse brand. So we're very lucky to be more female than male across the board, including at board level. So more female than male directors, and that's been really inspiring to be a part of such a diverse culture and board. Over 20% of us identify as LGBTQ+, and over 40% of us as Black, Indigenous, or people of colour. So hugely diverse in terms of background, in terms of gender diversity, in terms of sexual orientation. But on average still quite young, so that tells you a little bit about what we're dealing with. And we, I guess, probably not dissimilar to sort of many of the people in our sector. Probably our biggest sort of talent challenge over the last few years has been, how do we sort of retain that young workforce globally, and also I guess people have very different kind of views of what a career in a store is like. But, you know, I think for us, it's also been about, you know, how do we make sure that those careers really feel meaningful, and that they are careers, not just jobs, if that's what our workforce wants. So today's talk is very much kind of practical. So the problem we've been facing, and a bit about our approach and how we've tackled it. So hopefully that's what you've tuned in for. But in terms of kind of why that talent retention is a problem for us, we estimate that it costs us around £2,500. So that's about $2,800 for US dollar people. And in the last year, we lost about 1,400 of our 2,200 employees. So that's a cost of around £3 million or $3.5 million a year. So I guess our kind of pitch to the board was, we believe that we can really, if by investing in our people experience and making some changes to culture and development, we believe that we can kind of dramatically reduce those numbers by about 50% by 2025 and fulfill our overall business ambitions at the same time. And in terms of how we do that, this is kind of our overall sort of talent goal. So this goal was actually set by Pete, our CEO, and it's one of 4 sort of strategic imperatives that drive our business. So building a talent utopia, and then the other 3 are focused on marketing, supply chain, and business expansion. Very much with a view that we're a growing business, we're ambitious, and that building a talent utopia is kind of one of the most sort of important aspects of how we achieve our overall ambitions for growth. So what does that actually mean? So talent utopia for us is creating a place to work that nobody thought was possible, having our talent absolutely joined up with our brand, And I guess in terms of what we mean by that, there's a few different sort of aspects to that. So I think communication is super important. So, you know, knowing what's happening, feeling like you're a part of it, feeling like you belong from a diversity and inclusion point of view is obviously really important there as well. And also feeling inspired, so feeling inspired by our leadership, and you know, regardless of kind of what part of the business you work in, and whether that's in a store, in a distribution center, or, you know, designing our clothing in our studios in East London, whatever you do and kind of wherever you are in the world, feeling like you can find inspiration and you can find a place where you belong. For those of you that were just listening to kind of what Karen was talking about, I think she's absolutely right when she sort of talks about EQ, and also that kind of culture being so important in terms of what keeps us working in a brand. I think you know, if you ask most people at All Saints what they love about working here, they'll tell you it's the people they work with. But I guess what we're really describing there is what Karen described, right? So it's that connection to each other, but also feeling valued and appreciated. So the shift that we needed to make as leaders, we kind of wrapped into one big project. So we called it Project Amazing, because we're nothing if not ambitious at All Saints. And these were the kind of 5 key sort of strands that we talked to our leaders about. So creating a world-class working environment. Retailers have a tendency to think about numbers first rather than people. Also, I guess in retail, we're often dealing with part-time roles. So, you know, a big part of the conversation that we had is that we wanted, if work is a relationship, then we wanted to be a better boyfriend to our teams. So we wanted to, you know, show up when we said we would. Offer them the same commitment as they are offering us. So, you know, if you're contracted to 16 hours a week, but we're sometimes asking you to do 32 and sometimes 16, that doesn't feel like we're really committed to you. So we wanted to make sure that we were, you know, calling when we said we would, showing up in the way that we said we would, and that we were consistent with what we were offering in terms of commitment level and what we were asking. Time off is an investment in retaining talent, not a pain in the butt. So a big part of, I guess, what we wanted to address and change is that we knew that part of what we wanted to do to improve retention of our workforce is to change our age mix and attract a more mature and retain a more mature team member. In order to do that, we had to kind of go back to basics in terms of how we manage like rotas, scheduling, and the conversation that we had with our leaders is that a more mature team has life commitments. You know, it could be childcare, could be they've got stuff going on outside of work, but they will stay longer if we meet them with flexibility. And that's been an absolute game changer for us in terms of being able to, for example, attract and retain more working parents, just through simple things like consistent shift patterns, getting schedules up earlier. Our leaders deserve face-to-face, one-to-one connection with us regularly. So I think through the pandemic, we all became very, very comfortable with virtual tools. And in particular, I guess a lot of work was done by instant message. So we again kind of really re-emphasized that kind of face-to-face, get to know you connection. And I think, you know, the conversation that we had was that, you know, our best coaching conversations very rarely happen on a chat message. So that kind of one-to-one, really show me you know me, has been incredibly important as a behavior change for our leaders. Our store visits are for the team, not the product. So again, you know, saying to leaders when we're visiting a store, we're not there to see how the dresses look, we're there to see how the team are. So really emphasizing that, you know, when we are visiting, that's really about building connections with each member of the team, not a sort of product performance pop quiz, but really kind of how are you, what do you want to do, what feedback do you have for us, what opportunities are there. And, you know, I think the sort of 5th point there, I guess, is if we're delivering an amazing experience, you can expect amazing performance from your employees as well. So utopia worthy leadership isn't about giving teams everything they want. It's about building that candid relationship that allows us to develop them based on two-way feedback and high standards. And in terms of kind of how big a shift that was, I think some of that's needed quite a bit of kind of learning development and sort of culture intervention, and some of that's come very naturally. I think you'll probably find that if you're considering making similar shifts or changes to your employee experience, that actually you'll have leaders that behave like this naturally. And it's also about, I think, one of my sort of best tips is probably find those leaders that are ambassadors for this already and really amplify and sort of show off what they do to the rest of the organization, because that can be a real driver for change. It's very different when we see it demonstrated to when the people team tells us we should be doing something. So I promised to tell you about the Spice Girls, and I am going to come through. So leading in 2023, when we kind of think about generational gaps in leadership, a lot of us came up maybe working for Boomer or Gen X or even millennial leaders. And I guess what we've learned about leading in 2023 is that leadership needs to be much more like the Spice Girls. And what I mean by that is the Spice Girls is a band with no frontman. So actually any of the spices can do it, and there is a spice for everybody. So I think you can kind of find your fit in that team, but probably I would hope most of you would have a favorite Spice Girl. Mine obviously is Ginger, but I think for us, really helping to kind of think about leadership as something that affects the whole team, culture as something that affects the whole team, and actually really encouraging that it's a group of people doing it together, but they're not all the same. Actually, that everyone brings their own identity to the party. And I guess just to clarify, there is absolutely space in our leadership model for Spice boys and Spice non-binary people. So I appreciate they're not maybe the most diverse example, but they are my favorite, so I couldn't resist. So yeah, this kind of principle of anyone can lead, and that actually what our teams want from us is more coaching and less front manning or kind of dragging a team behind you. And also we know that it's incredibly important that our teams feel like they share a purpose with their leader. So to achieve utopia, there was sort of two things that we knew we needed. So trust and psychological safety, which Karen obviously spoke about a little bit earlier, but also a huge amount of constant change, because we're not yet at utopia. And those of you who have cottoned on that utopia is an imagined state of perfect bliss will know that actually we're probably always going to be on the journey to utopia. There's no sort of moment where you cross the finish line with this. But that those two things really do need to remain in balance for us to be able to kind of effectively change our proposition. So we've spoken to leaders a lot about how to build that trust. We really emphasize listening. DEI is employee led at All Saints, and a big part of our role is just tuning into those groups in the organization and really being there to listen and make sure that they kind of get heard at a board level, so that we are really building and creating that sort of trust and psychological safety for people. And yeah, I think that kind of balance can be quite tricky to maintain. There's probably times when we've got that right and times when we've got it wrong. But that is our aim, is for those two things to kind of to stay in balance. Okay, so I spoke about purpose earlier, and I think there's a few different ways that we've kind of talked to our people about this. So the first, and I think this always helps me as well, but the first thing we talk about is, why did you choose the role that you're in? So why All Saints? Why being a leader at All Saints? How did you feel on your first day, and how do you kind of connect back to that first day feeling? And then we like to say, we're not a retailer, we're in the business of feelings. And I guess what that means is that we believe, and what kind of gets us out of bed in the morning as a brand is, we believe that actually a new outfit can be transformative in terms of how confident we feel. And we talk to our teams a lot, not just about making sure that the product. Like, we sell 30 different leather jackets, and there's a huge amount of sort of specialist knowledge that goes into being able to being able to present that offering to the customer. But what's really important to us, and I guess the thing that we look for when we recruit, because it's much more difficult to train, is do people have the kind of competency of starting a conversation with a stranger? So actually the ability to quickly build rapport and to understand how they're feeling, and to sort of try and change that where you can. But also actually what an enormous privilege it can be to do our job. So actually, one of the sort of most amazing things about working in a store is you can affect someone's feelings and someone's confidence. And we talk about buying the shirt for the first date, or the blazer for the job interview, or we've even had people come to us for white dresses to wear to their weddings. And actually how amazing it is to be able and to have the privilege of being able to be part of those moments and those feelings. Like, that's a big part of our purpose as a brand. So overall, in terms of kind of what we've learned from Project Amazing, we know that our people are self-motivated when they're given the freedom to do the work they enjoy, when they're able to control what they do, when they do it, and how they go about doing it. And that is quite a shift, I guess, from what you might think of as a sort of traditional retail job. But that's the sort of direction of travel for us, is having variety, having control over their career path, and having the flexibility to tell us when they do and don't want to work, and see their potential as unlimited, and constantly seek to improve their skills through learning and practice. So we talk a lot about developing growth mindset, and that's a massive part of our culture, is that sort of openness to feedback and challenge, but also making sure that there's the coaching and support there, that actually this can be a place where you do really improve your skills through learning and practice. And then I guess the kind of final bit that we know is really important is understanding and sort of being invested in the bigger picture. So transparency is a massive part of how we want to operate as a board. So everything from we publish our diversity and inclusion numbers every year alongside our gender pay gap reporting, which we don't have to do, but we think it's really important. We'll publish how we're doing on our sustainability commitments, how many of our products have a sustainable attribute, what those attributes are, and that's something that we carry into the business as well. So really regular communication, regular updates is really important. So that's something that we've really learned through this journey, is how important it can be to really be clear, and to make sure that everybody kind of knows what part they can play. So not just this is the goal, but actually how do I contribute to that, or where do I fit in? So regardless of whether you're processing payroll or working in a store, this is the impact that you can have. So that's been really important to us. And in terms of how it's going, I think, as I said, it's a journey that has no end. But what I can tell you is, in the sort of 12 months that we've been working on this, we've seen a 23% reduction in our labour turnover. So it is a journey that's really worth going on, in my view. And I think if it's something that you're thinking about in terms of sort of improving the employee experience, we really can see in our sort of hard metrics that is really paying off. So we're really delighted to see that. And I think that's pretty much everything I wanted to share with you guys. So I hope that was useful, and yeah, it would be great to hear any thoughts.
Hi, Helen. I loved your talk. It's so nice and refreshing to see actual, like, a company that's doing the journey, doing the work, and you can see the tangible results. Have you found, is management open to this? Obviously they are, because they're doing this, but was there resistance in the beginning, or?
Yeah, I think, I said you'll find leaders that are kind of natural advocates, and leaders probably that are a bit more skeptical. And I think, we, like most organizations, we do have a generation gap, right? So we've got members of our board that are not Gen Z. And actually are probably, examples of leaders who came up behind someone that was kind of more autocratic and that maybe wasn't about letting the whole team lead. So yeah, I think, in terms of kind of what that journey has looked like, we've done two things. So the first is we've asked for the trust. We've been incredibly lucky in that we've had really good CEO support as well, and I think that makes a huge difference. So finding that senior sponsor for the work, I think, is super important and helpful. So yeah, asking for that trust, I think, has been really helpful. And then I guess the other bit that I would say has been really useful is, I sort of spoke about it briefly earlier, but it's finding the leaders that are already doing it and really sort of making a fuss of them in the best possible way. So really sharing that, sort of talking through how they've done it, what challenges they've found, but really having those metrics ready to go as well. I think, particularly for your more skeptical stakeholders, being able to sort of say that the proof is in the pudding, makes it very, very difficult to say no.
Yeah, it's interesting because over the years when I've worked so much with HR, it's like you've got to have the languaging that top leaders understand. So, I mean, that you can make it so concrete. You've reduced the staff turnover by 23%, right? That's what you said?
Yeah.
That's great. And that actually shows kind of a result that you can have. Was it natural for you guys to work with purpose and things like that? Or was that something that you intentionally brought in?
It's a good question. So I think a lot of it resonated with people from day one, but maybe hadn't been articulated to them in that way. So I think, if you spoke to them about what they loved and what got them out of bed, a lot of them would have said, it's interaction with customers. But whether they would have said to you, it's the privilege of being able to change how someone feels, maybe not in that specific way. So I think a lot of our craft is to kind of put the kind of language or concept around a sort of cloud of stuff that could be quite nebulous.
I think you've just shared such a great example with so much of your staff being Gen Z, because I know that older generations have a hard time with them. I mean, I've heard so many times, like, how do we manage these people, And I mean, it's like,
absolutely. But I mean, listen, the reality is they're not going away, right? So
no.
I mean, I think, the other thing is, I think, we've said to our leaders, you don't have to agree with everything, but this is what they expect, and the kind of consequence of not being there to meet them at least part of the way in that expectation is actually that you won't be able to attract and keep the best. So I think, for me, it was a sort of point earlier, but actually one of the big things that we were able to say to our leaders is, it isn't just about giving Gen Z everything that, quote, they demand. It is actually about saying, if you're delivering an amazing experience, you can expect amazing results, right? And I think that's been a real unlock for us as well, is that it is a two-way process, right? So I think what tends to make people uncomfortable is, it's like, oh, well, they want this and they want that. And I think actually being able to say, well, actually, if we're delivering a better proposition, you can also expect better results. I think that's very difficult to argue with.
It's almost like you have to be, I don't know if you feel this way, but kind of the bridge between the two mindsets of, the younger generation coming in and what they want, and the older generations that are just like, well, we've always done it this way, or whatever the case might be.
Yeah, you're dead right. My team always joke that I've always got a on the other hand. So I think, that finding that balance is really, really important.
Well, I'm so glad that you were able to come and share and, like I said, give a good case study. I think this is very insightful for so many people, and especially because, like I had mentioned, 75% of the workforce is these Gen Z. So you're living it, you're doing it, and it's great to be able to shine the spotlight on companies that are doing things like that. Is there any last tidbit of advice you would have for people working in HR that could help them in kind of their own journeys?
Oh gosh, great question. I would say, connect to your purpose first. So I think, before you start thinking about what everybody else's is, make sure you're really clear. I mean, I think often, we carry some of the biggest kind of emotional load through these processes. So I think, being really clear with yourself and with your own team about what gets you out of bed and what do you want to achieve and accomplish, I think can be really helpful before you kind of plow into trying to shape that for the rest of the organization.
great advice, definitely. We're so aligned on so many things. It was like our talks totally overlapped, so that was
Absolutely.
great.
We didn't compare notes before, guys, just so you
No.
know.
So that was fun. But thank you so much, Helen, and good luck with everything. And I'm going to
My
be keeping
pleasure.
an eye on you guys, and hopefully, you can share some more insights in some future events as well.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me.
Take care. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Give you guys a little, what do you want to call it? Potty break, or whatever you want to call it. And, we'll have another speaker coming up here at the top of the hour. So thanks for hanging in here, and we'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back to the 2023 Inspirathon. And we just had a wonderful speaker with Helen Williamson from All Saints, and we are going to go into our next amazing speaker, who is Susie Archer, and she is the staff director at Euler. Susie is actually a very experienced people leader. She has taken on very senior leadership positions from early on in her career. Currently, as the staff director at Euler, her role is encompassing all elements of the employee experience journey, from talent acquisition to onboarding to employee growth and through exit and alumni as well. So Susie's people-first approach has actually enabled significant people growth at Euler with an award-winning employee experience journey, which I hope she'll tell us a little bit about, and also reflective of Euler's own innovative approach to workplace technology. Susie's talk is How to Build a Winning Workplace Culture, Strategies for HR Leaders, and it's going to provide some actionable steps for HR leaders that they can take to assess their current workplace culture, and strategies that will also to help to create a winning culture as well. And basically, it's going to be drawing on key research as well as personal experience. So let me welcome Susie and let her take the helm here for this event.
Thank you so much, Karen.
There you are. Yeah, it's all yours. Take over, Susie.
Great, that sounds good. Thank you so much. I was going to introduce myself a little, but Karen did an awesome bio there. But yeah, my name's Susie, staff director at Euler. So my role day to day is all things employee experience, from hiring to retiring, but also consulting with our global clients in terms of their employee experience journey and how the tech that we create at Euler has a role to play in that, but also their wider work tech too. So just jumping straight into the deck. So I've been in the world of HR for 5+ years now, and when I started and was looking at HR strategy, particularly when I took on a HR leadership role, what I tended to see that culture was very much based on this systematic process of, if you do X, then Y happens, or you need to do A, B, and C to get that output that you wanted. So at Euler, we have a bit more of that flexible approach, which is based on 7 pillars that make up a great culture. So the first one being around vision, which starts from employer brand, from recruitment. When you're bringing great talent into your business, they need to see the vision that your organization has, where it's heading, that why you do what you do. They need to understand how their individual role aligns to that, so what their purpose is and how you continue to empower that throughout their employee experience journey. Leadership, clearly this is amazing when it's led from the top and done well, but more so I feel like managers have such an important part to play in that and are actually one of the greatest influencers of a fantastic employee experience journey for your people. Inclusivity clearly goes without saying, to be inclusive always in what you do and quite intentional in the way that you do that, to be appreciative, to provide opportunity for growth, not just in terms of career growth, but also that personal growth journey that your team are going to go on when they're with you, and then that balance. And if you can do all of that, and I think it's really important to note that these different pillars have different impact at different times. There's going to be times where one is really clearly needed or is dependent on what's going on inside your business with your people in the wider world, of where that focus is going to be at different times. So very much a fluid sort of model that if that works in the way that you hope it to, you see that increased engagement and retention across your people. Your people feel more empowered, valued, and motivated, and ultimately that helps them to drive a better customer experience, which will impact your business performance and profitability. So I feel like I could talk about this all day, and it's a lot to get into 25 minutes. So I've grouped this into sort of 5 themes of some of that journey that you might go on. But before you go on any journey, and this I think can be very different to different organizations, but based on where you are at that time. So if you're right at the start of that journey, then this is quite easy. If you're trying to do a culture shift, or you're trying to do something after merger and acquisition, it's really important to know actually where you are at so that you can build from it. So understanding your current workplace culture, and the easiest way to do that is to listen to your people, to ask questions, to either introduce or to work with the tools and methods that you have to assess that culture in terms of surveys, focus groups, one-to-ones, interviews, And that doesn't have to be really complicated. Asking really simple questions about, for us, that's things like, what do you love about working at Hula? What's one thing we could do differently to improve your employee experience, to improve your work-life balance? And when you're asking these questions, to make sure that you're capturing that as much as possible in a way that helps you to build on it, and also to show the progress and the difference that you're making in the time that lies ahead. So creating that space for people to share. One of the things we try to do at Hula is encourage that always on mentality. So there are going to be times in the year when we ask you for your feedback and you have a survey, but there's never any invitation needed to do that. You can always contribute. So we have like a questions and suggestion space where people can chip in at any time. And I think it's really important that if you're asking all those questions, that you feed back on what's being shared and what you're going to do about it. So consistently at Hula, that's in the form of, you said, we did. And then be transparent about how you're doing what you're doing and how that success is measured. So when you're starting or redefining culture, having that baseline metrics of your data is so important. So what data do you already have in place? Some of that can be really quick wins. When we started, we looked at things like employee retention, length of service, our sickness absence days, our colleague to manager ratios, our gender pay gap. A lot of companies that we come across don't measure their gender pay gap because you don't have to report on it for quite a significant time in your growth. But actually, why would you wait until you have to report on it? Because then it's too late to do anything about it. So we started measuring that now so that we can close that gap over time. Very, very proud at Hula that we have a 20p gender pay gap. So it's something that we just need to maintain and work towards over time, and drill into that a little bit more detail. But when you know what data you have, you also know what's missing, and then how you want to measure that, and then what touch points do you need to put into place. So when we started really focusing on our EX journey at Hula, we found that we had a lot of those touch points in place. We already did 4-week check-ins after onboarding. We already did exit surveys, but they were much more interview-based. So the comments and feedback that you would share would obviously be quite subjective to the person who was delivering that at the time. And we never wanted to take, and I think it's really important not to take away from that human connection. So we're never saying that we use the tech or the data or surveys or whatever that might be to replace that in-person conversation, but only to enhance it. So we still have those touch points, but we also let people know that after that, they'll get a really quick survey to fill in. And some of that can be really awesome from an employer brand perspective. So for example, off the back of our onboarding surveys, we were able to share that for our starters who joined us in the last 12 months, they rated their onboarding experience 4.8 stars out of 5, which was an awesome metric to then be able to share as part of that recruitment and candidate experience of what people can expect when they're coming to join us. So once you know where you're starting from and you have an idea of that direction of travel that you're going in, the biggest thing I could advise, and the best advice that I had when I started out this, particularly as we started our sort of like UK to US expansion, was around back to basics, making sure that you have your fundamentals right and that what you do now is fit for purpose, but also helps you and enables you to scale. So we looked at this across our pillars. So coming back to that map on the first slide, but having that clear vision of why you do what you do. And all of this contributes to that great employee experience, aligning people with purpose. I think this is something that actually can get lost pretty easily in an employee experience journey as your business objectives change, priorities change, life changes, your remit changes, you get different jobs, promotions, that actually you constantly need to revisit back to what is the purpose of what I'm doing as an individual, but how does that align to business goals? Having really clear leadership and direction through the good times and the bad, which I'm going to revisit a little later. But like I said, managers playing such a clear role in that. Being inclusive, I think it's something that we say as if it should be really obvious, but actually it's not. I think there's a lot of time where you need to enable your people and make them feel comfortable to be their true, authentic selves so that they can have a better experience inside of work and therefore a better output, which is all driven by your values, your decision makings, how you talk to each other, and being intentionally mindful to the challenges that people face outside of work, and how you do your absolute best to make sure that that doesn't come into that work environment, how their health, well-being, what's going on for them at home, their abilities, their disabilities, how that all impacts their ability to do their job well, and what as an organisation you need to do about it. Creating that culture of appreciation, I think that's twofold. The first one around peer-to-peer recognition, embedding that as part of your culture, shouting about your wins, shouting about the role in which you play, and also making sure that that's just something that you don't lose sight of in the busy times. It's really hard and really easy in that case to just go from onto the next without just taking that moment to celebrate your wins. And then the second part of that being around pay and perks, and making sure that you're recognizing your people well for what you're doing. I'm going to talk about it a little later, but I think this was one of the big lessons learned for me around pay and recognition, is just really making sure that you benchmark yourselves against similar size organizations of what's realistic for your organization, because you'll see other companies and you'll think, oh, I wish we could do that, or I really would love us to do that, but we're just not quite there yet. It doesn't mean we're not going to get there, but what steps can we take, and how can we do that in those increments that add up over time? Opportunity for growth. People need to be able to see how they can grow inside of work in terms of their career and their professional development, but also that work-life integration has never been tighter than it is now. So how does what you do inside of work contribute to someone's life outside of work, how they grow, what they want to get to, and where their ambitions are? And then similarly, balance between life in and outside of work. Like post-pandemic, that's become such an important thing, even more so, and it's so much more at the forefront, but that will take different meanings at different times. For me, I'd always been, still am, super career motivated, but when I became a mama, that needed so much more of my attention and time for my little ones. And then I had to find that real balance of how do I do the job that I love with the babies that I love, and how does that mash together? And all of that underpinned by your company values. So keep coming back to it. We touch base with it frequently on any of our docs that we put out, presentations, company updates, performance conversations, one-to-ones. How do your values thread through all of that? And how, like your business goals, do you keep coming back to them and refreshing those? So once you know where you're heading, you've got the basics, it's then time to personalize that employee experience. This is something I could talk about for days. It's one of the things that I'm most passionate about, and the most things that I've loved doing inside of Hula. So we talk about personalizing employee experience, but I think it's much more about humanizing that employee experience. My background before I joined Hula wasn't HR, so I never came at it from that HR lens, always a people first lens. And I'm not saying that HR policies, process, all of that sort of stuff isn't important, but for us, it is something that we fall back on in times of need rather than something that guides our decision making. So finding that areas in which you can personalize your employee experience and bring that to life. And we're very lucky. We have an absolutely awesome creative team. So it's been very easy for us to take that visual employer brand and thread it through absolutely everything that we do. So it looks and feels very Hula as much as it's about the output of what we're delivering. So the way in which we did that was first with our culture book. I took huge pride in ripping apart our 134 plus page employee handbook that was filled with policies, procedures, corporate language that just wasn't reflective of what we were doing at Hula and where we were trying to get to create an 8-page culture book, which is all about who we are, why we do, what matters to us, our values, our approach to inclusivity, well-being, growth. So from there stemmed everything else. And then we looked at the touch points of that we could humanize and personalize and take a little back step to some of that HR language. So our probations used to be A4 Word documents. They're now personalized emails that include video content from their managers. So it's much more about them and what they contribute inside of work. Our contract letters come on really awesome headers that, you know, those big woohoo moments that really celebrate that. We created branded welcome cards, kudos cards. We put a front page on our contracts, the one that's in here, to show that, you know, an employment contract is probably one of the most formal documents that you can have, but it's also like the first touch point that somebody has within your organization. So we put the cover on it, and we put in a page on it about how lucky and privileged we feel that when anyone chooses to be part of Hula's journey, because it's a choice to join whatever organization you want to be a part of. We put our values there. So that was one of the first touch points that they saw. And then bigger picture, which is tough. It took a lot of time, but we started to review all of our policies and procedures to look at what was fit for purpose. So we said goodbye to policies like our disruptions to public transport or severe weather policy that ultimately just came back to how we feel about flexible working. If you're going to be late, talk to your manager. If you need to start early, finish late, whatever that might be, that's fine. It was all part of a much wider objective at Hula to build on that whole stance to flexible working. So we did a full policy review, condensed those down. One of the easiest things we did, but had quite a big impact, was humanizing our policies in terms of they were no longer the company said this. It was about at Hula, we do this, we do this. As a collective, it's about we and us and not this corporate entity. And then we looked at the policies that over time we want to get to in terms of, you know, enhanced sickness that we've just started to do, or extending out our family policies. So that's where sort of next level gets to, that takes a little bit more time. And then the second element to sort of personalizing that experience is also how you're utilizing your tech inside of your business to enable your employee experience. So there's much more of an expectation now that your people want that consumer grade digital experience inside of their tech. So in the way that you would personalize your desk at home with pictures of your kids or your dog or pets or family or sports teams, whatever that might be, you should be able to personalize your experience inside of work in the same way, and being really intentional about how you personalize the comms that you're sharing with your team. So not everybody needs to see everything all the time, but how do you get that content and information over at the time when it's most relevant to that person? And whilst you can do a lot of that on a group wide or a business level, you also need to acknowledge that individuality and consider what your team's diverse needs are and preferences. So how can you tailor that to your different employee resource groups, or depending on region, job role, office location, whatever that might be, that really takes it to that next level of personalization. And then lastly, just having that understanding of flexibility inside of all of that. There is no one size fits all. It should never be a static process. It's always something that needs adapting and changing over time. So I wanted to add this one in here because it's something that I've been really guilty of over my time, particularly when I joined Hula, because we create, or we were founded in bespoke HR and L&D systems. So we would create these awesome platforms across coaching, mentoring, talent management for these clients like Santander, L'Oreal, BT, all these amazing names that still blows my mind when they're in the office or we're talking to them or we're consulting on EX. But it was really easy to see what good looked like in those sorts of organizations, or, you know, case studies and research that was putting out that's putting a focus on that was ultimately amazing, but was aspirational. So what I started to do a lot more of, and that it really shapes what we do now, is being much more mindful of benchmarking ourselves, or what does good look like in organizations of a similar scale and size, whether that's in terms of revenue or headcount. I know she's on this session, but my colleague Ella and I can be really, really guilty of running away with our thoughts and getting really excited by things, and then constantly having to bring ourselves back to basics and back to that intentional of, right, what did we want to achieve? Where were we aiming for? And how does this align to that? And never losing sight of that aspiration, but knowing that we're going to take steps to get there, and very much walking before we run. So getting the basics right now, and also looking at, as we scale, is an a video from every manager to every employee in their team as part of probation. Is that realistic? I'd like to think so. I'd like to think that as we scale up, that we continue to do much more of that as possible. But once you get into those headcounts of 1,000, 3,000, 10,000, whatever that might be, it's looking at how do we keep this employee experience journey that we're so very proud of, and how do we continue to do that at scale. So keeping very focused on your destination. And then the biggest one, I think, around understanding how your people agenda, your strategy aligns to business goals. Business goals change over time. They can change quite quickly depending on what's going on in not just in your business, but your sector or the wider work landscape. So constantly pulling back to how, as a people team, you're contributing to those business goals, and also how you enable your people to do that consistently as well. So through performance management conversations, how you're documenting all of that, how often you're revisiting it to make sure that those business metrics around performance are always really aligned to your people, and coming back to that culture map, their purpose inside of their organization as well. And then last up, no journey is ever a straight road. You will have bumps in the road. There will be times where things come up that you didn't expect, or you're surprised by something and you have to adapt quickly. I know we're not alone in this, and it's a personal thing for us to share, but recently we had to make a couple of redundancies at Hula. And that was one of the biggest tests on our culture that we've ever had. It's really easy to have a great culture when things are going really well. It's actually in those hard times that your culture matters the most. So I think it's really important in these moments not to default back to what is easy or comfortable or safe in terms of that HR process or language, but actually you need to keep it human at every point. So whether that is something like redundancies, or whether that's a difficult conversation that a manager is having with one of their team, or performance management conversations, whatever that might be, making sure that you're always keeping it human. Being intentional in those moments with how you communicate, and actually, if anything, we've learned in those moments, over communication is better. So making sure you're constantly touching back to, this might have happened, or this is the reason why something's done or something's changed, but this is how we're going to move forward from it. And this is the road that lies ahead and what people can expect. So being quite intentional with that at all parts of your EX journey, I think is really important, and being clear on that way forward. Keeping your virtual door open in more of that hybrid setting of just making sure you're always receptive to those questions, those listening, those touch points, that actually when things are hard and you might not be wanting to hear what's coming out of it, that actually you should do a lot more of that, because it gives people that voice to share, but also that ultimate trust and transparency that you build with people is through these moments as well. And to find your HR for HR. I've seen so much on LinkedIn around, oh, there is no HR for HR. There is, you just have to find it, whether that's your external network, the people in your organization, your leadership team. So making sure that you always have that resource for your people in those times as well. So there's, again, so much more that I would love to share. Very, very happy to share anything here that we've talked about in terms of our culture book, what we're doing with our policies, procedures, some of those personalization pieces that we've talked about. More than happy to share any of that in more details, and just a quick summary there of what we've talked about today. But in terms of understanding your starting point, making sure you're nailing your basics, personalize that experience, that digital experience as much as you can, stay focused and minimize those distractions, and navigate through those challenges as they come. And that is pretty much it from me. So would love to keep in touch with anyone who's found the session valuable, or always happy to connect with other people in that space, because it's really important for us as Hula that whilst we have our amazing Inspiring Workplace accreditation now, we always want to be doing more and learning and shaping that. I'm not sure I understand. That was perfect timing from Siri. But thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Susie. That was so insightful. And it's great to see another live example of things that you guys are doing great. I love how you're talking about humanizing your policies. That's the first I've heard of that. Where did that initiative come from?
I think it was just more around, you can't have a culture on one page that says something and then it's not reflective behind the scenes. So I didn't want it from an external or an internal perspective being like, oh, well, you talk all this talk, but actually when it comes down to it, your policies don't match that or aren't reflective of it. And there's things, like I mentioned, that over time I would absolutely love us to get to, but I think just the starting point of humanizing that and making that employer brand and voice feel consistent through every touch point is so important. And actually there's nothing worse than a really intimidating policy that's thrown on your desk in times where they're needed. So I never wanted that to be a thing, in the same way that I would never want, if someone has to speak to HR in our organization, that's because something has gone wrong, or not, because actually HR are humans too, and we want to have that human connection as well.
Yeah, that's great. I'd love to hear that coming from, someone who's actually walking the walk and talking the talk, so to speak. I also, one thing that stood out to me just looking at your culture map was the culture of appreciation. I haven't heard that much out there. Is that, how has that impacted the organization since you started working with that?
Yeah, I think finding a way to do this really well digitally was challenging at first. So pre-pandemic, we had printed kudos cards in all of the office, and people could write messages and send it to each other. And we completely, obviously biased because we use our own product, Hula Hub, internally, but having a digital peer-to-peer recognition system was great. So we launched that in September, and then we've got almost 300 pieces of recognition shared over the last 6 months or so. So it's very much around how you as people leaders in a business can enable that in whatever's right for you. But what we then saw that shift as appreciation from manager to individual in their team to peer across teams. That was the shift that we really enjoyed seeing, because then it became cultural and not because it was part of a performance conversation or because you feel like you should. And it's a great tool as a people leader to see what's going on in the business, so that when you want to intentionally connect with someone, we can look back to that kudos feed and go, oh, okay, Susie, loved that presentation that you did, heard it went really well. And you have that sort of inroad to people as well. So I think it's always going to be hard and it's always going to take work until something becomes habitual. And at the point it becomes habitual, then it becomes like that culture change and impact.
Yeah, that's great. And, this is a great example of how our technology can help in supporting that. So, and you have a fan here, someone saying, loving this session, Susie, lots of great actionable steps to build a winning workplace culture. So that's great. Thank you so much for sharing your insights and what you're doing, and being here to inspire everybody. And we're going to be moving on. In a couple of minutes, we'll bring on the next host. It'll be Lucy Wilson. She is a chief, what is it here? Now I've lost it here. There it is. Senior strategist at home and in Bristol. And I'm going to be signing off here from Stockholm. So thank you everyone for tuning in, and continue having a great 24 hours, however many hours are left of this 24 hours, and enjoy your session. So thank you again, Susie. And we'll see everybody out on the other side in just a couple minutes.
Thanks so much.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Bristol in England for the next session of the Inspiring Workplaces Inspirathon. So I'm Lucy, your host for the next hour. Thank you so much to Karen for the handover. I'm super happy to be here with you today to share inspiration and ideas with the Inspiring Workplaces global community. So this 24-hour Global Workplace Inspirathon is being hosted live, but it will also be recorded and made available on demand. So back to where we are now here in Europe, we've got a fantastic lineup of speakers, which we're super excited to bring to you. But I'm going to kick us off today by sharing the latest insights from the Work Project. So this is HOME's 2023 Global Benchmark of Employee Experience. And as Karen said, I'm a senior strategist at HOME, which is an employee experience agency here in Bristol. And I will explore our culture model and share insights around the importance of listening as a vital first step for embedding lasting and impactful cultural change. So as we go through the slides. Oh, sorry, I've just clicked through too many. But so the Work Project is our research project. If you log into our website, which is www.thisishome.co.uk, you can download the full report. I'm just going to go through kind of the headlines and some key findings today. But please do log on. We've got the full report on there, but we've also got a number of mini reports that you can also download. So a little bit about HOME. We are the home of employee experience. We are just going through the final stages of becoming a certified B Corp. And our vision is to make every employee experience a great one. We want people to feel better for being in work. And we do that through designing the world's most innovative and authentic employee experiences, through from the higher stage of attraction and recruitment, through inspire in onboarding, admire through development and retention, through to retire in that separation phase. We know a thing or two about building healthy cultures. The truth is every organisation is unique. Some people say culture is inherent and intangible, but we know there are consistent employee experiences which drive healthy cultures. And our culture model focuses on the 6 fundamental levers that we can pull to create great employee experiences, healthy cultures, and ultimately better days at work. So welcome to the Work Project. So we set out earlier this year, back in January, to understand the new shape of work and the experiences that are driving healthy cultures and what a good day at work actually looks like. So our research was open to anyone with a job anywhere in the world, and we used some targeted response gathering to make sure that we had a representative sample. And as you can see, we had over 4,000 responses from 53 countries across 5 continents. So if I take you through, first of all, the headlines, so the highs and lows of the global experience in 2023. The first headline is that only 30% of people would actively recommend where they work. So you guessed it, 70% of us wouldn't, which is huge, isn't it? And a healthy culture doubles the chance that you're having more good days at work. So we asked people how many good days they're having at work compared to bad days. And we found twice as many people working in healthy cultures were having more good days than bad. So if you flip these figures, this means that 57% of people in organisations with unhealthy cultures are having more bad days than good, which is a staggering number of bad days at work. And all those bad days matter. So an unhealthy culture dramatically increases the number of people who are looking for a job. And as you can see here in the light purple, 36% of people are casually looking for a new job. And in the dark purple, 34% of people are actively looking for a new job. So that's 70% of people looking for a new job in those least healthy cultures, which again is huge. The move of talent here, the potential for the move of talent is just huge. So I'm going to take us through a little bit of a breakdown around our actual culture model. So we looked at questions across each of the elements of our culture model. I'll take us through these now. So starting with purpose, which we define as work with meaning. we found that people who find their work meaningful are nearly twice as likely to be having more good days at work. Moving on to belonging, which we define as an equitable experience. Here we found some of our most shocking results, and it is really worth going on the website and downloading the mini report for this. But headline is 1 in 4 of us have felt discriminated against at work, and 83% of those people are looking for a new job. So it's a really, really dramatic impact here. Now, well-being was interesting. We define well-being as feeling better for being in work. And we found that half of people say their overall well-being is better for being in work. And this group were having more good days than anyone else. So moving on to vision, we define vision as working for an organisation that shares a future that you want to be a part of. And 79% of people know how the work that they do contributes to the goals and successes of their employer. Now, the final 2 levers of our culture model are the closest to my heart, having worked for the past 17 years, most of my career in this space. So for me, it was pretty disappointing to see that only 1 in 3 people do not feel listened to at work. We found that being listened to can double the chance of having more good days at work, but that isn't the case for all of us. And so then moving on to leadership, we found that only half of people believe their senior leaders are transparent. But when they do, 80% are having more good days at work. Now, we run a leadership program called Leaders of the Future with some of our clients, and developing leaders to be open and honest and more vulnerable with their teams is a core part of this. Now, as I said in my opening introduction, I'd like to spend a little bit more time in the listening space, just because that's something that I'm super passionate about. But on the next slide, this slide is showing us that every single element of the culture model is as important as the other. So all 6 elements contribute towards making good days at work. So what we did here was we split the data into the orange dots, which are the strongly agree or agree with the benchmark statements, and the black dots, which are strongly disagree or disagree with the benchmark statements. Then we plotted them in terms of the percentage of people who are having more good days than bad days at work. And you can just see the difference. So the closer to the outside of the shape, the more good days people are having. And for every single element, that gap is vast. So this stuff really, really matters at a very fundamental level as to how the employee experience actually feels. Now, one of the most fascinating findings in our whole report, for me anyway, was this. So we asked people to select the top 3 qualities their dream boss would have. So the ranking is the percentage of respondents that selected that option. And of all the options we gave them a lot to choose from. The number 1 standout characteristic that people want in their boss, what they're looking for from their leader, is a good listener. So listening really, really matters to people, and potentially more so now than ever. So the question then becomes, do our leaders actually give it the right attention? Is this coming through? And our results suggest not. So we asked 3 questions specifically around listening and speaking up. And even though being listened to can double the chance people are having more good days at work, we're still not consistently listening. So 1 in 3 of us don't feel listened to at work. 1 in 4 of us don't feel confident to speak up with a good idea. And I guess the most challenging of these results is that 1 in 3 of us don't feel safe to speak up if something isn't right. And as we highlight in our mini report on listening, which you can look into, the impacts of these are huge, both on innovation and on actually managing risk within organisations. Another section of the work project where the importance of listening came through was around values. So whilst 70% of people reported that their company do have a set of values, only 54% of them say that they're true to life. And the authenticity is the only thing which can close this gap. So are the values real? Can only be achieved through listening to your people. So where do we start? You might be thinking, well, this is all well and good. We know we're not getting this right 100% of the time. This isn't always oh, apologies, I just got a little bit of feedback then. So we're not getting this stuff right 100% of the time, but where do we start to try and make it better? Can I just check that you can actually hear me? Sorry, I have had a message to say that I'm muted, but I think that was from before, so I'm hoping that you can actually hear me. If I can't, just let me know. So where do we actually start to make this better? Okay, perfect, you can hear me, that's great, thank you. So we run loads of projects at home with organisations that are looking to improve things like values, employee value proposition, culture change, leadership development, people strategies and behaviours. And whatever the challenge or opportunity we are looking at, we always start with listening. So wherever in the world that is, however we are working, we always start by listening to people. And that's super important. So listening is a powerful cultural lever, which firstly puts the human into leadership. So we can all recall times when we've worked for leaders who listen to us, but we can also recall the times when we work for leaders who don't. And both types of leaders, both styles of leadership can leave a lasting impact. Now, leaders couldn't possibly know what their staff or their employees need or want without listening. And a fantastic example that I always refer to is when I was working in BAE Systems. We had employee survey, as we all do, and there was a question about work environment. One particular area of the manufacturing part of the business had reported that work environment was a challenge for them. The score came out very, very low. Now, there were a number of ways that leaders could have responded to that without having done any listening. But actually, they went and they listened and they asked people, how could we make it better for you? How could we improve your work environment? It turned out that they wanted a nicer place to have their cups of teas and coffees, as they called their brew room. They wanted it to be brighter and lighter. Okay, the leader said, what can we do about that? How can we make it better? And they said, well, why don't we paint it? It'd be nice to paint it and make it brighter. Okay, so what sort of colour? Well, yellow. We want the walls to be painted yellow. As it turned out, it ended up with that team coming in of their own accord on the weekend, and this is what they wanted to do, to paint their brew room yellow. Now, there is no chance that those leaders would ever have come to that conclusion just by looking at the survey results and trying to implement change. The listening element is just so important. Now, listening also brings out the best in us all. We can't share our best ideas and do our best work if we're not being listened to. And it's fascinating to see some examples out in the world as to where, real employee listening has created massive business opportunities. So it was actually an IKEA employee who invented furniture in a box after not being able to get it onto a lorry. And it was an Amazon Prime was created as a result of a staff suggestion, which now brings in 5 billion in revenue. The third item on here, in terms of why listening is a powerful cultural lever, is that it builds an authentic employee experience. And we work time and time again with clients saying that, with things like values, you can't just go out and tell people that you're suddenly an inclusive organisation, for example, if that isn't the lived experience of your people. It creates a say-do gap, which only decreases employee engagement. So you really have to be able to listen, understand, and communicate with your people when you're implementing things like values. And finally, listening can provide a dynamic measure of your culture. And we've got some examples here. So we use listening to map culture, and we use listening to shift culture. So what we like to do is look at each element of the culture against our culture model, map where you currently are, so the current culture state against each of the levers, and then look at a desired culture state, and then implement changes to close that gap. So looking at that culture model then, I guess I'd like to leave you with a couple of questions. So what would your culture map look like, and which lever would you pull first? Those are my main questions for you. So if you'd like to engage with us, then please do come and visit us, follow us, join us, and get in touch. So we've got a number of ways to do that. So you can visit us on our website, as I said, thisishome.co.uk. You can download the main report and the mini reports, and you can join our mailing list where we will share each of the reports as we publish them. You can also follow us on LinkedIn to stay connected. So that's Home Bristol. Please do follow us, and we share content daily on there. And you can also join our HomeEX subscription service. So we actually share on an online portal all of the tools and inspiration from our clients that you can sign up to. There's a number of subscription packages on there on homeex.com. And we've offered you a discount code here, so TWP5023 for that 50% discount. With that, you become part of the community. You are able to book sessions with us for your people if you'd like to learn about a particular subject, and you can engage with us and learn from tools that we kind of share on there. And then finally, please do get in touch if you have an employee experience challenge or opportunity that you think we can help with. I've shared my email address here. So it's lucy@thisishome.co.uk. So that's all that remains to be said from me, really. So thank you so much for listening. I've really loved sharing this with you. It's been an absolute pleasure to join you today. We will have a short break now, and then we will move on to our next speaker. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day. Hi, and welcome back after that short break. So we'll now be moving on to our next speakers, Phil and Felix, who are the co-founders and managing partners at Within. So they previously worked together at customer agency C-Space, Phil as the Chief People Officer and Felix as a regional CEO. And whilst there, they won a variety of Best Place to Work and Best Agency awards, and were jointly listed on Management Today's Agents of Change Power List for men championing gender equity in business. And in their talk, The Case for Connection, they will share a range of real-life practical ideas that you can use as inspiration for building a culture of connection. So welcome, Phil and Felix.
Thanks so much, Lucy.
Hello.
Yeah, thanks for having us, everyone. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you're calling in from around the world today. We're excited about spending the next 25 minutes with you. And we will get started. So I can imagine if you're joining this presentation today, you might, like us, have experienced a sense of disconnection in the organizations that you have worked within. You might be a people leader or leading a team and looking at ways to build culture within your organization. Or perhaps you're a member of a team looking to foster stronger ties between the people on your team. Regardless of whether you're working in an office environment, hybrid, or remotely, our goal today is to ensure that you leave this session with some practical tools and ideas that you can apply within your organizations in the coming weeks and months. So just to introduce ourselves, as Lucy said, I'm Phil Burgess, and I've been working with Felix here for the last 13 years or so. Starting off as joint managing directors of a creative agency called C-Space in London. And as Lucy said, then moving on to Chief People Officer for me over in the States, while Felix was CEO of our European and APAC regions on the other side of the world. And we've always believed that relationships are the source of results. That's been a shared philosophy of ours, and it's helped us grow the people and the businesses that we've been part of. And as Lucy said, it's also helped us win some awards. So Learning Team of the Year, Best Agency, Best Place to Work. And that's been great. We've been really proud of the cultures that we have built together. But like many organizations, despite that external recognition and despite our pride in our culture, when we were struck by the pandemic, things really changed. Things shifted for our organization and the people within it, and they got much trickier. It shifted our ways of working as we moved to a hybrid business model, and we saw significant drops in employee engagement. We had significant attrition, and a lot of cases of burnout and poor mental health happening across our organization. And as you can imagine, we weren't alone with this. A recent report said that 65% of workers around the world are feeling less connected to their co-workers since the pandemic. And I read some other alarming stats last week. Only 4 in 10 workers in America feel that there's someone in their organization who really cares about them as a person. And perhaps even more alarmingly, approximately half of Americans feel lonely and that their relationships with people in their lives lack meaning. So against that backdrop, we talk to CEOs and chief people officers every week about what's keeping them awake at night. And many of them are doing some phenomenal things to build culture in their organizations. But they're not all working. So we talk to people who are introducing gym memberships and wellness stipends, giving people budgets to spend on personal well-being, people who are laying on lavish corporate events to bring people into the office, providing people with subscriptions to online therapy platforms, and subscriptions to some of the 300,000 wellness apps that are out there, and the 15,000 mental health subscription apps that you can sign up to these days. And whilst they can definitely play a role in supporting employee well-being, we found that when we introduced them in our organization, as we tried many of those things, they didn't really shift the needle in a particularly meaningful way. Until we started to shift our thinking to what to an area which we often feel is an underleveraged solution to some of the challenges that businesses are grappling with today. And you might have read the US Surgeon General's loneliness advisory that he put out in February of this year, where he spoke to some of the challenges facing the world in many respects because of the loneliness and isolation that people are experiencing these days. And one of his conclusions was that social connection stands out as a largely unrecognized and unappreciated force for addressing many of the critical problems we're dealing with as individuals and as a society. And we believe that that same underleveraged force can make a really big difference if it's applied in the organizations and businesses that we spend so much of our time in. So there have been various studies that have shown that when it comes to the factors that impact mental well-being, that connecting well with others tops the list of things really making a difference. And perhaps the most famous one of those studies is a 75-year longitudinal study conducted by Harvard that found that that's the thing that has the most profound impact on people's well-being. And of course, connecting well with others doesn't just positively impact mental well-being, but it can have a really significant impact on other areas of people's lives as well. So the Surgeon General concluded that the impact of loneliness and isolation on premature death is the equivalent to having 20 cigarettes a day. So improving people's well-being through connection can have a really profound impact on people's physical health. When people feel connected, studies also consistently show that it can increase their sense of belonging, their openness to other people's ideas and perspectives, and engagement. And obviously, if people are more engaged, that has really meaningful benefits on a business level as well. So higher engagement, greater creativity, more innovation, and improved productivity.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Phil. Yeah. Phil, at the beginning, mentioned we're going to share a couple of really practical ways of how you can build what we call a culture of connection. And nearly all of them that we have brought with us today are really quite simple to see and something that you can lift and launch in your own organization if you're interested to build stronger connections between your people and your staff. The first one that we wanted to talk about is really the one that is kind of the genesis of our business within. It's a key project that Phil and myself ran when we were still at C-Space. And the main idea here was that we really wanted to, Phil mentioned before, like we had some low engagement going on. We had folks who didn't really feel connected to each other anymore. And what we ended up doing was we worked together with a social enterprise called Talk for Health. And we really did a very intentional program that did exactly what it says on the slide. So we did a program to teach employees the skill of connecting well with each other. And I really want to focus on the word connecting well. And what that means, because it doesn't mean, if you move to the next slide, it doesn't mean, a quick chat in nooks and crannies of the day. It doesn't mean just saying, how are you? Let's now work on the agenda. Let's get this project done. It doesn't mean necessarily, spending time down the pub, which is also all important and nice, but often what happens there is a bit of decompression and drinking, of course. But what doesn't really happen is a connection that is really meaningful, that is really deep as a human being, from human to human. So we're really intentional on saying, let's create a program that allows us to really connect people very well. And let's give people the skills to actually achieve that. And this is a brilliant quote that we like to work with a lot, is this notion of, I'm just going to read it out. In most organizations, everyone is doing a second job no one is paying them for. It's covering their weaknesses, trying to look their best, and managing others' impressions. So in a way, you could say, there's a lack of connection going on in the workplace. We talk about people wearing a social mask that they can't get off because they are trying to maybe pretend to be someone who they're not, and they're not actually connecting well with each other, and not in a meaningful way. So this was really the rallying cry for us to kind of change that. And we created a program at C-Space that was structured like this. We had 10 hours of cohort-based training. We took 50 people through that. And in that training, people would really learn how to listen well, how to respond to each other in non-judgmental ways, how to really tune into the other person's story and what they have to share, and not fix people, not try to kind of hijack them. And after that, they would meet in triads in an ongoing practice to really keep that practice of connecting well with each other alive. And some of the things that we did in that training, and Phil and myself took part in it, so we were actively involved in this cohort of people doing it, was really trying to find ways to talk about what's going on behind the social mask, be well listened to by our colleagues. And I've mentioned it, get responses from people that are not judgmental, not trying to fix me, not trying to give me advice, not trying to kind of give me a sense that I haven't got my stuff together, but really kind of do that in a very non-judgmental way. And we've found that this really, really worked very well. So a couple of qualitative responses from people, from our employees who took part in this, you can see on the slide. Someone saying, a light bulb went off for me. I realized my colleagues are humans first, with real struggles and successes. I felt connected to others in a way that I haven't been in my 10 years at this company. So in a way, we've been able to take someone who's been at CSpace for 10 years. We did a 10-hour program to help them connect with their colleagues. And they come out and say, I've never felt as connected with people at work then because of this program. So really powerful kind of testimonials here. And we could also see that the same positive results we could measure in a numeric way. So we were, being researchers by trade, we were very keen to do things that actually is something where we can measure impact. We can actually say, did it work or did it not work? Phil mentioned the apps earlier that don't always have the results that we think they have. And we were able to kind of double the amount of people that felt mentally well. We were able to retain more talent because of the program. So folks who took part in the program are less likely to resign. And we got higher employee engagement in terms of feeling proud to work at CSpace. So really strong numbers that we as people leaders and business leaders were very kind of happy about at the time. And it inspired us to kind of take this into a business. Now, the next 4 ideas that we're going to share are really, I like to call them snackable ideas. You can really take them, launch and live them in your organization. The first one is really, sounds very obvious, prioritize building relationships. But we did, look at how we onboarded people in our business, and we realized that there are some people who are doing really well after onboarding, and we realized some other people are not doing that well post onboarding. And we looked at what they have in common, and we found that actually the people who are doing better while joining CSpace were the ones that had better networks, who felt stronger connections with their new colleagues. And we came up with an idea that we called the humans of CSpace. And it's basically creating a little deck where you not only talk about the job title and the kind of the functional aspect of the person that has joined, but you actually try to talk about additional aspects that they might bring to it. So who are you outside of work? What matters to you? What kind of person are you? What values do you have? And we put together little decks where new joiners would be able to bring themselves to life in a more human way. And as a result, would allow everyone to navigate the organization much better by knowing, oh, this is Paul from finance, and he's looking after our expenses. But also, he is looking after his parents, or he lives there and is coaching a football team and has lived in Italy for a lot of his life. So it really was able to humanize folks, and it's something that really had a profound impact on people's ability to navigate and kind of take hold at CSpace. So something that's easy to do, doesn't cost costs no money, costs a bit of time to really humanize your teams. You can do it on a team level, but you can also, of course, can do it on an organizational level. So something to consider. Instead of doing humans of New York, do humans of your organization. Now, something we hear time and time again is that leaders say, well, this is all well and good, guys, but I don't have time. My week is so pressed. I have no way to, do yet another meeting to connect people with each other. And what we then say is, fair enough, but why don't you repurpose an existing meeting? You might have an all-staff meeting, you might have a review meeting, you might have a standing up meeting in the diary anyway. Why don't you hijack one of those every 4 to 6 weeks to do more intentional connection making? And that's kind of an idea that we wanted to suggest here. We call it coffee connections, and we use it to kind of make, create connections between people that normally don't work with each other. Often you have, as an organization grows and scales, you get pockets of people that don't know other teams anymore. You have the issue that you don't have serendipitous kind of ideas anymore. People don't bump into each other and get to know each other that well because you're growing and you're kind of having more silos. So if you go to the next slide, then we have a tool that's really useful for that. Coffee Connections fights isolation and strengthens the informal ties that are really important to make a culture sing. What you do is you hijack an existing meeting, maybe an all-staff meeting. You put everyone into groups of 3 triads, and then you might be, if you can, give them a bit of money for a coffee. They might leave the office, or they might do it virtually, but make sure they spend a bit of time together. And we often gave people prompt cards, so a couple of questions. You can see questions here, top right-hand corner. Where did you grow up? What do you love most about work or least about work? To kind of really start a conversation. And people did that, and they came back from these 45-minute sessions, and they had collectively hundreds of new connections that they brought back from these coffee connections that they didn't have beforehand. And then after that, we would see, whoa, there's a new project coming along between people that kind of collaborated that normally would have never met each other in the normal humdrums of office life. So something that's really powerful here to kind of repurpose an existing meeting. I think that's perfect. Thank you.
So so number 4 on a similar theme, see whether there are opportunities within your organization to create rituals that can build connection, repeatable moments where you can build connective tissue across the company. And as Felix said, they don't necessarily have to be new things where you have to find new additional time in already busy weeks. One of the things that we found most effective was taking time at the start of team meetings, whether they were sort of larger departmental meetings or sometimes smaller groups, just to check in with our colleagues to find out how they were doing. So it was a very simple process. How are you today on a scale of 1 to 10? Asking people to share a number, and then 1 or 2 sentences on what it is that's driving their feelings. Typically, we'd ask that the leader would go first, so we would model that. And it had a number of uses. Like, one, as a leader leading the team, it gave us a sense of how people were doing today. So are people impacted by what's going on in the world right now? How are they showing up? What kind of range of emotions are happening in the team? And that enabled us to tailor the meetings to make them more effective. But for participants, what we also heard was it got people used to the idea of having emotions in the office and expressing them. And the fact that some days people might show up as happy, other days they might be frustrated. And sometimes that was to do with stuff going on at work. But more often than not, it was to do with stuff going on in the world, stuff going on in their lives outside of work. An important reminder is, as the leader of the team, your job is not to fix people if they're having a bad day, but just to acknowledge it, and just bear in mind that some people might be a 3 out of 10 and other people might be an 8 out of 10, and that's okay, and it will probably be different tomorrow. Another version of that, which can be fun, is giving people some kind of image to react to. So it might be a series of emojis, it might be some different scenes or different colors, and asking people to see what they relate to. And that can also just liven things up and give people a way of projecting how they're feeling onto an image or something like that. And then the final one, number 5, is a really important one. Ad hoc initiatives can certainly pay dividends and strengthen connections between teams and within teams. But I think if you're really trying to drive transformational change across your organization and build a culture that is more connected on a systemic level, then it's really important to consider that broader corporate infrastructure and think about different ways that people that you can bake connection into it. So one of the things that we did was look at our competency frameworks. And we'd always talked about communication skills. That was one of the 4 core competencies that we expected everyone to be able to do to progress through the company. And we took a look at it and we repositioned it around building relationships. And we rewrote it with a group of employees to include language that focused on how effective people were at building relationships, what happened when relationships broke down, how well connected people are between their teams, what role they played in fostering connection on their teams. And by baking those behaviors into our competencies, it meant that they became the things that people needed to do to be able to progress through our organization. So There's competencies that then started to feed into the questions that we started to ask people in interviews when we were hiring people into the company. So can you give me an example of a time when you really worked hard on a relationship? Or can you give me an example of a time when a relationship that you've been in has broken down at work, and tell me about what you did to get it back on track? So these are all little signals that you can send that relationships matter and that connection is important to your culture. The final thing that can sometimes be a really helpful springboard is just taking a look at your corporate values and thinking about, are there any of the words, the phrases that you use in your values and in your principles that could provide you with a springboard for initiatives that could enhance connection across your organization? So one of our corporate values that we co-created with our team was show the love. And it was important to us because we wanted to make sure we took time to celebrate successes and that we were kind to one another. That was a key sort of tenet of our culture. So as we thought about how can we bake connection into our values, that helped us think about different ways of catching people doing things right that supported moments of connection across the organization. So we would have staff meetings where people could give each other shout outs for those living the values. But for those people who didn't really enjoy being recognized publicly, there was also an opportunity to write someone a little note and just drop it on their desk and provide that little moment to connect on a more human level. So 5 principles, 5 ideas that hopefully have given you a little bit of thought around how you might apply them in your own organization. So we'll leave you with this quote, which really resonated with us. And I'll just read it out because I think it's really powerful. So human connection is the foundation on which we build everything else. Creating a connected life begins with the decisions we make in our day-to-day lives. Do we choose to make time for people? Do we show up as our true selves? Do we seek out others with kindness, recognizing the power of service to bring us together? This work isn't always easy. It requires courage, the courage to be vulnerable, to take a chance on others, to believe in ourselves. But as we build connected lives, we make it possible to build a connected world. And I can imagine if your experience of being in a people team is anything like ours was, it can feel exhausting at times. Like I found that I was often overwhelmed by the challenges I was facing within my organization. So I guess I'll leave you with the thought of don't try and do everything, but perhaps just start with something small. Like, is there a meeting that you could tweak? Is there a conversation you could have? Is there someone within your organization who you haven't spoken to for a while who would really enjoy receiving a note from you and perhaps being invited for a coffee? That could make a huge difference. And finally, we're Phil and Felix from within, as we said at the start. If you've enjoyed some of the content that we've shared today, we're both active on LinkedIn, so by all means connect with us. We typically share content linked to leadership and ways that you can build connection in your organizations. And we also run a free workshop which teaches people different techniques that can help people accelerate connection and unlearn some of the habits that get in the way of building connection. And if you snap through that QR code, you'll get a link to sign up to some different options. So thanks for having us today. And we hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions that are still to come.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Phil and Felix. So insightful, really sparking lots of thoughts for me. I mean, that statistic about the impact on your health of loneliness being similar to 20 cigarettes a day is just shocking, isn't it, in terms of what it's really doing to us. I wanted to ask, I love that you talk about being human, but that obviously isn't the case for all organisations. We're not all creating these moments. And I just wondered, in terms of the usual barriers that you come across to embedding things like your coffee connections, what barriers do you come across, and how do you try and overcome those and encourage organisations to overcome those?
It's a great question. I think one of the things we talk about is that organizations need to be intentional about relationship building. And I think in some organizations, there's still a belief that if you put aside time for this kind of stuff. It's still seen as soft or fluffy or sort of not really contributing to the bottom line, particularly with the pace at which I think many organizations are operating at today. So this sense of I must move from this Zoom meeting to the next Zoom meeting to the next meeting to the next thing. So I think that's one. I think one of the barriers is psychological. Like I think executives and leaders are moving forward very fast, and they need to recognize that sometimes you need to pause and slow down and provide space for this kind of stuff, and that it can contribute to the bottom line. This is not just human niceness, although that's fine. It can be really powerful in driving business performance, but I don't think everyone recognizes that just yet.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And you talked about those light bulb moments that that people will have when they're going through your program, in terms of like, oh, people are, we're all just human, that kind of moment. I just wondered, how do you encourage people to feel safe enough to be themselves and to be truthful about who they are?
Well, I think it takes a bit of time to get to that, but I think we've been able to create quite a safe space where we use things like everyone has the same amount of time. So, for example, if the three of us were taking part, everyone gets 3 minutes to talk about something, and then the next person gets to speak. So there's a very democratic way of and a very structured way of organizing these spaces, which gives people the safety to kind of dip a toe in and see how that goes and whether the group can hold them, and then they get used to the idea of, well, they're actually listening to me and it's actually working, and I might do more of it. So it takes a bit of practice.
Yeah, it's self-fulfilling kind of, once you get there it starts opening up, doesn't it? And it's so amazing to be part of that, isn't it? And to see that light bulb moment happen. Definitely. Oh, well, thank you so much, both of you, for spending the time to share that with us. Lots of thoughts that it sparked, I'm sure, for everybody listening. I think it is time for me to hand over now to our next speakers. So all that remains to be said from me really is thank you so much for joining me here in Bristol. That'll be it from me today. So up next, we've got Benefex COO, Michael Tigwell, and Global EVP Adam Mason exploring the key findings from their evolution research. So they're going to share the latest trends in rewards and benefits and explore how and why employee benefits are becoming increasingly core to the exceptional employee experience. So thank you and bye from me. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day wherever in the world you are. Thank you. Bye.
Things off with the introductions. So my name is Michael Tigwell. I'm Chief Operating Officer at Benefex. I've worked in the benefits technology industry for close to 25 years now, both in the UK and also globally as well. My role today will be bringing a more of a UK domestic perspective to some of the research and some of our findings.
It's great, it tees me up perfectly. So by way of introduction, my name is Adam Mason. I'm the Exec VP here at Benefex. My responsibility is really around developing our kind of global proposition, specifically in the context of today's session. I guess I'm going to try and bring to life some of my practical experiences working with a number of our global customers, and hopefully drawing out some of the nuances between kind of the UK and global market.
Great, so just to provide a little bit more context around what we'll cover today, as you can see on the screen, there's a QR code where you can download the latest copy of the research that we have conducted over the past few months. So every year at Benefex, we go out to hundreds of organisations across the world, thousands of employees, and we measure their perspectives and the changing trends when it comes to reward, benefits and employee experience. And I think it's fair to say over the past couple of years, both during the pandemic and as we've come out of the other side, we've seen some shifting expectations when it comes to employees' perceptions around how organisations should support them. So when we look back to 2022, the trends were largely around this idea that employees had really started looking towards their employers to be more responsible for their holistic health and well-being, their life inside of work as well as their life outside of work. And what we found throughout the course of our 2023 research is that a lot of these trends are still prevalent. However, they are shifting and accelerating in certain areas. So today, whilst the research is very broad, I'd recommend you download it and it absorbs sort of the full breadth of the study that we've undertaken. Today, we'll be picking out a few of those core trends as it relates to benefits and their place in the wellbeing spectrum. So just to kick things off, I guess one of the things that really struck us, and has really struck us really since the pandemic, has been this shift in focus towards employee well-being, which, given some of the events of recent history, is fully to be expected. But also like the renaissance when it comes to benefits and benefits' role in supporting and providing well-being to employees. As you can see from our research, the expectation that employers will be responsible for the well-being of the employee continues to be the #1 driver for someone picking an organisation to work for in the first place. And unsurprisingly, at least from our point of view, that correlates highly with their expectations around benefits provision, which stands to reason if you believe, as we do, that effectively, benefits is a subset of well-being itself. Every benefit an organisation provides to its employees ultimately either directly or indirectly impacts the well-being of that employee. Now, employee well-being is a fairly broad description and means different things to different people, I think it's fair to say. So when we try and get a little bit more specific around what is the definition of well-being, what are the things that we should be considering as employers, our research shows that actually the expectation from employees isn't that they've got one aspect of well-being in mind. They're not thinking, when I say well-being, I purely mean my physical health. The research shows that actually employees expect the full spectrum, all those pillars of well-being to be catered for. So whilst on the right-hand side, you can see that there is a small difference in terms of the importance given to those top 5 benefits that the employees said were most important to them. really, they are pretty much all on a par, and they effectively reflect this idea that employees have an equal expectation that whether it's financial well-being, whether it's mental well-being, whether it's physical well-being, that the employer has a responsibility and it will be valued as far as the provision of benefits that support those things go. So what's really key here is that I think during the pandemic, we saw a trend as an organization where companies realized that they needed to offer something holistic from a well-being point of view. The tendency tended to be to pick sort of benefits that largely fell within these themes, but without really thinking about how they interacted together, without really thinking about, are we designing a well-being program that truly caters for each stage of someone's well-being journey, or are we just picking disparate benefits, chucking them into a flex scheme, and hoping that that ticks the box in terms of employee requirements? Adam, I don't suppose you would add any sort of different lenses from a global point of view. What's your take in terms of well-being benefits?
Yeah, I think interestingly, one of the things we've seen is that organisations, when they're looking at their global benefit provision, are mindful that the actual benefits that they offer in each market will vary. It's very difficult to find a single benefit that spans each of the individual geographies. What we are seeing happen, I guess, particularly in the context of these pillars, is the pillars almost being used to create that framework with which you think about the design of benefits as a whole. So if I take the example of something like financial well-being and potentially a retirement plan as well, how you would deliver a retirement benefit in the UK would look very different to how you might deliver it in Singapore, for example. In Singapore, it's much more mandated as a kind of state requirement with a set level of contributions. But actually, what we're seeing organisations try and do is, when they're thinking about communicating their global benefit offering, the pillars almost become that glue to think about, actually, how am I supporting my employees consistently, even if the actual vehicle for providing that support is different in each of the markets. I think it's also one of those things where, when you're talking about each of these pillars, it just tends to give those benefits a little bit more relevance and meaning for the employees. So actually talking about, a critical illness benefit or an AD&D, for example, it doesn't really translate in terms of the relevance to an employee sometimes, whereas actually talking about the benefits in the context of these pillars makes these benefits seem much more meaningful and relevant to the whole host of demographics. So I think, going back to your point, seeing the renaissance of certain benefits, things that maybe weren't seen as attractive or sexy in terms of jumping off the page, I think people are a lot more aware of their kind of the risks that exist to them, and this is a great way of trying to draw out some of those individual themes.
And I think, as for all of the reasons we've sort of discussed up to this point, well-being is a really difficult thing to pigeonhole, because it does mean different things to different people. Like I say, there are a myriad of offerings out there in the market. However, knitting those together, making those come together in a program that really makes sense for the individual, can be really challenging. So interestingly, one of the emerging trends that we're seeing is the propensity for organizations around the world to offer a well-being allowance, so effectively a pot of money that can be spent on anything well-being related. Adam, I'm interested in understanding, is this driven by sort of local norms in certain regions, or is this a wider trend that we're starting to see potentially as a replacement for certain benefits?
Yeah, look, I think, without doubt, these allowances were born out of APAC as a region, and definitely were kind of a core part of the proposition when we look back historically. I think for a lot of organisations, when you talk about this idea of kind of hyper-personalisation and flexibility, this is where, for lots of organisations, they begin to see how practically you can do that, and that makes a big difference. So, as I say, whilst they may have been historically focused around that APAC region, it's very, very commonplace now for organisations to be saying, actually I want to deliver a benefit globally, and rather than going out and sourcing, individual benefits in each of those markets, going through a kind of onerous level of kind of sourcing and compliance to get those particular benefit vendors approved. Actually, this is almost a very practical way of being able to apply that. So I think the interesting thing we've seen is, they're born out of APAC with specific costs typically in mind, being applied much more globally. We're seeing organisations really sort of challenge, actually, what could they be used for? How might they be adopted? And even organisations having multiple different allowances, I think that's becoming much more commonplace, born off the success and engagement. I think when you look at the data, what's really, really interesting is this tends to be, without doubt, one of the most kind of engaging benefits for employees, simply because actually it can mean such a different thing to one employee versus another employee, for example. The one I always love to talk about, and I've probably used this on a couple of webinars in the past, so I'll go through it at a reasonable pace, but we had one particular customer who still talks to the fact that actually during the pandemic they'd introduced a wellbeing allowance, and actually they'd had some fantastic testimonials coming back from a number of their employees, one of whom had spoken very much about how they'd use this allowance to buy a slide. Just to give you some comfort, it wasn't for their consumption, this slide, but actually, one of the things that they were really struggling with during the lockdown period was actually finding ways of kind of keeping their kids entertained, particularly in that kind of constrained period. So I think it's a good example of how organisations are being quite creative with the benefit they're providing, and the allowance is almost giving that hyper-personalised approach. I think the other big piece of probably, we talked a little bit about trends across different markets. One of the questions we posed during the research was actually, how have your expectations changed at work in the past 12 months? Now, actually, you can see some fairly telling statistics there in terms of employees' expectations having increased. And I think that probably resonates with everything that we're seeing, through our own kind of practical day-to-day of managing those employees across different geographies. I think one thing that was particularly interesting from the research was actually some of the disparities in terms of different geographies. So, when although, if you take that first trend, 52% of employees cited that their expectations had increased around benefits. Actually, it's interesting to see how that varies. So if you take somewhere like India, for example, we actually saw that number rise to 65%. And I think some of that reflects some of the fairly material shifts we're seeing in that market at the moment, where organisations are starting to offer more flexibility and choice around the benefits, and being much more employee focused in terms of being able to offer some of the choices and flexibility compared to what you look back maybe previously.
And I think this part of the research shows that there is definitely more to do. So we're talking about the increasing expectations year on year that employees have of their employers. 51% a year ago said that the employee experience they were receiving was excellent. Like that has dropped significantly in the past 12 months. And there's probably a lot of reasons for this. Adam's just talked about changing expectations, and despite all of the focus on employee experience, it sounds like there is room for us as employers to do more. However, I would say giving ourselves a little bit of a break, but still, outlining the challenge ahead. We're now faced with a world where you have some organisations that have reverted entirely back to 100% in the office. You've got some that have transitioned to 100% remote, and you probably have a core of organisations, a bit like ourselves, where you've embraced some form of hybrid, and it might be mandated hybrid. You've got to spend these 2 days in the office a week. It could be much more flexible, so a minimum number that people need to meet or whatever. I guess the point is there's no standard. So for an employee and as an employer, the world is slightly more confusing. An employee has more choice potentially in terms of who they go and work for. Some friends of mine who have recently been looking for jobs, interestingly, when I asked them sort of what they're looking for in terms of their next position, one of the first things that I think most of them have quoted is, I need a job that allows me to work in this style or this flexibility or this many days at home. which is a completely new concept for many organisations in terms of that flexibility that people are providing. I think, you know, because of the challenges of hybrid, because of the challenges of trying to meet everyone's expectations with one policy, you know, providing a really compelling remote or hybrid experience that is consistent for all is really, really difficult. So yes, some of this is changing employee expectations. I also think a chunk of this is just the fact that trying to cater for everyone in, you know, a changing workplace has become ever more difficult for employers as well. One really good example, just to bring this to life, so we work with the AA in the UK, so emergency breakdown services employ about 7,000 people across the country, and over 3,000 of those are people out on patrol. So this is something that they've actually struggled with in terms of the differing employee experience for the people out on patrol versus those in the office. And, you know, they've invested a huge amount of time to try and understand and provide an experience that really caters for all. So they've observed over the past couple of years that ultimately, you know, when they're looking to attract and retain staff, the world has got a much more competitive place. Employees are starting to reflect more on what's important to them. And they are faced with the challenge that, you know, their mechanics, their people that work out on patrol, for example, now have the option to be able to go and work 9 to 5 in a local garage. Many of them have decided that, for example, you know, that work-life balance is more important to them than some of the traditional career offerings that an organisation like the AA could previously cater for. So the AA have put in a huge amount of work to try and create a platform where it drives a feeling of belonging and engagement for all employees. You know, ultimately, when they think about a new joiner, they think about this experience of, hey, if they go and work in a garage, for example, they're part of a team, they get a high-touch onboarding experience, whereas, you know, working out on patrol can be a fairly lonely experience. So they've been working with Benefex, one, to broaden out that benefits offering and make sure that actually, whereas traditionally they focused largely on head office staff when it came to traditional benefits, that they've realised that actually there is a requirement across their organisation. So they've broadened out the range of benefits, they've made it available to all employees, but then they've created these spaces online to really enhance that new joiner experience, really help them feel like they're part of the team, help them engage and connect with the values of the organisation, you know, even though, you know, they don't have the luxury of those personal one-on-one relationships that they might get in a physical workspace. So really, really interesting case study. There's a lot more about the AA on our website, including great presentation they did at our customer forum recently.
I think the interesting thing is that challenge, I guess, extends when you start thinking about those global organisations. So, you know, I was conscious that you were talking about the AA there, but actually I think, you know, one of the other examples I'd probably cite from a global perspective is the work that we've been doing with Baker Hughes. Now, for those of you who are familiar with Baker Hughes as an organisation, it's gone through multiple different business transformations and corporate events over the kind of last 5 to 6 years. One of the key things for them as they step forward is really looking to articulate that kind of EVP and their brand to employees. And I think this idea of, you know, using the brand and the sense of purpose as a kind of core fundamental of the experience that you're trying to create, so you enable people to feel part of that organisation, is something that we're definitely seeing organisations really double down and think harder about in terms of, you know, if this employee is potentially remote and I may not come into contact with them for months, or potentially I may only come into contact with them, you know, once a quarter or something like that. How do I use the tools at my disposal to, you know, articulate the kind of core principles of the brand that I'm trying to create and what it means to be a Baker Hughes employee? So a lot of the work that Magdalena and the team, who, you know, again, as Michael said, there's a lot of resources that sit on our website that talk about this Baker Hughes case study, but a lot of the work they've been doing at the moment is just thinking about how do they bring that experience to life? How do they make people feel a part of something? And whether it's because they're out on patrol, I guess in your example, or whether it's just that they're kind of dotted across, you know, the kind of 70+ countries that Baker Hughes have. There's a real challenge there for organisations to embrace in terms of how you make, you know, those employees feel part of something as you step forward.
Okay, so we've looked at the things that our research shows employees are valuing most. This idea, the resurgence of some benefits that, as I think Adam articulately put, used to be classified as not particularly exciting, unsexy, are now sort of being viewed through a new lens of sort of value and importance when it comes to people's well-being. We were to flip that and look at what are employees saying frustrates them the most. You know, what's clear is this idea that perhaps the organisations they work for are out of touch and don't quite understand their needs. Adam, can you provide your view on what the research is telling us?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot there, isn't there? Frustration is always a bit of a dangerous word, but I guess here what we're really trying to draw out is, I guess, the frustrations for you know, employees when they're looking to provide those benefits to their employees. I think one of the pieces that definitely calls out, is drawn out, is this idea of actually having the ability to source the benefits that really resonate with your employees. And I think this idea of flexibility and choice is definitely something that, you know, that they're grappling with in terms of, can I actually find the vehicle to provide that? So we've got a couple of icons down the bottom there. I think what's interesting is we're certainly seeing more global organisations look to do, whether it's surveys or focus groups, you know, to really understand actually what's most relevant to an employee. One jumps to mind. We've got a global organisation that actually looked to run focus groups over 12 of its territories. And what was really interesting for them as they were going through the process of those focus groups is there was a key understanding point for them, which was actually for a lot of employees, they didn't actually understand the benefits that they were entitled to today. So rather than, you know, there may have been this perception that the benefits weren't valued, what they were starting to uncover was that actually the very benefits that they were spending their money on actually weren't necessarily as understood. People didn't understand their entitlement or their eligibility to funding, for example. And so what they were hearing from employees wasn't, you know, I need you to add another 10 benefits to my package. When they started to unpack some of the benefits that they had through these focus groups, they started to understand that, you know, education was a really key activity for them stepping forward and thinking about what those communications look like. So on one hand, I think the role of listening is just making sure that the messages that you're looking to land, particularly globally, are really landing. And some of that may also be thinking about how you equip your teams in each of those markets to deliver those messages, because many of you on this call, for example, won't have a benefits team in every single country in which you have a presence. So how are you arming some of those key stakeholders, whether it's line managers, for example, with those key messages that you want to ensure that every single employee hears? So you know, that again may be a further extension of this communication point. The other bit I think organisations, and another example that I can think of that comes to mind is sometimes it's the things that don't necessarily jump to mind that have the greatest value to employees. So actually, in this same focus group, actually what they were able to identify was that transportation was by far the biggest impact. It wasn't the retirement plan, wasn't even the medical policy, for example, but actually it was just trying to get into work that was causing this huge both frustration to them in terms of their experience, but also could have the most, you know, material impact in terms of perceived value or benefit. So yeah, that particular organisation simply went as far as offering, you know, a range of buses into the office going forward. You're relatively low cost for them to deliver, but in terms of the kind of reception that it received in terms of making that change, a huge impact for some of those employees. So I think when we talk about, you know, the frustration of not knowing whether something is relevant, one of the best ways of understanding the relevance is just really through that listening. And there are a range of ways in which we can look to do that. I think the other piece I'd probably draw out, if I may, is just around this idea of personalisation. We touched upon this a little bit earlier on, but it's something that for me is definitely a kind of sea change that we're starting to see when organisations are thinking about benefits. And by that I mean, you know, there are the types of benefits that are long-standing that organisations have historically provided for many, many years. These contractual benefits, some of the risk and medical plans, where you as an organisation are going out and sourcing those providers, you're working through the due diligence to make sure that you've got the very best policy, and ultimately going back in kind of what is a very paternalistic way and offering those benefits to employees. I think we've started to see this idea of discounts and making net pay go further as the kind of extra limb of benefits that maybe weren't necessarily tagged as benefits historically. So, you know, we're seeing it much more common, you know, for organisations to think about how they support the cost of living challenges that we have at the moment. How do I make my net pay go further? I think what we'll continue to see, and we touched upon this earlier on, is this kind of middle ground of this idea of how do we maybe potentially provide some form of alliances, some form of flexibility. So we talked about it earlier on, this idea of wellbeing funds. I guess what we're trying to do in this part of the session is really talk about the art of the possible and how might you take this further. You know, the range of allowances may be extended, for example, but also thinking about how you might be more creative with the allowances that you provide today. We've definitely seen that from some organisations where they may already have a committed spend, for example, but they're just thinking a little bit more creatively about how they're providing those spends. But as HR and reward professionals, I think there's a real opportunity to just take a step back and almost begin to map out, actually, how do my current global benefits map across each of these categories, and you know, is there an option to deliver something in a slightly different way, but to ultimately get to a much stronger outcome?
Okay, revisiting this list of frustrations, I guess, you know, particularly bearing in mind we are now in 2023, surprising that we still see this trend around time spent on admin, being reactive, firefighting. For those of you that have worked in this industry for any amount of time, it feels like an age-old conversation that we're having around like how do we reduce some of that burden on HR reward professionals.
Yeah, I mean, I think interestingly, one of the things we definitely hear is this concern from employers in terms of, actually, if I offer more benefits, that's just going to create more of an admin headache than I currently have today. And so when you're talking about the idea of how do I offer more flexibility and more choice, in the back of everyone's mind, I think, is that understanding that it can't be at the cost of either the process being not robust enough from a compliance perspective or not robust enough in terms of how do I actually administer it and make sure that it's scalable as we step forward. So yeah, I think what's really interesting, you know, in some of the research, when you look at what are the drivers for, you know, employees in terms of looking to benefits technology, choice is definitely one of them. I think some of that is around that scalability point. But this idea of reducing administration, making something much more, you know, much more compliant, you know, it's telling, I think, to see those things feature as highly in the trend. And I think, yeah, it's probably worth calling out that when we talk about the prevalence of global benefits technology, you know, we're quite privileged in terms of working with a whole host of global brands to provide technology globally, but actually it's still a relatively you know, fast-growing but emerging kind of trend for an organisation to have delivered something truly globally. And even if you look at some of the data points here, those organisations that do have systems, you know, typically they're quite disparate, disconnected, spread across a whole host of different geographies. So I think, you know, it's probably quite telling for us that when we've been working with organisations to kind of underpin the business cases that they've been putting together for benefits technology, yes, absolutely. The North Star tends to be, or the thing that really excites that organisation about the technology or a global benefits technology, is the ability to create a global experience. I think what's interesting is that for a lot of organisations, they're taking the opportunity to really sort of start to think about how they quantify some of those benefits of global benefits technology, to sort of underpin the business case that they're putting forward to a chief finance officer, for example. I'm sure you've all got it in your organisation, that chief CFO who's kind of faced with a number of different investment cases from across the business. You're desperately trying to kind of convey that this is the most important investment that they could make. And what we're starting to see, actually sort of aligned to those frustration points, is HR and reward professionals really thinking about how they quantify some of those pain points. So, for example, how much time do I currently spend answering very standard queries from employees when actually I might be able to provide them a kind of self-service route to be able to get answers to those questions? How much time do I spend in terms of making sure that I get the right level of benefit information to enable somebody's enrolled in the right plan at the right time, whether that's sending the reports to different carriers across the world, or whether that's just making sure the file's even in the right format, so actually those carriers can read those pieces. So I think what's really telling is that that frustration point around the admin and the compliance is actually a huge opportunity for a number of organisations, because it becomes easier to quantify some of the return on investment opportunities that exist, and quantify them in such a way that actually when we're putting the business case forward, it becomes easier to really make that claim, so that yes, the sales team in your organisation might have that really glossy PowerPoint with a whole host of metrics from their CRM system, but here are some really tangible ways for an organisation to demonstrate the value of an investment in the experience that they're looking to provide for employees. So I don't think it's a surprise perhaps to see admin and compliance features so heavily, and I think it only magnifies when you step out of a single territory, for example, and just trying to juggle all of those different facets.
Hello, and thank you for joining us today for our 24-hour Global Workplace Inspirathon. I'm Amy, Head of Awards and Events at Inspiring Workplaces, and your host for the next hour. We're now over halfway through. We've been live for 15 hours, but there's still plenty more to come. So don't forget to ask your questions and share your thoughts in the comment section throughout the talks. But back to where we are now here in Europe. Our next speakers are Christy Jones and Emily Pierce from Achievers Workforce Institute. Their talk, Building a Sense of Belonging at Work, will share a practical approach to building a sense of belonging within your organisation, how to ensure employees feel welcomed, supported and connected, and examples of initiatives that foster belonging, as well as strategies for measuring their impact. So welcome, Kirsty and Emily.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Achievers session on building a sense of belonging at work. My name is Emily Pierce, and today you'll hear from both myself and my friend Christy Jones about belonging at Achievers. As the director of our global customer care team at Achievers, I'm responsible for our frontline agents that keep our members happy and supported. I also contribute to the organization as an advisor for the Achievers Workforce Institute. I'm a co-chair of our mentorship program at Achievers, and I also have my master's in leadership from Royal Roads University. Christy, I'm going to pass over to you and to share a little bit about yourself.
Great, thanks so much, Emily. I'm so excited to be here today representing Achievers Workforce Institute. As the Senior Director of Employee Success and an AWI advisor, I truly do get to experience the best of both worlds. Not only do I get to play an integral role in employee experience at Achievers, I also have the opportunity to connect with leaders such as yourselves and share our research and how Achievers has applied it to our own organization.
Amazing. Thanks, Christy. I'm excited that we get to talk about all of these fun, exciting topics together. We're going to start with just talking about belonging. Let's just talk about why this matters to us. So we know belonging matters. Fact, belonging matters. It can change everything for your people and for your organization. And I care about belonging because it helped to transform my team before I even knew what belonging was. So I ended up feeling the impacts of belonging by my team's engagement scores were increasing, more work was getting done, and people were happier. They were staying longer within the team. And my leader and I paused and said, we just haven't done anything though. Like, it didn't feel like we hadn't done a pizza party. We hadn't done anything like that. And we were like, there's a clear difference and a change in this team. And what is that? And slowly we came to realize that it was actually the strategies that we were putting in place were aligned with the belonging model, even though we weren't purposefully doing that. So I felt that my team was actually feeling more welcomed, known, included, supported, and connected, even though I wasn't purposely trying to do that. So it was a really cool way to kind of back into belonging that's made me quite the believer now. So we'll get more into what belonging is later. But if you are a leader with low engagement, or you're a leader with a dispersed workforce and an employee who just wants to enjoy showing up for work every day like I do, then you should care about belonging too. So it increases productivity, it's going to help build trust in your organization, and it's going to increase engagement and retention in your team. So we've covered why I care about belonging and why you should care about belonging. But Christy, I'd like to pass it over to you to hear your story about why you care about belonging.
Yeah, thanks so much, Emily. So what would you do if you found out your employee was doing dialysis for 9 hours every night and you had absolutely no idea? I met a woman some time ago, and this woman shared with me that she did not feel psychologically safe at her workplace, at least to the point where she was comfortable enough to share her secret of what she truly was going through each and every day. This employee has never let their health stand in their way of success and always showed up for work on time and continued to be recognized for exceeding her expectations in her role. Working from home was never an option that was available. She never felt comfortable enough to even ask. Fear of someone finding out your secret is scary. What if this was the reason why your employee couldn't travel for work or was able to work extended hours to support the team? Missing out on these opportunities for growth and development seemed to be the norm. Now, this employee's manager never really took the time to get to know her or even ensure that she was feeling supported, even if it was just to take a day here or there when she needed it. Her manager believed that your personal life is none of their business and would stop any conversation that may be heading in that direction. What if this went on for years and you still had no idea? Would you be okay with not knowing what your employee truly needed from you? Well, that employee used to be me. I've been at Achievers now for almost 2 years, and I've never felt more at home. I can finally bring my authentic self to work. I've never felt more welcomed, known, included, supported, and connected with the people that I work with each and every day. And I find value with sharing my story with others as a way to build connection and let someone truly get to know me. My past is no longer a secret. And for me, that is what belonging truly means and how you can have that sense of belonging. At Achievers, it's our goal to ensure that all of our A players feel as if they belong. I think I can speak for myself and Emily that the both of us are so excited to share our programs and initiatives that have been created through the lens of DE and IB at Achievers. Today, Emily and I are going to share with you ways in which you too can create a sense of belonging at your organization. You see, our strategies at Achievers are developed with belonging as our foundation, guiding us to ensure that our employees are in an environment where they can do the best work of their lives. Which leads us to, Emily, why don't you share with us what the 5 pillars of belonging are?
I will. Thank you, Christy. And before we dive into the 5 pillars of belonging, I just want to thank you for sharing that story with us as a group, but also with me as your colleague. You know, I know when we were preparing for this, it was something that you shared with me, and I was really reminded of the importance of perspective and understanding in the workplace. You know, we've worked together a really long time, and it was a really interesting way for me to know more about you and your story and where you've come from. And I think it was a really great opportunity for us to get to know each other better. So thank you for sharing that with all of us. Let's dive in. In our belonging model, there are 5 key pillars that the Achievers Workforce Institute has identified that if you incorporate into your strategy can enhance a sense of belonging in your organization. So these pillars are welcomed. So are you introduced to and incorporated within the organizational culture and community? Known, so understood, motivated, and celebrated as an individual. Included, valued, and accepted without reservation. It's the key there, without reservation. Supported, so consistently and meaningfully nurtured and developed. And connected, so developing and maintaining relationships across a diverse population. My bet is that you are already doing some pieces of belonging in your organization. And this is where we're going to talk through some more of the practical tips about how we at Achievers support belonging. And it's important to note as we talk about this, the Achievers Workforce Institute has found that if you only focus on one of these pillars, you will still double the sense of belonging in your organization. So that's something to keep in mind as you're going through and listening to these tips. Focusing on one pillar can double the sense of belonging in your organization. At the same time, if you use all 5 pillars in your strategies, you can increase belonging in your organization by up to 3 times as much. So really important to think about when you're talking about belonging, how and where you can leverage certain pillars in your organization. Christy, I'll pass over to you and maybe you can get us rolling into the next section about Achievers.
Great. Thanks so much, Emily. At Achievers, employees believe they belong here and treat coworkers in kind. Leaders cultivate their employees' sense of belonging in a way that helps attract, retain, and engage our employees. From our software to our programs and initiatives, belonging is the foundation of everything we do. Every day, our A players find ways to help others feel welcomed. We take the time to get to know others and are intended in doing so. Feeling included in everything we do is a priority for us, and supporting our A players means everything. But I have to tell you, the connections that you make at Achievers can be life-lasting. Of course, if you want them to be. But that's not all. We take the time to measure belonging and listen to our A players' feedback. We use this simple framework where we ask, answer, and action. I cannot stress how important the action step is. If you're going to ask for employee feedback, you need to make sure that you action it. So you might need to be a little bit careful on what you ask your employees. So make sure that you really are intentional with those questions and know that you're going to do something with that feedback that you receive. So at Achievers, we do run a pulse survey 3 to 4 times a year, and annually we include a series of 5 belonging questions. And in fact, Our 4 of the 5 belonging questions in our Pulse survey ranked in our top 10 in our Q1 Pulse from this year. A lot of those open text comments that we receive and we all enjoy reading highlighted feelings of belonging, such as making employees feel welcomed and truly walking the talk when it comes to leadership and strategy. We take the time to conduct exit interviews, stay interviews, and of course, when the opportunity to conduct focus groups. And again, we use that simple framework, ask, answer, action. And these insights that we receive do help us make our future decisions. We will get into some of those a little bit later in the presentation, but we will be looking forward to sharing some of those. So belonging is an outcome of an organization's commitment to creating the conditions of diversity and inclusion for all employees. Achievers 2023 DE and IB initiatives really focus on breaking down those silos and really getting comfortable with discussing topics with our peers. Those topics and conversations that we have run from anything from intersectionality, mental health, unconscious bias, just to name a few. But it is really important to truly bring the conversation to employees, to let them begin to feel more comfortable in talking about those conversations that are often uncomfortable. Development is a big one for me, and it's something that we are continuing to focus on so that our employees feel supported throughout the entire employee journey. We've spent time this year reviewing our global benefits and have implemented new programs to support our employees' mental health, which has been a really big win with our employees. And as we're gearing up to conduct a pay equity audit, we'll do that later this year, and we'll continue on our journey of pay transparency with our employees. With a continued focus on using the belonging model as our lens, the positive impact that it's had already on our employee sentiment is truly paying off. I can't wait to share with you some of those initiatives that we've been successful with as it relates to belonging. So, you think about the engagement experience and what that looks like at your organization as a way of engaging your employees. Let's dive into each of the pillars as we share some of those initiatives that Achievers has done and was successful in moving the needle in belonging. Emily, why don't you kick us off with our first pillar?
Absolutely, I'm happy to. This is the stuff I get really excited for. This is the practical pieces of what we're doing. So starting with welcomed as our first pillar, this is where many of us will think about joining an organization. And I think that's a great place to start when you think about developing belonging in your organization. Welcomed is how you warmly invite employees to your organizational culture and community. So we'll usually start to think about things like onboarding programs. And research shows that having a formal, structured, and required onboarding program also helps set your employee up for greater long-term success and positive outcomes, including things like role clarity, perceived job satisfaction, and retention. So when you join Achievers, you are immediately immersed in company culture through our onboarding program, which includes a few different facets to it. We do departmental onboarding, but we also do a culture onboarding. And so as part of culture onboarding, there's a welcome card, which is signed by the organization, mostly from your department and team. It goes around and your team will complete welcome messages for you, complete with gifts, so that you know that both your team is excited for you to join, but you also get some insight into your team culture by seeing the choice of gift that they use in their welcome card, seeing what that team kind of thinks is funny or great, or how they're going to bring you into their team. So it's a really great way from both sides for you to feel welcomed and for them to welcome you. At the same time, we also do a company-wide introduction. So we welcome all of our new hires in our daily company stand-up. So your leader introduces you, your role, and some fun facts about you. It's really great when your leader does that for you. I know it's challenging sometimes to get up and say a fun fact about yourself. So we really want to support everybody by saying, you know, we want to bring you, and I'm excited to introduce you to this organization and introduce the organization to you. There's so much more that we do when it comes to departmental onboarding. So we do onboarding buddies, which is when you'll get a buddy in another department that, again, is focused on the cultural aspect of Achievers. You'll also have an onboarding buddy within your department, but someone in another department helps to make sure that you're not only talking about your department, that you're talking about the company as a whole. We do 30, 60, 90-day feedback surveys. We do welcome kits because everybody loves swag. And what better way to know that you're a part of this company than when you get your purple mug. And we do coffee with Kates. So that's an opportunity for our new hires to speak to our CEO, Jeff Cates, and learn about the company through his lens. It's really important that all levels of the organization are open to welcoming new members to our team. And so onboarding is super important to welcoming employees into the organization. But my challenge to you here always is there's more to welcoming than just onboarding. So when you think about belonging, think about how you welcome your employees to each day. So returning from leave is a great example. Every time you come in the morning, how are you talking to your team members? I have a really great example with one of my teams is a hybrid team. Their name is Reward Support. And they start each morning by saying good morning to each other in a Teams chat that they have. Whether they're an in-office employee or remote based out of Vancouver employee, they say good morning in this Teams chat. And it started with the manager saying good morning, but now it's an ingrained part of that group. So their manager modeled that behavior, that it was really important to welcome each other to the day. And now they've all taken after that behavior, and whoever's the first one to start the day usually will go and message and say good morning. And so what I love about this is that once the good mornings are done, you have to think that that ice is now broken for the day. So as a hybrid team, I know that now if I have a question, the first time I'm interacting with my team members isn't because I need something from them. I'm interacting with them first thing in the morning to say good morning and having a really positive interaction. Then when I need help or I need support later on in the day, I don't feel as uncomfortable making that message. So it's things like that that you can think about as welcoming beyond just onboarding to the organization, welcoming on the day-to-day. It's a really exciting way to start thinking about bringing belonging into your organization in one of our pillars. Christy, did you want to take us through the next pillar?
Absolutely. So feeling known, you are understood, you're motivated, and you're celebrated as an individual. At Achievers, we provide many different ways for our employees to bring their full selves to work. Using our employee experience platform, employees have the option to update their individual profiles, where they have the opportunity to identify their pronouns, their skills that they have that others can learn from. And they even have the opportunity to add a fun picture if they choose. And we all know that pictures can't tell 1,000 words, right? So it is a very unique way to be able to get to know who our employees are, even just through a simple profile. Our employees have the opportunity to set their own individual goals on both what they want to work on, as well as what are those business needs, allowing those employees to really express their interests and managers to hone in on their strengths and help them grow and develop. One of my favorite activities was when we played this virtual scavenger hunt on one of my team calls, where we had all of the employees on the line go and find something, wherever they were, if it was in office or if they were at home, to find an item that made them feel happy. And then they had to share with us why that item made them happy. And then in turn, we then asked that individual to then go find something, wherever, piece of clothing, any sort of item on really what they think maybe someone else would like. And then share with us, well, why did you think that individual would like that thing? I thought it was a really great way to learn more about people's families and backgrounds and what they enjoy doing when not working. There are so many different ways that you can take time out and truly get to know who your team members are. And it's important. It is really about taking the time and asking the right questions to get to know people and have them open up, building that trust. By you listening and then showing your interest, I guarantee employees will start to share. In fact, people who feel known as individuals are 2 times more likely to feel that sense of belonging. And I'm sure many of you have spent a lot of time over the last several months trying to figure out how your organization should work and where you should work from mandating days in the office to being fully remote. These decisions are never easy, and we know that we will never please everyone. By using our Achievers feedback feature, we heard our employees loud and clear that they wanted choice in how they work and where they work. They were craving for that flexibility. So using that information, we created the workplace persona model, which empowered employees to choose from one of 4 ways that they wanted to work. Rather, if that was working in an office 5 days a week, working hybrid 2 to 3 days, or remote by choice, which we refer to as employees could commute to the office, but they choose to work from home. And then, of course, we have fully remote, where you are unable to commute to the office based on where your location is. This typically includes our employees in our regions and individuals that live outside of the state or province that we're in. So ultimately, the persona model gave our employees the flexibility that they were asking for. It brings enough structure to still create those connection moments, and it did give our leaders the opportunity to have the data and the structures that they needed to be able to implement these plans and policies within their teams. We introduced workplace personas in October of last year, and between October and November, we had a 40% increase in office usage, proving that providing employees with flexibility to do what's best for them positively impacts office usage, which allows us to justify having an office. Our research tells us that workers who say they are able to work in the way that they prefer are more than twice as likely to be highly engaged, and 22% are even more likely to say that they will not job hunt this year. So I'd suggest that the best way to make a good decision on your future of work strategy would be first to understand the unique wants and needs of your employees. Use an ad hoc survey to learn what your teams are prioritizing and work to develop a solution that works for them and your entire organization.
Great, thanks, Christy. And I think what you can see here is how these pillars all play together. So the next pillar being included, it ties very closely to known, because inclusion is not just being invited to participate within an organization, but inclusion reflects an employee's deep and unwavering sense that who they are and how they experience their organization is held as critically important. So when we think of inclusion, you can think of things like workplace personas as a really great way to know and include employees in creating their employee experience. We can also look to things like employee resource groups. This is a really great way and a great space in which employees can lead and contribute to belonging in the organization. Through those employee resource groups, we know that we see people can develop different leadership skills and continue to grow as individuals. At Achievers, our ERGs include the Achievers Women's Network, Achievers Proud, Achievers Cares, and we have our wellness and our DEIB committees. But there are more ways to include your employees. And my favorite ways to do that are by ensuring that there is space for teams to co-create the employee experience. You can also allow teams to participate in planning and strategy. And finally, you can create space for feedback and employees to provide dissenting opinions. And you might think, what? Provide dissenting opinions? How is that helpful to my organization? But in fact, employees who feel that they can debate their manager or leader on certain topics are more likely to feel a stronger sense of belonging as their opinions and feedback are valued. And I know if you spoke to my leaders, they would say that I feel like I definitely belong in the organization based on this. So at Achievers, it's a really great opportunity for us to look to how we're soliciting feedback from teams and engaging them in creating their employee experience. One of my favorite examples to look to was in this last year for strategy and planning sessions for 2023, I used this concept to try and include more layers of my organization into the planning process so that we could co-create a shared vision from the get-go. I've found in the past that sometimes we'll get far down a planning process and you only bring in your employees and teams later, and you're trying to work with them to get them to understand the shared vision. So this year we said, let's co-create from the start. We started this by doing an exercise that's called Stinky Fish. So we really wanted to understand what are those things that team members are carrying with them, that the longer you carry it, the stinkier it gets. It's kind of a silly way to do it. But it actually really helps to build empathy and understanding and share perspective from all levels of your team. So that was a really great way for us to start our conversations. And then we moved on to lightning decision jams. So we wanted to understand what was pushing our team towards our goals and what was holding our team back from our goals. We ideated on solutions, especially for those things that were holding us back from meeting our key objectives and our business needs. And then we weighed an impact versus effort. So we said, as a team, let's go through and understand what is the impact of us fixing this thing and how much effort is that going to take. Through doing that and including the team in an impact versus effort understanding, they were more likely to say, you know, this is going to take a lot of work, but I am willing to be a part of that, or I'm willing to lead that because I know the impact is going to be so big. It was a really great opportunity as well for our more junior team members to learn and hear directly from their managers as we had conversations that were challenging, and we had dialogue and discussion about different ideas of, you know, what makes more sense or what are we not considering. So again, what we were doing is we were creating a space where we were sharing and learning together, but also creating a space where someone could feel that their voice was included and valued for the perspective that they bring to the organization. So that was a really, really cool way for me to think about inclusion in a different way. I think historically, I've usually thought about it from an employee resource group standpoint. But if you can think about inclusion from an employee experience, a strategy and planning, a feedback perspective, there might be different ways that you could unlock more inclusion and belonging in your organization that can drive you towards your organizational outcomes. So what about the next pillar, Christy? What about supported?
Yeah, so by supporting our managers, they really do play the biggest role in the support pillar, right? At Achievers, we focus on 4 pillars of management empowerment. Now, this is an Achievers Workforce Institute tool. And our employees have the opportunity to score how well their manager is doing against these areas. We include this as part of our pulse surveys. So we do those 3 to 4 times a year. And this is really where ensuring that our managers get the feedback that they need to be effective. As a manager, it's important to have frequent contact with your employees, regardless of where they may be working. Our managers have regular one-on-ones with their team members. We have ongoing approach to our performance and development conversations so that our employees have the best chance at doing the best work by receiving that regular feedback. As builders of the best recognition and rewards platform on the market, I would be remiss if I did not talk a little bit about recognition and the recognition needs. So recognition needs to be meaningful for the receiver. calling out that specific behavior that you as a leader want to see repeated. And it needs to be delivered regularly for it to be effective. Our research indicates that employees who were recognized weekly were twice as likely to have a strong job commitment and 5 times more likely to not think about job hunting than those who were not recognized at all. Recognition is powerful. As a new leader at Achievers, I was able to gauge if my employees were feeling recognized by my personal management empowerment score. In my case, there were individuals on my team that did not feel overly recognized. So I put a plan in place to make time at the end of each day or week to reflect on my interactions with my team and their efforts, and my score has since gone up. However, if I didn't have that information or that data to share with me, I wouldn't know what my employees were thinking, what they were feeling. So it really is important to, again, tap into your employees. Another area that our leaders focus on is professional development, ensuring that our employees are developing at a pace that works for them. I run a monthly leadership series for all of our leaders at Achievers, and the topics that I choose each month tend to focus on what the current business needs are and what I think is at the top of the mind of the leaders from conversations that I've had and interactions throughout the month. We've discussed topics such as compensation at Achievers, building trust within your team, and just last month we had a session on our business operations, and we took a deep dive into our financials, providing leaders with perspectives that most of them didn't have before, to truly be able to understand our business and how it works, so that they can then have those right conversations with their employees and share that learning together. For me, coaching can come in many different forms, and the opportunities are often endless. If you are a leader that wants to empower your employees, providing just the right amount of coaching will set your employees up for success. I had a manager once that wasn't very good at coaching his employees. And every time you would go to him with a question, he always tossed it back at you. Now, you might think that might be an effective way of coaching your employees and getting them to think for themselves. But in this case, he actually overused this technique to the point where you ask him simple questions on where is the restroom or how do I go do this, where it started to just make his employees feel frustrated when you're just looking for a simple answer. So sharing with your managers their individual empowerment scores and feedback gives managers the opportunities to learn by knowing what their opportunities are. Managers can then take that feedback and action on it. As I mentioned earlier, when we talked about the ask, answer, action framework, it's critical to action that feedback received if you want to drive engagement and ongoing survey participation. So supporting our A players is a top priority for us at Achievers. We believe in promoting internally before we go to market with any open roles. As a part of our development programs, we provide opportunities for employees to go on special assignments and or take on different projects to truly develop those certain skills that they're looking for and that they are aspiring to have. So last year alone, we saw 25% of our employees receive a promotion. Where I come from, that's a lot of people being promoted in an organization, which is amazing. So kudos to all of the managers that have spent the right amount of time and given the right amount of support to their employees' development to be able to have those internal promotions. We also spent a lot of time last year focusing on functional competencies, where we recognized that there was a gap in what skills employees had and what those skills they actually needed in the role. The rollout of these functional competencies has helped our employees have a better understanding of the expectations in the role and then the areas that they could develop on if they're aspiring to be promoted within the organization. So supported is true to my heart as an HR leader, and it is truly important that we're giving our managers and leaders the right skills to be able to support their employees as well. Emily, we're on the home stretch. Why don't you share with us our fifth pillar?
Absolutely. I can't agree with you more about supported. I know that the manager empowerment scores are also a little bit of a badge of honor with our teams, as our leadership teams all sort of work together to make sure that we've got high manager empowerment scores, to the point that we even put them in our OKRs for the year. So I love that you touched so much on manager empowerment scores, because they're close to my heart as well. Let's get to that last pillar, which is connected. So when we talk about connected, the greatest question to ask yourself here is, do your employees have an opportunity to develop and maintain relationships across a diverse network inside the organization? It's a bit of a mouthful, but we know that organizations that create conditions for workplace friendships actually report higher job satisfaction and psychological safety inside that organization. So there's a couple different ways that you can do this. One way that you could look at this is by using tools that help to connect employees, to help deepen your sense of belonging and well-being. At Achievers, we do this through a tool that we have called Employee Connections. And what that does is, when you register for Employee Connections, you get paired up each month with someone else in the organization, and you have a coffee chat. It's just an easy, casual coffee chat. It takes away a lot of the anxiety that can come with asking someone you don't know to have a connection. And it creates an environment in which two neutral parties can come together to talk about shared interests or get to know each other in that known capacity. So through these connections, we often see that it does exactly that. It deepens your network in the organization, and then your friendships start to blossom by the follow-up activities, like when we have socials or when we have volunteer opportunities. You might then have a conversation with someone and say, oh, we had that coffee chat. It's great to see you. So there's a really interesting way that when you start to bring people together and continue to create opportunities in your organization for connections to deepen, that you can see belonging increase in your organization. One recent coffee chat that I had with someone was wonderful. He was in our sales side of the organization, which is an area that I don't spend a lot of time. And he ended up recommending a book to me that was really interesting about introverts. Now, as an extrovert, I usually don't need a book about introversion. However, I did need it to understand perspective from another lens. And I ended up then recommending that book to my mentee, who did need to be able to understand some of the tools that were in that book. So it's also a really interesting way that naturally you can start sharing learning in your organization. Now, speaking of mentorship, as the co-chair of our mentorship program, it's something I'm really proud of at Achievers. We've done a revamp of AMP, which is what we call our Achievers mentorship program. When we asked ourselves, are there opportunities for our employees to connect with and learn more from people that will help them grow? We said, yes, we've got the mentorship program, and that's great. You know, a one-to-one relationship with a mentor, and the mentee gets to meet their mentor and work with them. And we asked ourselves, is there more we could be doing when it comes to connection in that space? And we said, yes. So what we decided to do this year is we developed a community of practice for our mentors. So usually, again, when you focus on a mentorship program, you think about building for the mentees. And this year we said, let's also create an environment in which our mentors can share in their learning, because it can be quite isolating to be helping and developing someone. So how could we better share that network? So by developing this community of practice, we do things like mentor office hours, where we come together and can sort of say, hey, does anyone have a resource on leading self that we could leverage? Does anyone have a resource or an exercise about how to get feedback or feed forward from other team members? So we've created this community of shared learning that extends in a way beyond your day-to-day job, and it gives us a new shared domain, mentorship. So it's a really cool way, I think, that we've gone and said, is there a different way to facilitate connection in your organization beyond just social? So finding different shared interests of different groups and leveraging that for development, for growth, and for learning. So Connected is a really cool opportunity for you to bring more belonging into your organization at various levels.
Yeah,
Christy?
Emily, I must say, kudos to you in the mentorship program. It has added so much value within the organization, and having those opportunities to connect with people at all different levels and open the doors for learning. It's amazing. It really is.
Thank you.
So if you think about it, activating belonging in some ways is about going back to the basics, thinking about that employee journey from onboarding to offboarding, about employees' impressions of the culture, the physical and technological factors at work, and even their engagement. I have to tell you that the secret ingredients that is in the mix of all of those high-performing cultures that we read about and that we all aspire to have is a workplace culture where employees truly feel a sense of belonging. So saying that, Emily, I'd love for you to tie our presentation all together and wrap it up.
Absolutely. Thanks, Christy. As we talk about belonging, I think sometimes we can feel overwhelmed and think, how do I do this in my organization? This is a big task. And what Christy and I like to talk about is that belonging doesn't need to be a big strategic initiative. Belonging is a sense that you can create in your organization. And I like to turn to Brené Brown's marble jar analogy. Sure, some of you are familiar with that, but essentially you have an empty jar, and belonging is you can add a different marble for each time. So it's small actions that can develop a sense of belonging in your organization. So think about the things that you can do to add marbles to your jar. Don't think about filling the jar all at once. Again, you're likely already doing things in your organization, and I hope that a lot of the practical tips that we talked about today are things that you think you could bring into your organization or try or tweak or think differently about to help create a stronger sense of belonging in your organization. So thank you all for being here today. And before we go, we do want to let you know that we have a special offer for everybody that's tuned in today. ACE 2023 is our annual conference for HR leaders, and it is just 1 week away. So because you joined today's webinar, we're offering you a free virtual pass. So it's usually $100, but with a virtual pass, you can have access to over 10 virtual sessions focused on creating a culture of belonging in your organization. So if you liked this content, there's a lot more of it with this virtual pass. You'll also earn points towards your HR designations and get to hear from our keynote speaker, Emmanuel Acho, as well as other leaders from companies like Workday, PwC, CBS, General Motors, and more. So you can find the registration link for the ACE 2023 in the related content section on your screen. And make sure to use the code that's shown on the slide, ACE 2023V, to claim your virtual pass. We're so excited for the event, and we hope that you can join us. So thank you so much for all of your time and attention today. To get in touch with Christy or myself, please reach out to us on LinkedIn. We're always happy to talk to you about belonging, hear about what's going on in your organization, and be able to help consult if you've got options that you would like to talk through with us. So thank you so much for joining Christy and I.
Yes, thank you. Bye now.
Thank you so much, Christy and Emily. If you're just joining us, we are over halfway through the Inspirathon, but we still have around 10 more hours of content coming your way. Our next speaker is Perry Timms, founder and chief energy officer of PTHR and a long-term friend of Inspiring Workplaces. Perry is an international and 2 times TEDx speaker and award-winning writer on the future of work, HR, and learning. His 2017 book, Transformational HR, was named one of the top 100 business strategy books of all time and published as a second edition in July 2021. His second book, The Energized Workplace, was published in August 2020 and was shortlisted for the UK Business Book of the Year in 2021. In his talk, HR as an Accelerant for Inspiring Change, Perry's going to share his sense of how the people profession can step up and into high impact ways to enlighten, enable, and equip people at all levels in their organisations. Welcome, Perry.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you're watching this Inspiring Workplaces Inspirathon. Pleased to say that this is not the first time I've been involved in it, so thanks to Matt Manners, Amy and the team for inviting me in again. So I'm Perry. I'm going to be talking to you a little bit more about HR and change, because let's face it, there's plenty of that. So great to be part of this. My organisation, People and Transformational HR, is part of the top 50 inspiring workplaces for EMEA for 2023. So really proud of that. We're a Flexa verified, certified B Corporation. We're World Blue listed, freedom centred organisation, and we're climate active. So yes, let's get into it without further ado. So HR as an accelerant of inspiring change is the nature of my talk. A little bit more about me in terms of biography there, but for the last 11 plus years, I've been the Chief Energy Officer for People and Transformational HR, or PTHR as we call it. Written a couple of books, popped up on a couple of TEDx talks, a few accreditations, a few nice accolades. But let's see what we can talk a little bit more about in terms of that concept, HR as an accelerant of inspiring change. So before we go in there, let's start with a hypothesis. So this sense that HR practices in response to 2020's pandemic was something that I think we all perhaps found both a challenge and almost surprisingly effective when we were talking about lack of precedent and some real complex, chaotic situations. But HR stepped in and showed some real value, impact and inspiration. So it's more of that really. What next? What's after that? We've been probably at least a year kind of post-pandemic and lockdown. So you could say we are back into a new normal, whatever that is. I don't think there is one of those things. I think it's just a constant state of adaptiveness, challenge and chaos. But with those kind of shifting work patterns, one of the things I'm sensing is that there's operating models being reset all over the business world, whatever industry you're in. And as a result of that, HR in itself is also being called to reset its operating model, so that we've got what's on screen there: enhanced capabilities, innovative products and services from the HR, people and culture profession, leading to more impactful people proposition and organisational success. Why is all that coming to being though? I mean, that's, 3 letters, big word. Let's have a look at some of that. The first why is the state of polycrisis, as the World Economic Forum called it in February of 2023. Such a cluster of things that are all happening at the same time. Economic fragility, cost of living rise, inflation, war, civil unrest, all manner of things all seem to be combining at the same time. So it's not a crisis, it's a series of crises, or as WEF called it, polycrisis. And then if we think about technology, probably the last year has been dominated by the advent of generative AI, large language models, and that shift into much more, I guess you'd say, sort of consumer and citizen accessible artificial intelligence. So we're now starting to see people who are using this, and we're seeing academic institutions and educational institutions going, don't do your homework using ChatGPT. But some enlightened professorial types are saying, yep, use it, but check it, validate it, spot where it gets it wrong. That's how you'll learn in the future, because it is human machine teaming, I think we're starting to see now. But that unnerves a lot of people, and to many it's both a dawning of opportunity and utter crisis situation when people are worried about whether AI and machines and scripts and robotic process applications are going to take their jobs away. So the former governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney, gave a speech fairly recently in 2023, around about end of September time. And he said the problem we've got now is that we've got to deal with everything everywhere all at once. So an homage to the movie, but absolutely how it feels. It's a hotbed, it's a cooking pot, it is all sorts of things we could describe as metaphorical ways of saying there's not just one line of attack, there's not just one line to start with, it is a number of different things all at the same time, all at once, everywhere. Another why, the fourth why, is this sense of skills. What are the skills that we are in need of both now and in the future, and that we need to probably just let go of because they're no longer relevant and valid? So this whole sense of talent, this whole sense of capability, and this whole sense of what skills we have is a very unnerving position because of this rise of technology, this intensity. Recent reports, CIPD in October 2023 issued a report about absolute 10-year high mental ill health and stress and work-related absence. That's been going for some time and featured in my book, The Energized Workplace, and a previous Inspirathon talk. So there's a lot to put right, and skills are at the heart of it. There are a lot of things we can do better and learn more skills to deploy. What are they? How do we get them? Who knows them? There's a lot of dilemmas, paradoxes, and challenges there. The other thing is we're tired, linked to that mental health crises I talked about just now, but also we're fatigued by that sense of constant change and adaptation. I think there was a time when we would declare a change program within an organization, people went, hurrah, we're going to do something better and different. Now people are like, not again. They're craving stability at a time that the rest of the world just will not let us do that. So there's something about how we can recalibrate what changes so that we don't get fatigued by it, but we can sequence it and become more adept at handling those things. That's possibly one of the big skills, how we can integrate change, I guess, with our kind of business and operations as usual. And then the other, highlighted by a McKinsey report here, some employees are destroying value, others are building it. Do you know the difference? I mean, it's really now difficult to nail productivity, to talk about the right kind of behaviours, to allow people to have expression, free will, but also aligned to organisational priorities, endeavours, and so on. So this is a really difficult time for the relationship between organisations, leaders, and their people. And we're all kind of idiots at the moment. I had the pleasure of speaking to Margaret Heffernan last month in September 23. Margaret Heffernan's great author, great coach, great kind of almost soothsayer on what's relevant and hot and topical now. And she said managers, leaders are all struggling because this kind of change and this kind of intensity is not something they've come across before. So they're struggling, as are we, at a time that we're looking to them for guidance. They're just not sure. And that's a difficult thing to admit. So the 6 whys, there's a 5 why methodology, but I threw in an extra one simply because of the chaotic nature of the world. But how do we get over this then? The first thing that I will talk about today is this strong sense of meaning about how we need something desperately tangible, valuable, inspiring, comforting, meaningful to hang on to. It doesn't mean to say that you have to be in some high-powered white-collar job. This is where we're saying, what am I all about? How do I find myself? Who do I link arms with? How do we create the most difference? Whenever I talk to people in a range of organisations that I do in my consulting work, there's one thing that's really common. People want and like to make a difference, to show that what they do has value and meaning. That cuts right across any role, any level, any sense of maturity, any stage of career, any age, demographic, or whatever. People want to know that what they do has meaning and purpose and value. The second one is a big one for the people profession because it's all about organisation design and systems. The way we're operating is still very strongly influenced by 20th century industrialised thinking, hierarchies, linearity, predictability, stability, replication. However, the world says, not good enough anymore. So we're starting to see the pressure being put on our operating models, our operating systems, our design, our processes, and just how efficient, effective, and optimized we can be. That's a word I'm using deliberately a lot. Optimized. Are we doing the things that matter at the time that matters most in a way that doesn't box us in, but sets a real domino reaction to more good that can come from it? OD and systems thinking, huge part of that. The third how is something that's been with us for some time and is starting to really become more regularized, normalized, accessible, understandable, data-led, but very much about people, behaviors, and the science of that. people are very unpredictable. I think we would absolutely all subscribe to that kind of theory. However, science tells us that there are certain ways we can model, conceptualize, theorize, and therefore apply thinking around how people think, how they behave, what they do in certain circumstances, situations, normatives, and of course, the emerging awareness, I guess, of things like neurodiversity and the spectrum of things like autism. Those things are becoming much more known, much more adaptations coming in. Long way to go. People science has a lot to offer in solutions. So there's just 3 hows there. I mean, they're pretty big hows, don't get me wrong. I'm not denying that that takes quite some learning and quite some application, test, experiment, and adapt. Bottom line is, though, all of this is calling the people profession, or HR as we still kind of know it, to some kind of renaissance. And that's why I think it's about HR being an accelerant of change, not a resistor or a lag on change or behind the curve. It's almost calling HR to go, look, people, org design, meaning, these are all your domains. You've got a stronger part to play now, as you showed us during COVID, in terms of stability and safety and rigor and continued working and so on. This is a new way that we can test the HR kind of capability, stamina, and creativity. Because the future of work is about all of us: people, planet, prosperity. Those 3 Ps. Notice I didn't say profit, because I think that's what's gotten us into some bad situations. Pre-pandemic, greed. It's not about greed, it's about prosperity. It's about shared sense of value creation, benefiting and upticking what we expect from life and what we experience from it. How do we do that? First port of call, I think, is a sense that we can all join together, but also break free from constraints, right? So this image depicts the kind of chain breaking into free-flowing avians, right? And I think there's something in here about self-managed, self-organised, autonomous systems of working that do that. So the only thing we can do isn't more constriction, it's more liberation. Might seem chaotic, but absolutely we need all eyes, all arms, all heads, all hearts, all linking together, but individually liberated in order to do so. Choice and things like that are really, really crucial. The right choices, the right aligned choices. And the phrase I absolutely love, we'll come to in a second, is aligned self-interest. That's what we need. So when I say I'll come to it in a moment, here's where there were already some predictions in 2014 about this kind of shifting paradigm, if we want to use that phrase. This is the work of Belgian Frederic Laloux, who ejected from the corporate machine at McKinsey and went on a research piece to find organisations who were more soulful. That's kind of his phrase. And he found the patterns in those liberated and strongly sustainable humanistic organisations were in 3 areas. And here they are on screen. Self-management, as I said earlier on. Team self-organised, liberated, there's that word again, from choking bureaucracy and management interference. Literally removing some of the management task and, I guess, scrutiny roles to more coaching, supportive and enabling roles. Wholeness, that people find themselves through their work and they flourish, one of my favourite words, through their difference and individualism. So we've talked about diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, even justice. Now I think it's all about wholeness, because that is who you are, what you are, no matter what your protected characteristics or anything else. And then the most powerful pull and force, I guess, is that meaning thing I talked about, but framed here beautifully and elegantly as evolutionary purpose. People find something worth dedicating themselves to and outperform sustainably. That's the writing on the wall. Who does that, though? This is Dutch nursing care organisation, Buurtzorg. And what they have mastered and was featured in Fred Laloux's book is this sense of liberation. Teams of 12 nurses, without managerial interference, support patients' lives in their own homes, where they're recuperating, where they're having remedial treatment, and just create a stronger sense of community and patient centricity to care, not just administration, box ticking and KPIs. On the next slide, you'll see some statistics that might make your mind blow a bit. Because if you're in care through Buurtzorg, if you have to go into hospitalisation, you are then much less than those who don't have Buurtzorg to support them. If you are looking at operating costs, Buurtzorg operate at around 8% for corporate support and governance, whereas most of the Dutch healthcare organisations, it's a quarter of their budget is simply on operating costs. This means more nurses can be employed to care for more people in a more patient-centred, much more calming, gentle, and not sort of mechanistic way. So where hospital admission is reduced by 33%, that is a bonus to the entire Dutch healthcare system. They have high scores on customer quality. They have an enormous impact on the economics of the Dutch healthcare system. Dutch regulator reviews really high. Best employer rankings really high. Pay above the market rate. This is how Buurtzorg do their kind of service-led, human-centric patient care. And it's economically proven, and it's sustainable, and it's liberating, and it goes against almost all mechanistic organisational methodologies. But they're not alone. So there is the Buurtzorg logo in amongst a whole range of others. The Semco story from the 1980s and 90s in engineering, hire in white goods and electronics, wellbeing teams in healthcare in the northwest of England, Indigo volunteers across all sorts of areas where refugee status is threatening people's lives, into education with Treehouse and publishing with Medium, and more and more and more. So these are all companies who have liberated how they work, are self-managed, are evolutionary purpose driven, and are wholeness kind of principled. And there's more. So these companies are freedom-centered, are operating in a way that isn't about hierarchical dominance. It's about togetherness. It's about co-creation. It's about adaptability. The patterns are there, whether it's education, making hearing aids, computer support, or anything in between. Here's another what. We need new operating systems and models as part of this kind of work renaissance and evolution. And this is where OD and HR's role in that particular field comes into play, because we do not build for stuckness. We build for a perpetual sense of constant improvement. We build for adaptability. We build entropic states. So by that, I mean the kind of physical, chemical state of things that are dispersed, not highly kind of centralized and concentrated, to match the challenges that are coming at us from a highly dispersed, highly entropic state. And that we are better able to manage paradoxes, not polarities, paradoxes, things that could be either or. And so there's something in paradoxes. We need to get better. So these are almost like the archetypes, the sensations of new operating systems and models that we need to create. So if you can stress test your own operating model and systems and see whether any of these apply, if they don't, you're in trouble, because the world will conspire against you. And then we see people like Josh Bursin, who's an analyst in the people and culture and learning area, who wrote a book called Irresistible about some really enduring employee-focused organisations. He came up with several conclusions. They're all numbered number one here, but that may be deliberate because none of them are more important than the other. Teams, not hierarchy. Work, not jobs. Coach, not a boss. Culture, not rules. Growth, not promotion. Purpose, not profit. Employee experience, not outputs. They're pretty much an encapsulation of all the things I've just been saying. So when I read this book, it was almost like, wow, I'm not alone in finding this, and I know I'm not, but somebody with the influence of Josh Bursin is clearly leaning towards this more liberated sense of what an organisation should be about. So in response to that, I've started to think about, how does HR operate like this? And here's my model of the future for HR. I call it HR 3.0 because we're headed into Web 3.0. It does feel like HR has had the 1.0 version with Dave Ulrich's model at the top of 3 kind of consistent streams of activity: shared service, centre of excellence, L&D, payroll, legal, that kind of thing, and business partners who link and create business related human advice, inputs, and deployable systems and support, to intersectional, domain-led, very fluid, responsive model that I've called 3.0, built around products, people, processes, and systems, so those things I mentioned earlier on, and with a whole new cadre of roles: people and performance analysts, relationship brokers, psychologists to talk to people science, product managers who are building things that people can use to help them do their work, that are legal, compliant, safe, consistent, assuring, and add value. The systems designers who glue it all together, the practice leads and coaches when things go a bit wrong and need a bit of addressing and need some adaptation, People operations will underpin the whole thing with sensible, compliant administration that really, really gives us a strong footing, and meaning makers, people who can connect people to the purpose and meaning of what work is all about. So that's my new model for this. What else though? What else in this kind of smorgasbord of psychology and learning? I've been very drawn to the work of psychologist Robert Keegan, based out of Harvard Business School. He has a build on the psychological framework that was created by Piaget back in the 1930s, if you want to check it out. Anyway, he's adapted it and called it the adult development theory. And he says it isn't about learning new things, add into the container of the mind. It's about transformation, changing the way we know and understand the world. So that's a very big leap from just acquiring new things to process to kind of consistently apply them. It's actually calling us to be a little bit more unorthodox in how we do things in order to meet the world where it is. Here's a few ways I can explain this to you in a couple of minutes. Doing it no service at all, but just headlining and spotlighting. There's stage 1 and 2, which is when we are sort of very infant and kind of junior adolescent. Stage 3 is when we start to become more adult, and it's called the socialized mind. There's about 58% of us here. Nothing wrong with being in this state of mind, because we've got needs and interests already accruing for us. We kind of know what we like to do. We know what we have already done that helps us with that choice and that direction. But we're very strongly the subject of our relationships and mutuality with others. You know, teenagers like to hang out with other teenagers for a reason. As we get older, we like to affiliate with groups and you know, kind of professional bodies and all sorts of things like that, right? So that's the mutuality we talk about there. That links to our evolutionary purpose. There's a kind of sense of what's it all about and how do I belong to it. So there's something in Keegan's work that kind of ticks that particular box. The next one, though, is where 35% of us are, and it's called the self-authoring mind. Again, it's not about age or particular kind of experience or maturity, because you could find yourself authorizing mind quite quickly in your sort of cycle of development. So you could be incredibly young and have a self-authoring mind. These people are perhaps, you know, not quite prodigies, but getting there. So we've got this internal seat of judgment. We can define who we are versus looking to external validation. Right? So this is those people who might appear confident and not need social capital in the way that others do, because you've got that neutrality. And so therefore you are more ideological and you have an identity that is in pursuit of that. So that's where self-management comes in, because with that in mind, you have that, what I called earlier on, aligned self-interest. So this is a really important part of how we can see that work is shifting towards being told what to do, to belonging to something where there's guidance from others, and then listening to your own internal seat of judgment. And then stage 5, Dalai Lama territory here. There's only 1% of us here, because you just are. The subject of you just is. You've got the membership and the identity and the ideology and all those other things, right? Which is why only 1% of us actually get there. This is absolutely kind of transcendental, nirvana-esque, utopian sort of state of being. But there's something in it about the Buddhist concept of the evolving self. It's constantly in flux and change. So you don't find yourself and fix yourself. You are so responsive to almost the cosmos that's where this state comes in. Now, if we think about Greek philosophy, Aristotle coined the phrase eudaimonia, which means this highest state of human good and constant sense of flourishing. So that's what we could call wholeness. So those 3 things in the Lalou book in 14 map beautifully, I think, to these 3 stages of adult development and are real key parts of how we can see work is evolving beyond those kind of technological, professional domain, transactional things. There's a lot of spiritual stuff going on here that we need to be mindful of. But just to bring it back to skills, because I did talk about that earlier on, in 2021, the team and I did some research on research. What were people putting out as research? Lots of it is the answer. And it was not necessarily consistent. And some of it was a little bit kind of opposite. And so what we did was we kind of corralled all of that, about 60 really powerful reports. And we did a kind of an aggregation from their skills predictions and forecasts to create this list you see on the left. Performance analytics, psychology. You can see where some of the things I've been talking about are featuring in a lot of people's minds about what we need to be really, really good at in capabilities and skills in the immediate future. And we did it again in 23. So 2 years on, what does it look like? Now, the bold ones in the 10 on the right are almost like repeat. So behavioural analyst and scientist, agents of purpose, exploiting data, experience and design. There's some new ones, multifaceted leader. That's almost like the high entropic state leader. Whole person well-being, so talking back to the things we've found in some of the statistical relevance about mental ill health, stress and so on. Inclusivity and bias has become a stronger sense of a new form of capability needed, with people deliberately creating culture wars and divisive rhetoric, even in politics, which you wouldn't expect it to. But anyway, lifelong learning and future visioneering, these things are really important. Like, how do we calibrate ourselves constantly? Well, we learn all the time. But to what? We'll have a vision, and the learning will help that vision come to play. So that's the skill set for 2023 for people, professionals and leaders. And then starting to wrap up now, where does that all come together? Well, here we go. The sense here from Gel Mater's quote, I think, is powerful. People don't persevere because they are good at perseverance. They persevere because they find things that are worth investing in. It is really tough for people to persevere right now. And so what I think I've done in this short half hour is really start to unpack what is worth investing in order to persevere. And that self-managed, self-organised, autonomous systems of working that gives us that sense of liberation is where HR can be an accelerant of that change with science, organisation design, the strengthening sense of meaning, how everything calibrates to that. I think that's within HR's gift and its kind of jurisdiction. And therefore, HR, using those skills I just talked about, could step up strongly and say, the post-pandemic support and enabling wasn't a blip, it was a sign of where we should be in driving businesses forward to a future that is much more congruent with a creative and knowledge-based economy than the industrial hangover that we still have. HR as architects of liberation then, so that our people find things that are worth investing in. And there's no more noble pursuit, the sense of higher good, than you really defining what's worth investing in. And your organisation and your colleagues help you do that. So that's my end of talk. If you want to get in touch with me, there's my details. And as I said earlier on, we are an organisation that's very mission-led. We're tiny, but we like to have huge ambition. And hope you've enjoyed hearing about where we see that ambition can take us and is kind of directed. But we're all in it together. So yeah, let's join forces and do what it says on that slide there. Create better business for a better world. And with that, I will leave you to the rest of the marvellous Inspirathon that Matt, Amy and the team pulled together from Inspiring Workplaces. And yeah, our mission is set. Our energy is there. Let's lean in, link arms, make it happen. Enjoy the rest of the event. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Perry. There is loads of food for thought there, as usual, when you're speaking. So thank you so much for joining us here in Europe. That is it from me today. Up next is Anna Rasmussen, who's founder and CEO of OpenBlend, for a final talk in Europe before we head over to North and Latin America. At the end of Anna's talk, we're going to be switching the live stream out, so just make sure you refresh your browser to make sure that you can continue watching, but we will give you a reminder for that at the end of Anna's session. But for now, thank you so much for joining me. Bye from me, and hello, Anna.
Hello everyone, and thank you so much for joining my session today. My name is Anna Rasmussen. I'm the founder and CEO of OpenBlend. OpenBlend is a tool that personalizes and structures one-to-ones in the workplace. So I'm thrilled to be here chatting to you all today. The session we're going to look at today is around development. So the craze for development, the gap in fulfillment, and then I'm going to share what I and the team at OpenBlend believe is the way to go to satisfy this crave and close the gap. We're going to be chatting for 15-20 minutes, and the kind of the points that I'm going to go through is we're going to have a little look at the crave for development, so what it is. We'll look at the gap that exists, so we'll be pulling on some open blend data to do that. We'll then look at the business case, so imperative, if we're going to raise any money to invest in this, what is the business case for it? We're then going to look at the open blend approach to closing the gap. I'm going to talk to you about the approach that we're taking, having working alongside our customers, the approach, the solution that we've come up with. Then spend a little bit of time just looking at the importance of a one-to-one, which will give you a little insight there into the solution that we've come up with. And then at the end, we've created a report and a guide around pretty much everything I'm talking about today. So at the end, I'll just share with you our email address, and then you can request one of these guides that we'll send straight over to you. So first of all, this crave for development. So there's no denying it. I'm sure you're all aware of it, working in the HR profession. Everybody wants to develop in some way. So I don't know if this is a post-COVID drive, if it's a generational thing, if it's the instant gratification culture that we live in today. Whatever the reason, it is present. So incredibly, 87% of millennials say that development opportunities is one of the top influencing factors on whether or not to accept a job role. The second stat I find amazing as well, given where we were just a couple of years ago, but people 18 to 34 saying that the development they value above all else, including work-life balance. And then this last point here is actually from open blend data. So we collect and enable people to talk about their motivational drivers. So 2 of those motivational drivers, there's 30 that they can choose from. 2 of those are clear career goals and progression at work. Now, those 2 motivators across every single customer that we work with, every user, are 2 of the top motivational drivers for their workforces. But it becomes more interesting than that, actually, because our data tells a very clear story here. There is a gap. Okay, so not only are clear career goals and progression at work 2 of the top most popular motivational drivers, they have the greatest gap in fulfillment across all users as well. And more importantly, it's actually getting worse. So as you can see by these charts here, as time goes on, the gap is getting larger. Now, we calculate the gap by asking every individual who's chosen these motivational drivers to score where they are now with it and where they need it to be in order to be fulfilled. And that's where we get that data from. So businesses need to take note. Not only is it a top driver, it's got the biggest gap, and the gap is getting bigger. So it should be a firm priority in every organization around this. So the business case. So we've already mentioned this is really important if you're looking for investment in this area. I don't want to teach you guys to suck eggs. You all work in this space, but there's lots of these kind of stats around. 76% of people are more likely to stay with a business that offers continuous development. 80% said if they're developing new skills, it will make them more engaged. And 87% of high performing companies provide development opportunities that support an individual. Now that one spoke to me because it's about they're unique to support that individual as opposed to just offering mass one size fits all. So this, get the business case, it's the how. So how do you address this? So this is where I'm going to share our approach at Open Blend to closing this gap, ensuring people's crave for development is fulfilled. So as mentioned before, we've created this approach for our customers, but with our customers. So we're very close to all our customers and what do they think needs to happen. So first of all is this kind of mindset piece. So this is very much where Open Blend is as a mindset. One size does not fit all. Okay, so offering development opportunities out to everyone via an LMS or something like that, that doesn't work in our opinion. Everybody is different, and I've just listed 5 of the areas how I think they do. Everyone's at a different stage of their career, and everybody wants to develop in different ways in that career. Current capability levels, everyone's different. Everyone's got a different starting point. Everyone's got a different a place that they want to develop. whether or not an individual, and I feel really passionate about this one actually as well, is whether or not people want to develop short term, mid-term or long term, or they see them all together. Absolutely vital that there's an understanding of how that individual wants to develop. The level of self-awareness, I think, is really, it varies hugely. Some people are relatively delusional about their capability or how they need to develop, whereas other people are super aware. So everyone's different in that. Also, the level of support needed to achieve an individual's development goal varies right across the board. So you might have two people in the same role that are both developing towards stakeholder management. Support those two people will vary. So it's absolutely critical when you're looking at development to acknowledge that one size doesn't fit all, but really understand how important it is that the manager understands this per person. It's really key that the manager understands it and really understands it. So the second area that we've approached this with is around, so we've led with competency. Okay, so rather than skill-based, we've looked at competency, and every business we're working with is different, and that's completely fine. So some organizations have a very well structured competency framework. So we're allowing them to put that into the software, but also to add custom items, because I think it's really important on a micro and individualized level between the manager and the direct report that they can put skills in, specific skills, things that are really, really personal to them, to add to it. Secondly, we work with a lot of organizations who don't have competency frameworks and they would like to borrow one. So we've created, and we can preload a competency framework and again, enable people to have their custom items in there as well. Or some organizations actually don't really like competencies and really just want these custom items to be created between a manager and a direct report. The one on the left is highly supportive, slightly less supportive, less supportive for the manager and the individual to identify what those development areas are. So we have broken this down into 4 phases of success around an individual's development. So the first one is around discovery. So an individual being made self-aware of what is important to them. So asking them questions around what they like about their current role, what they don't like about their current role, how they want to develop. Do they want to develop in role to become succession ready? Do they want to develop for a project? Do they want to develop laterally? There's a huge push for this as well at the moment. So that discovery piece, we support this by putting the individual's motivational drivers at the top of the page, just so that's front of mind, but doing everything you can to support the individual to become aware about how they want to develop. Once they know and they've had that conversation with their manager, they're both aligned, it's a collaborative process, they then create the development areas that need to be focused on to support them to get to where they want to on their development mission. So we recommend between 3 and 5 development areas. They could be competencies, they could be skill based. So what are those areas? And then to score the level of proficiency against each of those areas by the individual. So again, really personalized to them. Once you've got that, they've got a pathway. They have their own unique, co-designed, very much led by the individual actually, but supported by the manager, and the manager has awareness of it, designed pathway that's going to take them to how they want to develop. So even that point, it's hugely motivational because an individual has a development pathway that's unique to them. Then it's about feeding that into one-to-ones, ensuring that it's that you can assess ongoing progress in those one-to-ones. Now, the way that we do this in OpenBlend, and again, you can do this on paper, you don't need to use a piece of software to do that, but we use the GROW model. So an individual's got between, as I mentioned before, 3 and 5 of these development areas. Each one of those will have a goal. So if it's financial acumen, for example, that's something that they need to develop, it will have a definition of what financial acumen means to that organization or self-defined. Then they'll say what their target level of proficiency is against that. They then understand where they currently are and they are updating that. So what's the reason behind their progress? How are they progressing along? Then they're supported to have a conversation with the manager around the options available to move them towards their goal. How can you overcome obstacles? What do they need to do? And in here, we have links into organizations, LMSs, mentoring programs, whatever that might be. So really supporting them at that stage to get towards their goal. And then based on that, what's the way forward? And any good conversation results in action. So what actions are they going to take as a result of the conversation around this particular development area? So it's really powerful stuff, because you're really getting into the nitty-gritty of the individual development area that's is one of the steps that's going to get them towards their development mission, if you like. So we've mentioned around the one-to-one. The one-to-one is the game changer in here. So this enables the development to be addressed on a micro and individualized level, which is absolutely key. You'll hear repetition of this. My background's coaching, by the way, so very much looking at the individual here. So this is Open Blend supports the one-to-one, the structure of a one-to-one. We help people organize their one-to-ones. We help people prepare for their one-to-ones. We guide them through using the GROW model, and then that results them in action. So by getting people, supporting people to know that these regular one-to-ones are coming up, it's giving people the space and opportunity to prepare effectively for them, coming into a one-to-one and being guided through a conversation around the stuff that matters. So these development components come into this. We're based around an agenda, so you can talk about any of these development areas anytime you have a one-to-one. You just can stick it on the agenda, and then that sets the manager and the individual up to actually develop, to actually do things that are going to be moving them towards their development mission. So really powerful. So why do we feel that this approach closes the gap? So there's a couple of points I just wanted to highlight here. Effective one-to-one conversations around development is absolutely key. This is the bit where I think organizations get it wrong. So they have these development programs, they put people on training courses, they have fantastic LMSs with a huge range of courses, but what one-to-one conversations are happening about that individual's development? Supports a collaborative approach to career shaping. It really pulls the manager in and supports the manager, because sometimes this can be quite daunting for a manager, but supports the manager to have these career shaping conversations with the individual and that they're sharing it. Applying the GROW framework to really ensure that there's a support is given to that individual, not generic support or themed support. It's support for that individual. Keeps development front of mind. And if you're looking for how fulfilled people are around development, you don't want it collecting dust anywhere, a development plan. You want it front of mind and in regular conversation. So that's really key. And I think those together really satisfy this kind of crave for this continual learning and progression at work there as well. So what we've focused on here so far is very much the micro and individualized level. There is actually a way that we can close the gap looking at this at a macro level. So one of the great things about using software for anything is that it collects all this data, so this insight. So we can provide back to our customers now on a macro level what kinds of pathways are their workforce on. So, do people know that about their organization? How many people want to develop in their current role? How many people want to develop towards their next role? How many people want a lateral move? How many people have got want to get ready for a specific project or a secondment, for example? Then look at the development areas attached to those. So what competency areas are most popular across the business? Okay, so what development areas are most popular? What custom items are coming out of that? But really exciting is this gap analysis against those development areas as well. So you might have 5 competency areas that are the most popular across the organization, and the gap is significant. So what can you do as an organization to close the gap further by ensuring that those particular development areas are being addressed through bigger initiatives? So my background is training and development, and training needs analysis is key to getting it right, and this will be able to provide this back. Succession planning, and it's a huge driver for organizations now. Who in the business has a desire to develop towards their next role, and what level, and what is that role? What are their timeframes and what are their development areas? Can you at a macro level address those quickly and fast track those? And then, of course, success. So looking at how many of these pathways have been completed, were they successful or not? What are the retrospective comments? What can we learn from this? So we're always evolving and developing our approach to development, because there is a gap. There is a gap in the level of fulfillment. So and what we're going to be doing here is really tracking this as well. Is at the moment, just for reference, the gap I spoke about earlier is around 31%. So there's a 31% deficit on the level of fulfillment in these development areas. So by having these plans on an individual level, by providing organizations with the data that they need to really hone in and come up with, make strategic decisions about closing that gap, you know, we feel we're in a really, really strong place to support our customers with this. So, but you know, you don't need to do this through a piece of software. You can, you know, you can do this on paper, or it's just a mindset piece as well. And what I was really passionate about showing you today is that. So that comes to the end of this session. So thank you so much for joining. We would love to send you this develop guide. So if you would like it, please drop us a line to hello@openblend.com, and we can share that guide with you. It's really informative, and hopefully we'll give you some good information to support you and your organizations to sort of close this gap on this sort of development craze, and feed into what the workforce is asking very much for today. So thank you so much for joining, and enjoy the rest of the sessions today.